on the object.
Uh, well, see, in science, I mean, I can give you a lot of papers that talk about this. We have this disconnect today in this world of modern science. We have this habit of poorly defining words, things like mass, things like force. When in science, you should be very specific about your terminology. I mean, when you say mass, that should mean one thing and one thing only. But the problem we face is in today's world and this so-called science is that these terms are so poorly defined that someone could say, like you just said, what you read, right? How much matter is uh, in a certain object or whatever, right?
I mean, it would be a way, from that definition, it'd be a way to quantify how much matter is within an object.
How much
yes.
matter? Yeah, yeah. Well, I would say, like, I could give you another definition
Yeah,
that
go for it.
is complete. Yeah, I mean, it's the resistance to acceleration. That's another definition of mass, and I would say that is the more proper definition. Like, what you used would be a quote unquote what you used earlier, a simplified version of the term, but a better definition, according to the science you're propagating, at least, would be
Wait,
the
is
resistance to acceleration.
isn't it the opposite? Shouldn't this be applied to density? Because no matter if you have two objects of the same matter, basically in weight, but two are different in
Wait.
density and element, let's say wood and iron, for example, but both have the same weight to it or mass, so to say. You let them
Mass or
down.
weight? Because you just equivocated mass to weight.
No, mass.
Okay.
So what do you mean by mass, Ripcord? Could you define that, please?
Yeah, basically to the amount of element that is present, which then defines the mass due to the volume that is absent.
The amount of element present?
Yeah, in which the element is being afterwards weighted.
I mean, your laugh right after your statement is just it's a testament to the bullshit you're spewing. I mean, you yourself laugh after your own statement. I mean,
keep in
are
mind,
you supposed to believe it then?
Keep in mind, Egypt, he's also flat.
Sure, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean,
yeah, I think it's just a language.
Yeah, no, I'm of course. If someone wants to correct me, then I'm all ears, and this is why I'm here. You know,
I don't never stop someone that you don't like making a mistake. It's, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just a language thing, and I say that with all due respect to Ripcord.
Yeah. I mean, the sarcasm went over my head. Sure.
Yeah, no. Ripcord. I say that with all due respect. I've listened to you speak before. You know your stuff.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, hopefully you just get my drift in what way I'm going.
I'm getting it now. So, yeah.
Yeah. Wait. I wasn't finished. So what was the difference then? But between those two elements, iron and wood, that would then hit, let's for example, water, right? Even though they have both the same mass, but not the same density, one still goes down at an accelerating rate, and one stays up and stays at the top of the water due to density. But both have the same mass. Usually, this shouldn't go. You know.
So why would you think that wouldn't happen?
I mean, you don't have to ask me. I know it's because of density.
Yeah. So when the water's hitting, or when the wood's hitting the water, it displaces water, and that causes buoyancy.
Yeah, of course, but usually both usually have the same size.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
But
and
the density,
therefore, yeah,
is
exactly.
different.
Density and buoyancy. The buoyancy works on a different level than the density.
Mm-hmm.
The density is just the indication. The buoyancy is just the way in which a certain law is being applied. Let's say that.
So buoyancy would be the amount of water being displaced, or displacement. So when you've got, say, the iron weight, when that is put into the water, the iron weight with the same mass as the wooden plank will be far smaller and displace far less.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah,
I think you understand.
If you were to drop both of these items within a vacuum, would you expect them to fall at the same rate, or fall at different speeds?
No, different elements fall at different rates in a vacuum.
Oh, what's going on?
Wait. Why?
No,
I would say they fall at the same rate because there is no medium.
Right.
Like it's like dividing by zero, right?
Yeah,
like there is no medium.
Both
Density
fall at the same time, exactly at the same time, because they have no buoyancy that is being happening to those elements.
No medium. No
Bullshit.
medium. But there is a down, like, which, I mean, on the flat Earth needs no explanation. I mean,
no
down,
pure vacuum.
down, up.
No matter what you say, there's no pure vacuum.
Well, there is no such thing. I mean, we all agree. I think Globers and flat earthers alike, there's no such thing as a pure vacuum, but there are vacuums out there and levels of vacuum.
Things don't fall at the same rate.
98%, 99%,
whatever. Within reason of what we can actually do.
Oh,
like a bowling ball and a feather.
To give you a concession about something that's not true.
Jesus Christ, just keep on mute, you wee bastard. Let us talk. We're getting somewhere.
You wee bastard. Love the accent.
Exactly. He's talking like he's all that in the side chat as well.
Aggravating you guys so bad that you get like this all squirrely.
You guys can't answer him though.
Okay, that's.
No, I just see it as like no medium, therefore,
right.
No reaction when it comes to density. I mean, there's nothing to react to. These objects
so you can't
will
ever do that in reality.
So there would be no air resistance.
In reality, you can't make a thing with no medium.
That's all well and good,
the
Radwin,
least
but you
medium
get damn
possible.
well close.
Least medium possible will result in almost the same speed.
So objects fall at different rates then.
Oh wow!
So almost the same speed and almost
almost the same speed, but not the same speed.
Then
you realize you're arguing with flat earthers, right?
Let's add to the second example.
Listen, I'm hearing you guys starting to cope out there. I can hear it already.
I mean, it's fine if flat earthers fight among themselves. That's.
Any of the mods want to keep him muted? Any of the mods want to keep Radwin muted because he's making you look bad? Like, honestly.
There's Newton's gravity, there's Einstein's gravity, and there's Radwin's anti-gravity.
Right, so who was it that was talking about Flat Earth Egypt? Do you want to carry on with what you were saying, sorry, before we get...
No, my point was no medium, same rate. Makes sense.
Makes sense,
I mean,
but
that
not reality.
makes sense. No gravity needed. I mean, I thought that proved gravity. That little quote unquote experiment. Things falling in a vacuum. Gravity. Wait. What?
Yeah, and this is
gravity. Air pressure in that vacuum, so there's air in there still. Like it or not.
Yeah, to 1% degree or whatever is possible.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. We're not gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna keep arguing about how much air.
-6 at NASA. I'm pretty sure they have to check their.
Yeah,
specs
nobody's
again.
climbing a pure vacuum.
Once we sell to them, I would have to check their specs again. Or their
Did
vacuum
NASA let you in to
part.
check their specs?
But whatever. What usually happens to the container itself is that the container is being heavier. Then what about those elements that are being put in place the container, let's say an iron ball or something? Is then the iron ball with the container heavier, or does it stay at the same?
Well, the mass of that would be the same. The weight would be slightly different because you're measuring it without the buoyancy of air around it, but the mass would remain the same, yes.
But since it is a ball and therefore it still does come in contact with the ground, there actually shouldn't be any buoyancy happening regardless. The resting point should be at the center always. So therefore the weight shouldn't change at all. Right?
I think I'm misunderstanding you. Sorry, could I just clarify? Like a ball, and let's just say for Radwin's sake, a very good vacuum. Like a ball in a very good vacuum would have no buoyancy or very little buoyancy.
Yeah, my point.
Still got air pressure in it though.
Yeah, my point is
heavier than air. It's still heavier than air. I don't care what you say.
Yeah. You basically spoiled it.
Don't worry, I wasn't listening to him. You can have the go, Ripcord. I'm listening to you.
Yes, please continue, Ripcord.
So you can't hear me then?
Yeah, we can. I'm just conveying to your statement.
You cannot hear me though, right? Okay, so let me know when you can hear me.
Selective hearing. I mean, it's fine. I mean,
you can type it in the chat.
Mitchell, can you hear Redburn?
He can. He just chose to ignore him. He made it clear. I mean, was that reason enough to be muted? It could be. I mean, I'm not challenging it.
Yeah, the reason is so that 3 people aren't talking at the same time because one has somebody muted and you can't hear them talking. That's logic, just normal logic.
Oh, right, I'm back. Why was I muted?
I was asking, can you understand Redburn when he's talking?
Pardon?
Can you understand Redburn if he's talking?
Redburn was talking, you were ignoring him?
Oh, I turned his volume down. Sorry, yeah, I need to fix that.
Yeah. You need to turn him up.
Because
I'll put him back up to about 75 so I can still hear him. But
okay.
that was at a fucking 0 there. Go on, Ripcord.
Yeah, I lost my thought process. What was I talking about?
Balls in vacuum and the buoyancy, I believe.
Yeah, so let's say just like you have the maximum amount of vacuum being present or non-present of air in the container, right? So then the added element, let's say the ball, the iron ball, should have no to 0.xxx buoyancy effect to it. Therefore, the weight would then be heavier due to no buoyancy. But I say that even though it still does comes in contact with the ground, it's still heavier than the surrounding element, which would cause a little buoyancy by accelerating rate, which we don't have. So there should not change in any weight. This is my statement, basically. So why do you believe there could be still change?
Well, if you had, say you had a ball sitting on the ground in normal atmospheric, like sea level pressure, there would be far more buoyancy on that ball than if it was in a, right, and this is for Radwin again, very good vacuum.
Right.
It would be displacing more air.
I think there's also like a hidden point here when it comes to the whole weight thing in a vacuum. Because, like, I thought part of weight would be that the pressure of air pushing down on objects that causes objects to weigh more. Is that true?
Yeah, the thing is, why would be the container then heavier with nothing in it than the surrounding air?
Could you rephrase that? Sorry, I'm struggling to understand the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, I was asking you to rephrase it. No, for Ripcord.
Yeah.
Oh, I should rephrase it.
Yeah, sorry, I've never really picked it up properly.
You lost me right now.
We were talking about things weighing less or more in a vacuum.
Yeah, okay.
What do you
The
think,
container.
Mitchell?
Why is the container heavier than it should be?
The container's heavier with a vacuum, is that what you're saying?
No, the container contains the vacuum, but the container overall became heavier due to the vacuum inside it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, so the container becomes heavier, it increases weight due to having a vacuum inside it.
Yes. Why is that?
I really don't know. Is there any? Do you have a instance of this happening? Because I'm kind of curious about this now.
I would just add things actually weigh more inside of a vacuum than they do in normal.
Oh no, we're saying that the container
I didn't know about the container itself, but my claim would have been, when I brought it up, is that objects do weigh more in a vacuum than they do.
Because surely the container would weigh less due to it increasing in buoyancy. The container itself would increase in buoyancy as the density.
I know what you expect according to what you think, but
I'm just
in
confused.
actuality, it is confusing. But and what I know, and like what I'm speaking to, and I can corroborate this with evidence, that objects actually do weigh more in a vacuum, which would contradict
more.
Yeah.
Yes.
An object within a vacuum would obviously weigh more because it would have less buoyancy.
Yeah, but there's still the air pressure pushing down on the object that is supposed to make it
How
weigh.
would the air pressure pushing down on the
I mean,
object,
in your model,
the air pressure would be pushing down on all sides.
So could it then be argued then that the space in which the element in which was being drawn out from its surrounding then knows that there's something missing and basically wants to come to equilibrium again?
The space knows there's something missing.
Yeah, I mean, this is just speculation on my part. This is more like a spiritual thing right now. This has nothing to do with science, but could it be that the objects then become heavier because something is missing? Something is being forced upon it or withdrawn?
It's very. I'm struggling to understand where you're going with this. Like, I'm kind of getting thrown around a wee bit, but in the most simple terms possible, an object within a vacuum will become heavier as it will have less buoyancy. So there's no longer a buoyant force acting against the weight, which the weight would be directly down from the center of mass. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The buoyant force would be the center of, almost like the geometric center of the object. Which, if it's like one material uniform throughout, then yeah, it'll be at the same point. So that is why this object would be heavier within a vacuum than outside a vacuum.
Okay, let me think about that.
Yeah, no worries. Flat Earth Egypt, you wanting to talk about anything? Chime in. Radwin, you wanting to talk about your water
maybe
again?
in a second. I just have to do something. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
No worries. Radwin, you want to talk about your water again? Because that was quite interesting. Like water boiling in a vacuum or close to a vacuum and escaping.
And Boyle's law and such.
Yeah, isn't that crazy how that happens?
Not really.
Not really.
No, it's not really. Gravity didn't hold it down. Gravity must not really do much, huh?
Do you understand the concept of boiling points of a liquid, or anything for that matter, changing based on the pressure around it?
Uh-huh. So how do you have 14.7 psi over the ocean?
14.7 psi, is that sea level pressure in psi?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's 14.6 whatever, but yeah.
So, what we can do is...
Yeah.
Do you know what the boiling point of water would be at 14.7 psi?
Yeah, 100 degrees for you guys.
Yeah. So when you're putting this water into a vacuum chamber and you're reducing the pressure, that's bringing the boiling point down. So at what pressure is it that this gas is starting to escape?
So now this is going to really bum you out. But I had to do that in a vacuum chamber. So you either need a vacuum chamber and a container around Earth to hold that air pressure in, or there is no universe that's ever expanding vacuum chamber. You got one of two choices, or three. You're a brain in the jar. Most people default to brain in the jar.
Could you rephrase that? Sorry, I'm struggling to understand what you're meaning by, like, what pressure was it that the vacuum chamber had to be for the, like, water to start escaping it?
Well, I was just letting it run as far down as I could get it.
Right.
Starts right away when you start pulling pressure. I let it run to simulate your ever-expanding vacuum universe, which would require a container to create a vacuum.
Right. How so?
Ever-expanding container.
Ah, right. So you understand that the water on sea level, which is at 14.7 psi, wouldn't just start evaporating because it is at 14.7 psi and has not reached boiling point.
Yeah, how come? What's causing that air pressure so that it doesn't do that?
What's causing air pressure?
Yeah.
Right, here's a good one to get into. I don't think you'll like the answer if I say gravity. You want me to expand on that?
I already debunked gravity. So
you keep saying that, Mitchell.
You can't use that anymore.
I can't use gravity anymore.
You can, but I mean, you just say you won't like it, but why do you think we're not going to like gravity when you claim it?
Radwin immediately didn't like when I said gravity.
Yeah.
You can't use it. I already turned water into gas with air pressure. Gravity didn't hold the water down like you told me it would. You said to me when I asked, "Is water held to the ground by gravity?" You said yes.
You asked about the water on Earth, which I take as seas.
But Mitchell, you appreciate when we brought up the idea that we had at least two different ideas of gravity, which are mutually exclusive, right? Newtonian versus Einsteinian gravity.
They are
and you clearly prescribe. Wait, what? They're not mutually exclusive?
They're not mutually exclusive, no. Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity are not mutually exclusive.
When one is a force and the other is not, that to me makes it mutually exclusive. In the least part.
Einstein
Would you not agree?
That the source of gravity was from energy. Newton believed that it was from mass. Mass equals energy.
Einstein thought it was from energy?
Yeah.
Ooh. Can you cite that? What energy?
You just say anything. This is the Glober Say Anything room.
Wait. I wanted to cite this. I mean, it has nothing to do with energy in either model. So I'm confused here. But and I thought Einstein came after Newton, superseded him. I mean, I thought we're going by Einstein in today's world, in modern days.
Don't miss the part where he said mass is energy too. I'll probably get a citation for mass is energy too. Get that?
Well, yeah, I love that because that's what you end up doing because these words are just so poorly defined. This is something I brought up earlier. I mean, when I asked what mass was, Mitchell gave me one definition. You don't even know what mass is to convert it to energy, which you don't even know what that is. No. I mean, I can ask you.
Can you convert mass to energy?
Give me a definition.
Why don't you define mass first of all?
Why don't you answer my question first before asking?
Why don't you define mass before we not agree on terms?
I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know what you mean when you say mass or energy. So give me a definition of either.
No, thank you.
I
relinquish the remainder of my time.
You're welcome.
Another Glober down. Another one
I'm
down.
just taking Radwin's lead. I'm sorry.
Right, what are we talking about now?
Mass and energy.
Sounded like a Glober body count.
And how it's related to gravity, like energy and gravity. I don't know how that works, but at least mass is related in one type of gravity when we talk about Newtonian gravity, but I don't see how energy has anything to do with either gravity. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay, well, what I'm going to talk about for this, when I'm talking about how water's staying to the surface, what we're going to go with is mass attracting mass. Yeah?
Mass, which is the amount of matter, like you stated earlier.
Correct.
You sticking with that?
Yeah.
So not the resistance to acceleration. That's another definition.
I mean, they're both definitions of matter.
They're not. They can't be both definitions of mass.
How so?
Then words have no meaning in science.
No, the increasing number of matter within an object will cause more resistance to acceleration. They're not mutually exclusive.
I'd like you to think about what you just said there. Think hard.
And if they are working both, what is the final result of that gravity function?
Who's that targeted towards? Sorry.
Yeah, my question is, what is the end of the result when we find out that gravity?
You're not actually
what is the final result of that force or not force, whatever you want to call it?
The final result? What do you mean by the final result?
Does that making the Earth spherical
I think you're going off of the tangent here.
I think that gravity. If gravity was to be real, yeah.
Can I ask a question? Why all this story?
Okay, go for it.
Why all this story about gravity?
Because we've been talking about air pressure. So,
and then when we find out that it, let's say like this, it doesn't exist, or it, I will take both. Does not exist or exist. In which direction we will go with that?
Right, that's great and all. So, right, flat Earth Egypt. What was your question?
If you prove that gravity exists,
hold on a second, just for a moment, Sasha, you're interrupting a conversation.
Sorry,
just
you gotta
chill.
stop derailing.
He's good. I mean, he came in a little hot, but yeah.
No, it can go on for 20 minutes.
Right, so I think your main issue is because I've now said that you believe to. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, was definition of words. When it comes to gravity, things like mass, right? Mass is a really poor defined word. I think you have one understanding, which, again, you keep alluding to Newtonian gravity, but what I would simply say to you, I mean, if you're going with this whole idea of supporting the globe, that's not the way to go. I think you should go the Einsteinian way, which is the modern understanding of gravity, which is not a force and is not mass attracting mass, right? But you keep going that way, which actually shows that you don't have a current understanding of what gravity is. Right, would you prefer we talked like general relativity then? Would you rather just steer clear of mass attracting mass? I would say you're just outdated. You seem to be upset when I use mass attracting mass. Yeah, well, because it's been superseded. I mean, there's a different understanding of gravity that supposedly is being used today. You're 100 years off, right? So you're not relevant to the conversation when you're talking about Newtonian gravity. It's been debunked by Einstein. Yeah, it's been debunked. This understanding you have has been debunked by Einstein, which I personally don't agree with even. But still, within your model, you should be more current. You're not sticking to the times. Like you have a completely, like, it's just a high school understanding of gravity. That's how they do it. I mean, what the fuck was that? I yeah, that was left.
Yeah, they come in from time to time.
Yeah, but Mitchell, do you get where I'm coming from? I understand what you're saying, but it just feels like we're going into semantics at this point. It's not semantics when we're talking about scientific theories, right? Right. You know gravity. What? I'll start using general relativity to describe things because you're obviously you're smart enough. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe not Radwin. Oh fuck! Right. Let me ask you a question. This is go for it. The accent, Irish, right? Yeah, I'm from Ireland. No, that's
he is not Irish. I do not claim him. That's one thing I'm going to say.
I'm from Donegal. Which is where? Ireland. Not Ireland? Ireland. Yes, Ireland. Thank you.
Wait, do you have?
That was me. Because
he is not from Ireland. I couldn't tell the difference. Scottish. That's Scottish. I'm Irish.
Well, that was the point of contention. I mean, I had previously had a hard time distinguishing between either, but I think I'm good at it now, and I think
that guy's Scottish.
I did it right. He's not, man. Scottish. He's Irish.
No, he's got no way.
Don't listen to this fucking glowhead. I'm not listening. Right, what's your question? You get into properly talk about before Radwin shouts at me. Yeah, I mean, you agreed you wanted to talk in relative the theory of general relativity.
Right, go for it.
No, you did.
Right, okay. So, are we talking about why you've got a vacuum there and gas pressure just in there?
No, we actually
and they
don't have vacuum.
Fly away.
No, wait. We actually, in the natural world, I mean, you might have heard this before. Nature abhors a vacuum, right? You ever heard that statement before?
Yes, as the air would then want to pass into it.
Yeah. So in the natural world, we don't really have vacuums. These are created in laboratory settings and whatnot. Like it's man-made.
Wait, why does NASA call it the vacuum of space then?
Well, yeah, exactly. Point made, right? It's just a man-made effect that,
So do you agree that pressure decreases as altitude increases?
No, well, as much as can be verified. I mean, no, I agree as much as can be verified because actually it's stated that as much as it's stated that pressure decreases, right? There's this fluctuation of temperature, which doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like temperature decreases, then suddenly increases, and then decreases again, and then but you've got this constant,
you've got wind currents,
constant gradient of pressure, right?
And then forms a hard shell of air around the Earth to hold pressure in.
You get a constant point of pressure where, sorry?
No, not a constant point of pressure. You got a gradient,
right?
A constant gradient, right? But the temperature fluctuations are way off the charts. Like it's getting colder, and then suddenly hotter, and then colder again, and then you know what I mean?
Right. So
the thermosphere, the ionosphere, and so on, but in the same breath, I mean, they do this trick, right? They say it's getting hotter, but because the pressure is so low, right? You can't even feel that temperature because there is no air up there. But that's the temperature. So how do you measure that temperature that you're claiming then? Right?
Measure what temperature, sorry?
Whatever temperature, let's say in the thermosphere, right? How it's getting hotter with a very low pressure.
So you're saying the temperature is getting hotter at the thermosphere?
Is it not?
I don't know. I'm just listening to you. I want to understand what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's this fluctuation of temperature. It keeps getting colder, and then suddenly it gets hotter, and then colder again, and these different gradients, right?
Right. Okay.
How do you reconcile that?
How do I reconcile that? There's different temperatures at different altitudes?
Yeah, with a consistent gradient that just keeps getting of pressure that just keeps getting lower, but you get this fluctuation of temperature. I mean, that's a hard question to ask. I would ask a simpler question. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
How do you have gas pressure without I love that one. Gravity.
Good answer.
So see when you're talking about like the pressure remaining as a gradient going down, but the temperature is fluctuating.
Mm-hmm.
Would that not...
Is the gravity gradient...
Calm down, son. Right. So would that not be quite concerning, consider when we're talking about the pressure changes in a flat Earth? We would be thinking, oh wow, this is to do with the temperature. So wouldn't you expect pressure always to be in relation to temperature?
Yeah, I'm challenging these readings of temperature, which actually, like, they don't make sense, and
so you think the
they can't
temperature
be.
readings are wrong?
Yeah, I really do. I mean, I think they're just made up numbers. They're
Right.
not
Well,
they're
I don't.
unfalsifiable, basically. I
Right.
mean, that
Well,
was brought up earlier, was it not? No, I don't think it was. I
it's
wasn't
a
in this
great
room, though.
question. I understand like where you're coming from, because like if those temperatures were to be true, it would make the flat Earth stuff look a bit weird, possibly wrong. But there's no way for me personally to prove or for you to disprove that. So I really don't know. Like, there's no way
you
for
think
me
it
to
just
prove
makes
that it's right.
Yeah, it just makes the flat Earth look wrong, not the globe. Like, it makes sense on the globe.
Oh yeah.
So we're like, what's the difference?
Well, say on a globe, you have the main reason why the pressure is changing. Temperature's always got a part. The main reason the pressure's changing is because you've essentially got a big ball where all the gas is getting pulled towards it. Most simple way possible, all this gas is wanting to get as close to the fucking surface as possible. And see the pressure of that fucking air trying to get down. You also have the pressure pushing back out on it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. You'd have a linear, or well, as close to linear as you can get with pressure fluctuations. Pressure going out from the surface.
Don't you agree that temperature has an effect on pressure?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so if you have temperature fluctuations that don't coincide with the pressure gradient, how do you reconcile that? I mean, you said it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth, but somehow makes sense on a globe.
Well, on a flat Earth, you would have a container. Can we agree that for flat Earth, there's a container?
I would say in both scenarios, you need a container because that's the only way you could achieve gas pressure.
Right. So unfortunately, there's no container around Earth. So on a flat, can we just agree?
That's just a claim.
Can we agree that there's a container on the flat Earth?
Can you show me an example of gas pressure without a container?
Can we agree there's a container on the flat Earth?
No, we can't. What container?
So is there no container at all?
On what? What container?
The Earth right now. Is there a container?
Sorry.
In any scenario,
as the container.
If you have gas pressure, my claim is if you have gas pressure, therefore you have a container.
Right. So you think there's a container?
Since I'm breathing pressurized air, yes, there is a container.
Right. Perfect. So think it this way. In flat Earth, what causes that pressure gradient? Is it temperature?
What? No. What?
Right. So
you brushed. Wait.
Right. No. The Earth is flat. I get it.
Wait. No,
so there's a big container. What is causing that pressure gradient?
Come on, Mitchell. I
told you what causes it for the globe. What causes it for the flat? What makes this pressure change?
No. My question was, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
You're just changing the topic. Come on.
No, that was my question 5 minutes earlier.
Your question was the pressure gradient and the temperature gradient and how you reconcile that.
That was initially.
When they don't line up. So now I'm asking how that works on a flat Earth.
I'm really sorry, but you can't have gas pressure after you have a gradient, because you have to have pressure in the first place to have a gradient.
Well, yeah, there is pressure on the planet. That's true. And we can also measure that.
The claim is
there's a gradient as it's going up. So you're saying there's a container. Okay, that's perfect. What is causing that gradient? Is it temperature? Is temperature what's causing that gradient?
It's a combination of it's not just temperature. I mean, I would say at least in essence, gases are being produced at ground level. So you would expect the highest pressure to be at ground level.
Right.
In essence, that would be my starting point. Right. I would say also temperature has an effect, yes, on that gradient.
Right. So you asked
So it's
me
not
why
just
I would think that these readings that we cannot, like, I can't prove to you and you can't falsify. I get that. This isn't really evidence for anything. But I believe if these were to be true, it would make flat Earth look really silly, because that pressure increase would not line up with or that temperature increase would cause a pressure increase at that altitude, if that is the reason in which pressure is being created within that container.
Actually, I wouldn't agree with that statement. I mean, it's more nuanced than that, but sure, I'll give you that. But where are we going from here? I mean, are you debunking your own model here, or what's happening?
I'm saying that if these were to be true, the Earth could not be flat.
Yeah, but you're strawmanning here. Like, I actually clarified my position. So.
Oh yeah, you're saying that there's also the production of gases on the ground. So why would that not equalize temperature?
What do you mean equal? I mean, there's a whole fucking, like, there are things going on in the Earth. like it's not a static model. It's not just things are being produced.
We live in a dynamic system.
Yeah, you have like fucking storms. You have a whole fucking Earth and shit happening.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's dynamic.
You got oceans, you got tides, you got elevation, you got volcanoes, you got clouds, you got water in the sky, you got all sorts of stuff going on. Sun, day, night.
Yay, no tanks.
So the gas pressure gradients has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. That's the answer.
The pressure gradient has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
That
means you can have or not have. In this case, you have the pressure, and now you need to check how the surface is behaving. You are asking how the gas pressure gradients works on the flat Earth. That means if it's working on flat Earth, it should to be flat surface down.
I think the pertinent question is, how do you have gas pressure without a container? That's the question I think everybody's asking.
You ready for it?
Yeah, gravity.
Yes, 100%.
Predictive model. How do you like that?
Predictive model.
Gravity.
No model.
No, I predicted what you were going to say. Yeah, the gravity that earlier was Newtonian, but for some reason, I think you're willing to change your position.
Well, you say some reason it's because you want to talk about. Yeah, we need to look hip and trendy now, apparently. And the flat Earth server.
Step one, it was a
no, but Mitchell did.
Mitchell.
I like your energy, dude.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that he did make a concession, saying that there is a containment required, which he cited as gravity. So he's at least conceding that containment is required.
Well, yeah, if there was nothing, if there was absolutely zero causing the air to stay to the Earth, it would not stay to the Earth. It would just go off. Yeah.
Yeah, only thing, Mitchell, can you give me one definition of gravity that defines it as a container?
What do you mean? No. Why would I need to define gravity as a container?
Because that's what you're claiming it is.
At no point have I said what is, and you never asked what is the container. You asked what's causing air to stay.
No, I asked how can you have gas pressure without a container? That was the question.
Gravity.
Egypt.
I'm defining it as not as a container then.
Okay, then
Egypt.
let me ask you this.
Just a second. Hold on. Egypt. You may want to ask him to just go ahead and show you the experiment that validated gravity as a cause for gas pressure.
Well, that's going too far. I mean, that's too complicated.
Why?
That's a wee bit too much, Paul.
What the hell are you talking about?
Dude, chill out. We're having
we're having a civilized talk right now.
Yeah, it's just we're kicking it. Right,
Ripcord can jump in if he wants because he's pretty chill.
Honestly, I'm enjoying your accent, and we're connecting on some other level. It's not just the accent.
100% Irish, by the way.
Honestly, you're calm.
His name, it's
you're
Scottish
collected. Flag. I mean, you're not the regular.
That's so rude.
He's not trolling. I mean, did someone just call him a troll?
No, he called me Scottish.
He has a Scottish flag in his name. Look at it.
Then
Click
again,
on his profile.
I don't think you're Egyptian.
Stop ethnicity coding him.
100% bred, born and bred, man. Yeah, I mean, English is not my first language. It's Arabic. Hello, Allah, assalamu alaikum. Arabic is my first language. I'm Arab, Egyptian, Muslim. What more do you want to know? Wa alaikum assalam, habibi. عامل ايه؟
Habibi.
يا رئيس.
Just enough spout.
All right.
Just enough spout. Do you know what I spouted here?
Not really. Probably Arabic.
Exactly, and we just made a claim that it's enough. Like a pure Arab would go like, "Oh, who that?" You're just ignorant, making ignorant claims. I mean, I wouldn't say it's far off from what's been going on all night, Mitchell. I mean, we're good and all, but you're a little bit on the ignorant side, I would say.
What would I be ignorant about?
A lot of things, like gravity, for example. Your main claim, like you keep spouting it, like anything I ask, gravity, and yet you don't know which gravity that is or what gravity actually is.
Well, you want me to use?
I demonstrated that.
You want me to use?
No, I demonstrated.
Funny guy with the hair.
I don't want you to do anything, but I demonstrated that there are two gravities, and your definitions and your so-called ideas of this gravity were shown to be debunked 100 years over by Einstein. Right? I demonstrated this, and I don't know if it went over your head, but I think you actually agreed by saying, "Should we go the general relativity direction?" I'm not quoting you here. I'm just I don't know.
And
that's because you're getting pissy over like mass attracts mass.
And also, what could be asked is, does gravity have a constant or has it a variable to it?
Are you asking if the gravitational constant is a thing or if there are variables to do with gravity?
Depends on the mass of the object.
Yeah.
I wonder
the bigger
why
the object, the more
different
it will
pressure
exert.
systems, like high and low, are even possible then.
Could you repeat that, sorry?
I said if low and high pressure atmospheres are being possible, then
Of course they're possible.
Right. So
what causes it? Do you know what causes the pressure?
At the moment,
I would say atmosphere is impossible. That word is like an oxymoron.
Ripcord, would you expect obviously, would you expect the atmosphere to be, have no gradient if gravity was basically applying equally to everything?
I'm sorry, I don't understand anything anymore with gravity in terms of gravity, so you have to lash out a little bit more.
Right. If gravity was applying an equal force on all the air around the globe, would you expect there to be no great pressure gradient at all? Would you expect that to be uniform throughout?
So Mitchell, you just went you let go of Einsteinian gravity right there, by calling gravity a force. Do you
we're saying
realize
if
that?
there's an equal force being applied onto all of the,
Yeah, but
all of the
Einsteinian
air.
gravity is not a force.
He was superseded. Newton was superseded by Einstein.
It's not a force. Gravity is not a force according to Einstein. It is according to Newton. I agree with you, and we went down that route. But I think you kind of conceded that, like we said, Einstein superseded Newton, and these theories are mutually exclusive. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean,
that's all well and good, but I'm not saying gravity is the force. I'm saying there is a force, as in these.
Okay, I got that.
If all of this air is all being attracted to the Earth with an equal force, equal throughout, would you expect there to be a gradient?
Well, I would say it depends on the force. I mean, for me, the way I see air pressure and the way it's defined, everybody agrees that air pressure is the force exerted by the gas on its container. If you want to replace the word container here by force, I'll take your word for it. Let's see where it goes. But I think we already agreed that gravity is not a force earlier. So I don't know where because you earlier said the reason is gravity, or when I asked you, how can we have gravity? How can we have gas pressure without a container? You said gravity, which is not a force, but you're alluding to a force. So I don't know where this is going.
Would it not make sense? Say you have a unit of air, take any volume you want. So imagine just a unit of air being a volume of like a meter by a meter by a meter. Just
but is that a container, or what are we talking about?
So the air around that, with pressure applied in all directions, will act as a container to that air.
No.
Do you understand that?
That doesn't make any sense to me.
How does that not make sense? You want me to I can get paint if you want. Give me a second.
I mean, you say, when you say acts like a container,
right here, I can get paint up.
Makes like an M&M candy shell, forms a hard air shell, right?
Well, actually, we'll do this in 2D because it will be a lot simpler, and I can't really draw 3D
where are you
shapes.
posting?
I'm streaming right now in the chat. We've got Paint open, which is a very scientific tool.
Watch stream. Paint. I love Paint.
Yeah,
man.
Paint's amazing.
Good one.
It's very useful.
Yeah. Is that a perfect square or is that a rectangle?
I don't know. I never really measured it.
I'm fucking with you.
I know there's a difference between calculating and measuring.
No.
I can calculate it if you want.
Flat Edge, can I ask a question?
Well, Mitchell was
I want to ask you a question because of gravity. Did you research about Newton and Einsteinian gravity in your life?
Yes, I did.
Yes. Did you see any of that, let's say, mainstream astronomers, astrophysicists, whatever you want to call them? Did you ever hear them that they are saying something like these guys saying tonight about mixing them together and they are up,
Well, I'll tell you this. In school, the way they taught it to me was I mean, like they were basically the same thing, just explained differently, but basically they're the same thing. That's how they do it. That
No,
they teach you gravity.
No, I'm saying about experts. What experts saying? They're doing the same thing like he's doing, or they have separate.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm pointing out. That they are mutually exclusive. They're not the same. They can't be the same thing by definition. Simply by definition. I mean, I gave that example of one being a force and the other being defined as not being a force. So, by definition, they are mutually exclusive.
And I like to mention always that letter about Newton, because that letter exists, or maybe that's also some fake story. But some letter exists that Newton wrote that he doesn't want to have anything ascribed to him, anything about mass, flux, mass, force.
I've heard that one, and I've heard the history behind that one. Yeah, and sure, we can get into that. But I think I am.
Right,
that looks to me like 2 chambers, one pressurized. Probably
100%.
The other isn't.
So
let's open
can
the
we
wall
agree that say that box right there? So these like walls aren't actually a container. This is just us quantifying a volume in which that gas is in. Yeah. So there's nothing stopping that gas from flying away. So I think we both understand that if we put like normal sea level pressure air in that area there,
we're not going to put it anywhere.
Absolutely,
it's there.
Absolutely no container. It would just fly away. Say you put air in there. There's no container. It's all going to just escape. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm confused here, bro. I mean, you say put air in there. You say put air in there, and in the same breath say it's not a container. So what am I putting air in?
Right. This is just hypothetical. Okay.
No. Wait. Okay.
Purely hypothetical.
I agree with you. It's hypothetical. What am I putting air into if it's not a container?
Right. So this is just representing a 1 meter by 1 meter volume.
Okay.
So,
volume.
We'll say area because
Yes.
Volume.
Okay.
No container.
I got you.
No.
So we're not putting anything in there. It's already there. We're just drawing a hypothetical. We're drawing a hypothetical cube of volume of a X volume around that that air, and it's purely no container. Just drawing lines, hypothetical lines in our minds.
Red air in there, yeah. Only in the container, or not container.
Go ahead.
Purely within this volume. So imagine everything else out here as being a vacuum. Now we could have air. No. Just hang with me here. Please just hold
that's
this
impossible.
for you.
You're asking me to imagine something that's impossible. Like you're telling me to suspend my.
You know what? Don't worry about the volume. There's just air in this volume.
Make that square bigger. Draw it around that rectangle. Make a bigger one around it, and call that the vacuum because you need a container for that too.
Well, we'll get to that, Radwin. Just you watch. Keep your eyes open. So.
It sounds like you're doing a magic trick.
Right,
would you agree?
This.
Like how
this
a magician
almost magic
would do it.
So you have air. You have air around this volume. This is at pressure. So all the air around this is also at pressure. The same pressure at which the air in this box is, which would prevent this from
is it
moving in all directions.
Is it empty?
What's empty?
That box you just
exact same air pressure inside it.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
if that helps.
Oh, well, that makes sense so far. I know where you're going.
The air tries to move down. The same pressure's going back at it.
Why?
It tries
to
go to the right. Because there's no
differential. What exactly? Where's the differential of pressure for the air to move from one pressure to the other? Why are you expecting the air?
There is absolutely no differential there, is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, exactly, and no container. So, what's your point?
So now you've got pressure without a container. Jesus Christ!
No, you're trying to prove delta X rather than X. I thought that's what you're doing. I mean, we already have gas pressure. You already pointed it out in the first box, the black box.
Mm-hmm.
you drew the air pressure in there. How do you have that pressure? That would be my question.
How do you have that pressure?
Yes, in your first box. Delete that red box. How do you have gas pressure in that box, that black box? Wait, he deleted everything.
Yeah. Make this nice and easy. So I'll make it flat because that helps. Yeah.
Well, no, that doesn't help anything. It has nothing to do with gas pressure. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Nothing. Nothing.
I agree
it's
with
not
you
even
there.
a flat Earth argument.
I agree with you there.
It's not a flat Earth argument. It's not. Gas pressure is a globe destroyer because
globe destroyer.
Yeah, a globe claims to be a gas ball in an infinite vacuum of space, a pressurized ball of gas.
So we can say there's more air and less as you get up. Now, what would cause air
it doesn't defy the idea
going down?
I'm not saying. See, you keep saying. I ask you, how do you have gas pressure? Wait. Dude, listen. I'm asking you, how do you have gas pressure without a container? And you're showing me that Earth has a gradient of pressure. You're not answering my question. You're showing me that. I'm asking you, how do you have gas pressure? You're showing me a delta of that gas pressure as an answer to that question. It doesn't answer.
How do I show you the lack of a container? How do I show you something not existing?
Wait, what? How dash? Maybe.
How do I prove to you that there is no container? How do I show you the lack of something?
I mean, that's not. See, that's not how it works. If you want to claim that you can, if you want to claim that you can have gas pressure without a container, you would be expected to show me that. Because I know, and what everybody can demonstrate is the only way you can have gas pressure is within a container. That's demonstrable. That claim is demonstrable. I can show you, like a balloon, for example. You blow up a balloon, container,
if the air escapes the balloon, but it's still pressurized.
Yeah, it escapes into what?
The surrounding air, which is where the box example was really nice.
Which is, do you agree that we have air pressure that we're breathing?
There is air pressure, correct?
Yeah, we're breathing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you have that without a container? That is the question.
Well, which one escapes? Is it the higher pressure or the lower pressure?
Come on, dude. We're going in circles here. Like Mitchell, I think you're smarter than this.
Imagine every single molecule is getting pulled towards the ground.
Well,
why? But they're not.
All the air. Ones that escape. Which ones?
All
the ones that escape.
I'm going to retire here.
That would take years. But
give a chance.
Come on. You're really going to run from it?
Per square.
No. Giving chance to other people because I'm on the mic here.
In space, so for them to
fuck's sake. Right. Oh well. Look, it was a good run, but I'm done for the night.
That wasn't me running, dude. That was you, right?
Really?
I was good. I was there all the way with you, but
up until
I wanted to give you room.
The G words.
No, I heard him.
I just asked you for a clarifying question. Really,
does the ocean have a container?
I wanted to know which way it escapes. That's all. Like why
does the ocean have a container for pressure?
Maybe this mic's not working.
The ocean doesn't have a container for it to have pressure. Kind of like the atmosphere is the same thing.
No, the ocean does have a container.
No, the ocean has a container.
Wait, why do you guys use the word atmosphere?
Anything has pressure needs a container.
ocean has a container. Can you please demonstrate with a verifiable scientific experiment with the manipulation of the
Every single
constant?
example of air pressure is within a container.
Okay, I'm gonna take an example. Just relax. All right, so if you have volume, you have a container. So if I put water in a cup, the cup is a container, right? So if you put water in an ocean, what's containing that? Well, it seems to be like the shores, right? So if you see a lake, everything that contains that water would be the shores of that lake. So everywhere around there, it's being contained. Don't be an idiot. Let me unmute you now.
Yeah, they want you to suspend reality, and then imagine.
I know you're
drawing a cube here.
you don't think the ocean doesn't have a container. So to break it to you.
What?
The ocean doesn't have a container, retard.
That's so stupid, dude. Look up oceanic.
What do you?
All of you.
Go Google oceanic basin before you say anything else.
Coping seas. Coping seas. Overdose on your medication.
Okay, Tony Ma, before you say anything else in this voice channel, go Google oceanic basin.
I'm a
Text in the
retired.
chat when you've done it.
And fix your microphone. And fix your microphone.
Who, me?
Bro, what do you think contains the ocean? What do you think contains the ocean?
It's called a oceanic basin for like the 4th time.
Oceanic basin.
Okay, you go to Google too for that, please. This is so basic.
I mean,
grade
Alpha
5
pointed out
geology, like.
Do you understand that?
I didn't recognize
the ocean is below sea level.
Of,
What's above that? What can like what's around the ocean? More land,
beach,
right?
Yeah, there's a continental crust,
Like a cup.
shoreline. There's an ocean floor. Like, yeah, something's containing it.
Yeah.
Very simple.
I mean,
you got a beach containing the water. If it's any higher than the water, it's containing it. If you dig the dirt away, right, it's lower.
That's how you get floods, right? Overflow of the container. Overflow of the container causes floods.
The Tony guy left. The guy. I mean, I would leave too if you said that like liquids don't need a container. And then
Mitchell
you go to the
left
beach
too, right?
Yeah.
No, but Mitchell's cool, bro. I like him, like first impressions and all. But yeah, I mean, he's cool.
I don't dislike him.
I can have a convo. Yeah, look, he was calm, collected. I can actually have a back and forth with him.
Pretty rare.
Yeah, it's just that So the last thing I would have honed in on is that he said, well, the air escapes, right? So the air that you blew up in the balloon, high pressure next to low pressure, the high pressure escapes into the low pressure. That's the thing. That's the thing that he's eventually affirming doesn't happen.
As soon as you get him to the crescendo, he runs away. That's too bad. He's a great guy after all, right?
Yeah, actually, he doesn't run away. He gives this like, oh, it's gravity, ha ha ha. Like he he actually he's aware. No, he's aware of what he's doing. That's the thing.
He's not aware.
No, he is. He is. No, because he laughed. He gave this like, I'm gonna say. Actually, before that, he was like, what I'm gonna say, you're not gonna like, right? And he's like, I'm gonna say gravity, and you're gonna say you don't like it. So he's I would say somewhat aware. I mean, he understands the aspects behind the argument, and when I pointed out the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity, he grasped that, and that's what actually there was a cognitive dissonance in his brain, and he actually acknowledged it. So I would say he is aware, but to an extent, of course. It's not like he's aware to the point of finding out the truth and becoming a flat earther. Quite the opposite. He's holding on to his beliefs, but he's cool. I mean,
Nah, I'm banning him right now. He's a creep.
He's Irish. I like the accent.
Wasn't that Scottish?
I jest, of course.
No, it wasn't.
What? No, that was Scottish. I was Scottish. Dude, I know a Scottish accent when I hear one. An Irish accent is like this. An Irish, love me like a charms.
It's a wee bit the same, but different.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like the aggressiveness of like the two accents are like there, but Scottish
We
is
want
like,
to go eat Lucky Charms now.
yeah.
I mean, listen. I'm not mad at you, John. I'm not calling you out exactly. But for a guy who cries racism like every 2 seconds, in the past, I appreciate you not being that way.
What?
It's funny, Lucky
Being
Charms.
racist.
That sounded like a call out.
Being a racist?
No, forget I mentioned it. Nobody's being racist.
Bro, being a racist? No,
I mean, last time I said you were being obnoxious, and it's like, you're like, everybody's racist against me. It's weird.
No, I remember someone going like impersonating accents, and then just straight up going with like racist fucking like satirical accents.
I know they did an accent. I know that's what you just did. That's why I said.
Like it's the context is different.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can be satirical with accents without being satirical. I mean, you can wear black makeup without being fucking racist.
No, that was not.
Or can you?
That was not. That's not the same context. Okay.
Yeah.
You
can you wear a
understand
sombrero?
That's the thing, like, right? Like, so, like, you wear a sombrero, right? Like, and then the Spanish people are like, oh, that's cultural appropriation, right? And then you paint your face black, right? Oh, cultural appropriation.
No,
right?
they don't go.
But then it's like, then okay, all the black guys are saying the N word. It's like, that's my word, dude. We made that word.
No, but that's like.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
That's just a
joke. It's like we can't say. It's like they can't say the C word.
Actually, you can say whatever the fuck you want. I mean,
no, like we can say the C. We can say the C word.
I mean,
we can say the C
where
word.
I come from, when you say shit, you can end up in prison. I mean, but you guys live in the free world, like the Western world, like America, like Europe.
Man.
You got freedoms and shit. You got rights.
Egypt,
we don't got those.
Egypt is like.
Yeah, it's a fucking a dictatorship. Like if I say
let me tell you a story, right? You guys might think, okay, he's from America, he's a white guy, he doesn't know what racism. I understand racism. Let me tell you. One time, I got jumped by this group of skinheads. I was in the hospital for like a few days. It was probably the worst initiation that I ever joined. The worst.
Really?
So I understand racism.
I get it.
Bro.
No, but I was being serious. Right?
No, I was joking both times.
No, it's fine. But honestly, like Egyptians are fucking like you don't know what racism is. Like it doesn't even compare. Like yeah, we're a bunch of skinheads. Actually, I would say it's not so much as we are actually racist as much as classist, right? But like we have nothing going for us. We're a bunch of stupid motherfuckers.
No,
right?
Egypt, in my opinion, is not a very. I just don't like Egypt really in general. It's like a.
Have you ever been?
No, and then I don't really want to.
Is it flat there?
Shit!
Like I mean,
they're gonna make.
They're gonna scam me constantly.
Oh yeah, you've been on YouTube and shit. Like that's your research on Egypt.
I mean,
no, but like
I don't look like
for
I
me,
really.
honestly, to make a judgment upon a people, I need to mix with them. I've been around the world. Like smells for me are like one way to judge a society. It's like there are so many things going for any society. It's not just fucking some YouTuber's opinion or like you said, oh, they're gonna scam me. Like that's when you go to the pyramids, like a tourist attraction, right?
Yeah.
That's in the poorest part of the world, like the poorest part of Egypt, right? And make a judgment about the whole of Egypt. That means you know nothing. That's an ignorant conclusion of making a statement about the country. If you actually go there, and the way I do travel is mixed with the locals. That's the best way, I think. I think everybody would agree. And it's not so practical. You can't always do that. But yeah, I mean, you can have a simplistic way of seeing that. I mean, that's the way people perceive Egypt. I agree with you, right? A bunch of scammers. But that's not an in-depth way of seeing Egypt, and that's not the way I'm describing it here. But sure.
No, well, it's yeah. I guess so. It's kind of ignorant, but yeah, just in general, I really just don't like a lot of predominantly like Muslim, like Islamic, like ruled countries.
Yeah. I mean, actually, that's the funny thing. Egypt is like in the Arab world. Yeah, in the Arab world, Egypt is like the least Islamic country. It's actually the you know how let's say take Berlin, take London. You know how they're melting pots,
Yeah.
right? That's how Egypt is in the Arab world. It's a melting pot of every single facet of humanity. It's insane. Like the rich, the poor, the Muslim, the Christian, the atheist, you know what I mean? It's a huge fucking melting pot of everything. It's insane. It's crazy. Like you can have like some person can go to Egypt and have one experience and blog about it, and I went to the pyramids, I did this and that, and I got scammed. And then you can have this other experience where they're, oh my god, I went to the best beach in the world. You know what I mean? It is a melting pot, and I'm not dismissing anybody's. I mean, you can have the worst fucking experience in your life in Egypt. That is possible. I'm not dismissing that. Yeah, that is there. It does exist, but you can still have a good experience. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, you are right in a sense. I'm not dismissing what you're saying. Just adding to it, if you like.
No, I get it. Yeah, I don't know. Like for me, my most just commonly never mind. Right.
No, speak your mind, man. Never mind is not good enough. We're having a back and forth. Speak your mind.
Don't have a prejudice because your brain is fulfilled with the mainstream narrative, you know.
No, I mean, yeah, that was a good correction I just got now.
I mean, that's cool enough. I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot or anything. It's just, I mean, that's true for any country. Yeah, it's cool. I love Europe too. I mean, I've been around.
Right.
So
I don't know. I'm just kind of looking for someone to, I don't know,
to bash.
Try
bash the fuck up.
No, and try to like prove to me.
Proof to you. Well,
yeah, like
you said you hate Islam, right?
No, I mean,
well,
why do you hate Islam? Before we derail.
No, I never actually, I never intentionally.
You want somebody to prove this to you?
Yeah.
That's impossible. Proof is personal. You can only prove things for yourself. To yourself.
I disagree.
So how does that make sense when most of this channel is people trying to like teach other people? or like sway them.
A different way of thinking? That's not proof.
No, what?
Do you believe in objective truth? Like, do you think something can be objectively true, or is truth just subjective in the eye of the beholder? Basically, is that how you perceive truth, or do you think truth can be
truth are things. I think truth are things like if I'm going to drink water, it's gonna go down my throat. If I smash an apple with my fist, it's going to fucking burst. Right?
Yeah. So you believe in objective truth. You think truth can be objective.
Yeah.
It's not subjective. Like, okay,
truth.
so
yeah.
So can you tell me an example of something you believe in, like anything?
Like for me, it's I don't know. Like for me, the concept.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Right now, I'm like in a point of life where probably I'm in like the middle. I still go to go with my family. Yeah.
No, do you believe in God? My question was. God as in a creator of this world.
Yeah, I believe there's like some sort of creator.
Some sort. Do you believe that creator is intelligent? Do you believe that creator is nature?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is nature intelligent?
Yeah. Nature is extremely intelligent. It's
Which part of nature is intelligent? Can you point me to it?
Everything.
Which part of nature? Yeah. Which part of nature is
Everything.
intelligent?
Plants, animals.
Yeah, that's the creation you're pointing to, that nature created. Yeah, exactly. So, but you're saying nature created that intelligence. I'm asking you for the evidence for the creator of the intelligence, not the intelligence that is obvious, that we all see. Like DNA, for example. DNA is information. It's code. We call it genetic code. The only way you can, it's like writing a book. Like, the only way you can have a book is if there is a writer behind it, an intelligent designer, just like DNA. So when you are citing this world as being evidence, I'm with you. So, but what is the creator that created this world? That would be my question.
Mm. Actually, I'm kind of. Can you repeat that again? I'm kind of. Because I will focus on that last one.
So, you said, when I asked you, you said nature. I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
That nature created this world. That's what you believe, right? Do you think nature is intelligent?
Oh yes.
So okay, so what is nature? What is it? A being?
No. No.
Oh, okay.
Isn't
What is it?
nature? Isn't nature? Just if you want to look at it in like a brute way, it's like the forest outside, right? Or when you go outside, like there's trees.
Are you nature? Are you nature?
I mean, everyone's nature in a way.
Exactly. So, I mean, did you create yourself? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
Obviously, in a way, yes.
Okay. So, in what way? I mean, not in the way I'm asking you. What is the creator of this world? When you say nature, which includes yourself, and then agree that you didn't create yourself, so hence you yourself, nature, the way you describe it, is not the creator of this world, correct?
No. All right. What you're getting at is right. The fact that I can't pinpoint exactly and give you raw evidence, like as to what, even if I give you fucking the first microbes or fucking whatever on the planet.
That's not what I'm
right?
asking.
Like you're gonna ask me. No, yeah, you're gonna ask me. So when did that come from? Like where did that come from?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
No, but that's like essentially what you're getting at.
No,
like,
it's not at all. Nothing to do with that. I explained how the world, like I give the example of DNA, correct? DNA, genetic code, is information. The only way you can have information anywhere is if you have a knower, right? You can't have information without a knower.
Yeah.
Like information, like if you just bunch up a bunch of numbers or letters, they're never gonna write a book, no matter how much Big Bang chance you give them. It's never gonna write an intricate book, right? That gives specific uh, targeting to certain, in this instance, genetic code. We're talking about how to act, when, where, and how, right? Code.
No.
Yeah. The only way you can have code is if you have a knower. So where does our DNA come from? That's my question.
I don't have the answer for that, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, that's an honest answer, I guess. I would say God. I mean, a creator.
Yeah, but from
that's the only way.
My question.
That's the
question
the
is,
only
can you
logical
prove?
answer.
Can you prove to me? Can you
just
prove
did.
God to me?
I just did.
No,
genetics.
You based him on assumption. Like
It's not an assumption.
The existence of God is based on assumption.
No, that's fact, not assumption.
Well, that's
where did
not
I
a
assume?
fact. You can't prove that
Creations
to
need
me.
a creator,
Okay.
dude.
Wait.
You can't.
I'm gonna take it all the way with you. Where was I assuming? Which part of my statement did I assume?
You told me that when did DNA come from, right? And I told him, well, I don't know. Then he said, exactly. It kind of like God made it. And I said
that's
to
not what I
you,
said.
well, no, that's
I said,
what I
what is
understood.
DNA? What is DNA?
DNA, like you said, it's genetic code, but it doesn't matter. You're asking where it came from.
Yeah, code. What is code?
Like a repeated order, or like an order of things.
Yeah, a code is. It's not just a sequence. It's a sequence that makes sense, that has meaning and has purpose. It's not just any fucking sequence. Like code, like in computer science, you use code to write a bunch of programming language to make machines do things. Code.
Yeah.
That's what code is. So our genetic code, which is actually linked to like an alphanumeric style of code, and that's the way it works. Where do you think that comes from? Do you think that, like earlier, you made the statement of nature? Like, how does that work? How does nature create genetic code? Can you walk us through that? Like, how you in your mind see that working? Because the only way I see it working, like the only way I see a Shakespeare book being written, is if you have Shakespeare, a creator, a mind behind that code you wrote, which has purpose. Information needs a knower. The only way you have information. See, if you're just an atheist who's materialistic, you can't believe in code or genetic code, because that would be supernatural. That goes beyond the scope of an atheist. But still, these atheists believe in genetic code and somehow link it to evolution, and you know what I mean?
But evolution, wasn't evolution proven to be true? Like it is.
proven to be true in what essence is it proven to be true? Like I just gave you the crux of DNA. DNA is code, and you agreed. Do you disagree that DNA is code?
No, I
Is
don't
it something else?
disagree.
Yeah. So
I'd call it information. I wouldn't call it code. Code kind of implies.
Sure.
I don't know. Code kind of implies that it was made, like intentionally.
Well, information implies it was made just as much. That's my argument. And the only way you can have information is if you have a knower for that information.
For you, like evolution, right? You say like how was it proven, right? Like there's a lot of proof, right? You have creatures you have creatures like apes, right? Like like monkeys, which look which have like strikingly like similar attributes to like humans, right?
Is that honestly? Is that what we're going off of?
No, but
they look similar.
just on that alone.
Therefore,
just on that
evolution.
alone. I know, right? Listen. That alone can give you a pretty solid. All right. Can you give me
go
an
ahead.
example of an?
I'm going on mute. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Right. So what I was gonna say, right, is that you have creatures like all the reptile creatures, right? They're like I don't know, like in the sea, right? They're not reptiles, sorry. Like all of the quote unquote fish in the sea, right? Like they all came from like certain I don't know what's the word, like different types of fish, right? Like the other different like organisms. From what I can understand, right? And like there are also like if I remember correctly, there have been excavations, right, of like skulls, which are like from early Homo sapiens, right? Like I think it's Homo erectus or something. I don't know, somewhere along that. Like there are skulls that are like basically just human skulls. It's not really debated. It's like basically just human skulls, right? And
wait, human or ape skulls? What are you talking about? And what fish? You said fish.
The term is like Homo sapiens for humans, right? And there have been like skulls found that have been named. Like I can see there's like Homo ergaster, something like that.
Okay, so
Homo
you found skulls. So you found skulls, and then what?
Yeah.
And then what? How does that prove? What proof?
That gives you proof that something existed, like extremely similar to humans, a long time ago, right? Because do you see any other species of any kind?
What about now? Are apes similar to humans today, or are they different?
Well, no, because no,
they're different.
Okay, you're flooding me with responses, and you're trying to overwhelm me.
Just one question.
No, you are.
Not flooding.
You're trying to overwhelm me. It's pretty irritating.
Sorry, bro. I apologize that you're overwhelmed.
Like every single syllable that comes out of my mouth, you just go no. Well, no, proof.
Yeah.
But you said fish. Can you imagine this fish is coming out and then it started to developing lungs, liver, and skin and hair? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Not even that. I mean, if you actually do the research,
immediate. It's not immediate.
Think about this. Only one thing. All organs in human being, they are there because they must to be there, and they have function to do to organism to exist. They didn't develop to the years. Do you understand that?
Yeah, they did. What?
No.
Why? Do you know? Okay. Do you know example of the tailbone? Do you know, for example, of the tailbone?
Oh, really?
Do you know? We have the tailbone in our body? No, answer.
I will
Answer.
repeat to you. I will repeat to you. That means
Okay.
all our organs has the function. That means all our nerve system has the function. All our skin has the function. That function, it's an intelligent body, you know. And
yeah, he's denying DNA. That's the
I'm not
funny
denying
part.
DNA.
But
What?
You are.
not only DNA. Everything in your body has the function because it must work like that. It's not something that is developed through the years. Do you understand that?
How can you prove that? Prove it to
Oh,
me.
Jesus Christ! Because I'm human being. I have heart. I have liver. I have. I
Yeah,
have my
no, but the
bones.
current that's not proof.
Of what?
That's not proof that we changed. That's not proof that you and your great
Dude.
great
Yeah,
great
the onus
grandfather
is on
For the
you.
fish.
It's not on
For
him.
the fish.
It's your claim to make.
No,
It's not his.
it's based though.
Is it your
You're
grandpa was a
making a
fish,
claim
man?
that over millions of years, these species developed adaptive.
Yes,
I don't even know.
capabilities.
I don't even know that's what you're claiming. I mean, you haven't made clear your claim, but
All
you're
right, flat
asking
matter.
us.
Egypt.
Yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
All right. Did you know, if I remember correctly, that humans and apes share like about fucking 98% of like DNA? Right?
That's not true.
Is there? Are you stupid?
Or
There's like
bananas.
you can Google that. Flutter.
I think you wait. I think there are species out there that
You
you
better
actually
investigate that a little bit better instead of making
Yeah.
that stupid claim.
Yeah, humans. I think
I'm gonna provide you with an
share
article.
more
pigs.
DNA with other
We can
beings
we can
out there.
transplant organs from pigs to humans, and we can live with that.
Yeah, especially hearts.
No, you can't.
You can.
Yes, you can. The valves, every
We want
valve, like
that to
the
you.
heart is one of those organs we take from pigs. Heart, we have a replica of that organ in pigs. All valves and ventricles and things like that we get from pigs.
No,
In
no,
medicine.
tread lightly. We not.
Well,
you can
not all.
listen.
The only
the
thing
fact
that you
that
can, the only thing that you can use from a pig in relation to a heart is the valves because of how similar
The
they are.
valves. Well, yeah, that's what
The
I
actual
said.
heart you can't give somebody a whole pig heart. It doesn't quite work that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
no, listen, and
they
the
try.
fact that you can use it. Yeah, no, the fact that you can use it doesn't mean that it's
why isn't
okay.
it the
Listen,
ape? Why isn't it the ape that I can take the valve from?
wasn't it the ape?
Yeah. Why isn't it a monkey that we can take the valve from?
Well, number
if
one,
we're so
monkeys,
close in DNA.
No, monkeys and apes. Number one are two different things. Two.
Okay,
the reason you can't is because unlike a pig, there are no other great apes like us that are a similar size to us. Believe it or not,
I'm
all the
not
other
an ape,
great
dude.
apes,
Yeah, but
all the other
pigs
great
are not apes.
like you
Pigs are
can't
not
use
apes.
you can't
Wait,
use
wait.
part. Hold on, nobody can implant
Pigs
you with
are not
part of a
apes.
gorilla heart because a gorilla's
Pigs-
heart is 2.5 times the size of yours. That's why
Yeah,
that
pigs
doesn't
are not
work.
gorillas or apes. So why can we use their valves?
Because they're mammals, and they're because they're mammals.
I will ask a simple question about it. I will ask a simple question about information. How do you know that something is blue? Why you call it blue?
No, that's what we call it. What we agree blue is we all see the same thing.
All right, listen.
Yeah, but
the fact that you can
that's
use
not
the
where we're
valves.
going here. I mean, that's not an argument. But
But
the
all
fact that you
information
can
is coming from one source, man. All of them.
yeah, we all see the same thing. We call it blue.
listen. The fact that you said you can use some parts, anything relating to pigs or other animals that is not human, the fact that you can use it doesn't mean it's effective. It's effective in the long run, and it doesn't mean no, it doesn't. It doesn't. You can research that. I'm right on it, giving you an example.
But you don't get that from apes. Can we
Yeah, but he
use
just
apes
explained
valves?
because apes aren't similar to us in size, so it's irrelevant to even think about that. Like if apes were similar, no, listen,
that's
if
fine,
apes
that's
were
fine.
similar to our size, yeah, so you get that.
Yeah, but pigs aren't similar to us in size.
I'm also fairly certain that it's a significantly easier to get your hands on a pig in the United States than it is to get your hands on a gorilla. Like, let's be honest.
That's not the issue. I mean, we can get our hands on any fucking species on this world, and we milk these species for so many things.
No,
it's not about how easy it is.
No,
okay,
that's not true.
So give me the second easiest. Give me the second easiest. What's the second easiest?
How's our easiest?
Second easiest.
I don't know.
Second easiest. Give me the second easiest to the pig.
I don't know of another animal.
You don't know shit. That's you making
cow baby
claims.
A cow.
A cow baby?
Nope.
Can't do cow baby.
No,
can't do cows.
This is what I'm saying. Even if you could, then it's not effective. If you're laughing at it, then nothing in there is effective.
No, I'm laughing
what's
at
your
you,
argument?
not at it.
What?
I'm laughing
no, you're laughing at your argument. You're laughing at your argument.
What's my argument? What's my argument?
Your argument. Your argument. No, your argument.
You said
okay,
that we're all
monkeys. No,
you're claiming fucking evolution because things are similar. You don't even know what evolution is.
Wait, flat
Earth. It's so funny.
Wait,
what's evolution?
Egypt,
Define evolution. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
What's evolution? Then your claim. What is it? Define evolution.
Right.
See, empty space. Right. Yeah. You don't know shit. You don't know what you're claiming. What's evolution? What's evolution?
Alright, if you're gonna be a dick, I'm not gonna respond to you.
I'm going on mute. See, look, mute.
Go on mute.
2, 3.
Nice, fucking brilliant. Alright, so my understanding of evolution, right, is like for me, from like the basis, what I've been taught, right, is there have been really simple organisms, right, in the ocean, right, that grew inside of the ocean, right, and over time have spread and developed into more, like, complex organisms, right? And then some of them actually made it
on
onto land.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You don't know what.
How am I wrong?
Flat Egypt. Let me. Can I take a stab at it?
Yeah. I'll go mute. Sorry. Go ahead.
Evolution is simply the changes in an organism over time through the process of natural selection. Natural selection is the thing that happens. Evolution is the result of that thing.
Incorrect. Yeah, you also don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Wait, so flat Earth, what do you think we had like 60,000 years ago? What do you think we were 60,000 years ago as a species?
Who cares? I don't know. Why are you asking me? You're the one with the claim.
No,
that's not an argument.
All right, then go on.
Flat
the guy that
Flat
can probably only fix gravity back to regeneration.
What's the short handle for your name, by the way? Flat Earth Egypt. What would you prefer? If you could get it down to like one syllable.
Egypt.
Like saying flat Earth.
Okay. Well, Egypt is two syllables. But...
Effie.
Okay.
I don't know what's your two syllables?
What's the driving force?
No, what's your two syllables?
Well,
what's your two syllables? No, what's your one syllable?
Platt.
Platt?
Platt. Platt.
That's fucking sad, Platt. What? Go home, Platt.
So what's the driving force behind evolution?
There is no evolution. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not my claim.
You know what I'm asking. You and I understand.
I
don't believe in evolution. I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you as though you believe in it. I'm just asking if you understand it. Like, what's the driving force behind evolution?
You don't even know what evolution is. I don't know what you're talking about. What's evolution? When you ask what is evolution, when you say what is evolution and what's the driving force behind it, what do you mean? What is evolution when you say that word?
Yeah, how does evolution happen? How does
what is evolution? What is evolution?
Changes in a biological system over time.
No, that's not evolution. So go home.
Yeah, it is.
Go home. No, it's not.
Tell us what it is.
Give me one citation. Wait. Give me one citation that backs up your. Yeah, give me one citation that says what you just said. One, just one, anywhere, from anywhere. I'd accept it if it's from underground.com. Give me it.
Okay, if it's not that, can you tell us what it is?
No, I'm not going to tell you your fucking claim.
So it's
What
a secret.
the fuck
I mean,
no,
that's the
it's
same
not
Earth,
my
by the
claim.
way, as Flat
It's not
Earth.
my
This is
claim.
like the same
It's
logic.
your claim.
Like, no, listen, Flat Earth. The claim
You
is
fucking idiot.
no,
That's your
listen,
claim.
no, listen. Right, like
Yeah, I'll
people that
listen.
give you evidence or like try and give you like some sort of like understanding to something, like you just go, oh,
That was me. The question is valid. He's asking for the gentleman to produce the evidence of his claim, and the evidence should come forth at this time. We don't need any other interlocutors to interject. We need the answer to the question. If it's not able to be given, then say, I don't know, would suffice. Thank you.
For the record, Egypt, the question you asked me, my answer to that question is in chat.
I guess thank you, but which chat can you direct me?
The 24 flat. Go to the voice chat room where it says 24/7 flat Earth. There's a little chat box right there. If you click that, that's the chat room.
Yeah, got it. Platypus, noun, evolution. Is that it?
Correct.
So you're giving me a dictionary definition of the term evolution? Is that your best? So it's not in the context of a scientific theory, right? We're talking colloquially, what is evolution? Is that what we're doing here? I mean,
then maybe
I'm confused.
Hold on. Hold on. Then maybe I'm misunderstanding. Then maybe hold on. Then maybe I misunderstood exactly what it was you wanted me to give to you.
Yeah, I have a
Because you're an
question for
idiot,
Flat Earth.
I guess.
Flat Earth. Read where it says organisms are thought to have developed and diversified. It's just an imagination. It's all it is.
Yeah, at best. At best. I mean, but that even doesn't define it. I mean, that's a poor definition of a fucking word. I mean, it doesn't tell me anything about what it is. It's insane.
It explains how Pikachu turned to another Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. At best.
Well, at least we learned today something.
I apologize for my laughing and all that, but I can't help it. Honestly, it's fucking insane that
Bro,
I
you
have
ain't
to
gonna,
do this.
Dude. You're not gonna. You go by. You sound familiar. You can go by any of the names.
Platypus, like a listener, only like a listener now. It's okay to post your citation. That everybody can do. I can post my citation. That's all. But it's all right.
And honestly, for someone to have conviction of such a claim, wait, I just want to get this through. To make it like when I get on here and make such a convicted, I mean, evolution is true. I should be ready not to copy and paste some fucking definition of the word I'm making the claim of. I should be able to, off the top of my head, explain what it is, and it should not contradict that fucking definition that I'm willing to copy and paste. But that's what I'm getting. I mean, someone's saying one thing, the other is pasting another thing, and the third one is like, oh, I don't know what it is. What is evolution?
In his logic, I have a proof for the sphere. Listen now, Flat Earth. Sphere is a geometrical object, has the radius and diameter. I prove you the sphere.
Oh yeah, you defined it.
Right, that and even I can draw you the sphere. I can make a drawing about sphere. I can make a sign. I can make a map about sphere, and there is sphere. It's the same. Evolution is there. Even he posted all this.
I'm not interested in you drawing the sphere. I'd be far more interested in you drawing the plane or the flatness, whatever word you want to use.
Okay, great.
Everybody measures the Earth.
Okay, I will tell you. Called Hungarian plane. They give the name. Information came from I don't know who, but they still plane. I didn't call plane, and it's called Hungarian plane, and it doesn't change a lot of elevation. It's flat like a pancake. Then you have Florida. Then you have Salt Lake in Bolivia. Then you have Suez Canal. Then you have all oceans. Then you have all lakes. Is that enough?
No, I'm looking for a drawing.
Go to Hungary, go to Florida, go to any beaches and try to find any point where Earth is curving. And then you will find out that it's not curving. And maybe
I'm not interested in you talking about looking for a curve or looking for that. I'm just interested in the drawing.
You want
a drawing? Hey, I mean,
drawing. Particularly,
okay.
Drawing is the
Can
wrong
you
word.
chill with me?
Really,
I'll draw it for you. If I draw it for you, is that
you're not going to do it? You and I already know you're not going to do it in earnest, Egypt. You know you're not being sincere. You know it's not going to be. You're not going to actually take that seriously. You're going to make a joke out of it instead of actually taking a fair stab at it.
Joke out of what I know to be true. How does that work?
If you know it, if you know it to be true,
everybody measures the Earth to be flat.
I'm assuming. Okay, it's implied, but I'll ask.
No, it's not implied.
No. You don't know where I'm going.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's implied, but I'll just ask outright. In addition to how you feel the Earth is shaped, do you also feel that that shape stays more or less constant? Like it's not an undulating, constantly changing, distances are constantly changing thing.
I think I think you're conflating two definitions of the word flat. I think are you talking about like surface characteristics or wait, hold on. Let me finish my fucking question before you respond. Are you talking about surface characteristics or orientation when you are talking about the word flat?
Surface characteristics sounds like a pretty good one.
Well, that's not what I use the word flat as. I mean,
no,
when
you're
I
not
say flat, I mean level.
Maybe I didn't ask it correctly.
You're not understanding. Okay, let me clarify. When I say the Earth is flat, I mean the Earth is level. Do you appreciate that? The difference between what you're asking and what I'm claiming?
That I understand. That I already understood that. That I understand. Sure. That's not what I'm trying to ask of you. So I'm thinking I didn't ask the question correctly. Like
that was your chance to ask it.
It's level. Correctly. It's level. What I'm asking is, you don't think it changes, right? Like the dimensions or the occupiable space stays pretty constant, right?
What changes?
Like you don't think? I'm assuming you don't think the ocean or the continents are just like floating around, and the distances from one place to another are in constant flux. Like it's pretty stagnant, right?
What a passive aggressive fuckwit!
I don't even know what you're asking. Like it makes no sense what you're asking.
Do the distances from one place to another constantly change, or are they the same?
You're a dickhead, mate. You're a fucking
dickhead. No. Okay, when you put it like that,
no motion.
I mean, yeah, when you put it like that, no. But that's not what you were asking initially. But
it's what I was trying to ask.
Okay, sorry.
My grasp of the English language is not the strongest. I apologize.
No, it is your first language. It's not mine. It's yours. So
it's my first language. I do not profess to have a good grasp of it.
Then what do you have a good grasp on? I mean, why should I even listen to you or entertain your fucking questions if you don't even have a grasp on your first fucking language?
Well, the questions are there. Sometimes I just got to take a second stab at asking it correctly. Yeah, they're there.
Well, so what's your question?
You don't think distances from one point to another change, right?
In essence, like in the way you described it, the vague no. So what's your point? Go ahead.
So if I don't understand why it's so difficult to lay out how far away different places are from one another.
That's your problem. I don't know what you have. What your problem is, because that's not what I said or what I have a problem with. I don't know what you're asking, and I answered your question. So where's the problem?
Like the distances from one place to another on your plane should line up with it being the shape of a plane.
And they do. And so what's the problem?
Do they?
They don't? Give me an example. One.
No. You would have to give me how far away one place is from another for me to say.
I showed you an example of your claim that you're saying my claim is incorrect, which I never made. A straw man, right? but I have to fucking live up to you're a fucking straw man.
How do you know the distances on a globe anyway, dude?
They don't. They measure it on
No,
a
they don't.
fucking flat Earth. Yeah, I mean, this is my fucking job, man. This is what I fucking
We
do. I make
measure it
maps.
on a flat surface.
I make maps on a daily fucking basis.
We measure it on a
all
flat
maps
surface.
are flat.
Who
Of
This is my
course,
fucking
moron.
job.
Of course, moron.
I'm not. I didn't give this up, but this is my fucking daily job. I've been doing it.
What do you do?
I'm into GIS, geographical information systems. And drone mapping. I make maps every fucking day. Okay.
Okay, so you make a
I know how it
drone
works.
map? I make maps every
Yeah,
fucking
you know
day.
what a projection is? Do you know what a geographical projection is
not
versus?
reality, I'll tell you that much.
Sure, I agree with you, but I'm asking the person who asked me what I do. Do you know what a projection is?
I guess not in this context. I don't.
Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, that's not a bad thing for me not to know. Like, I don't know a lot of shit.
A platypus, maybe project graph on the English
you don't know what I'm talking about when I say all maps are flat and everything you're measuring when you're mapping the Earth is flat. Can
platypus,
you
how do you get
rebut that?
distances between the continents on a globe?
How do you verify those distances?
How?
How do you get them in the first place? That's the whole issue. I mean, they draw fucking. That's how they do it.
Well,
they have
they only
measured
have it-
distances.
Yeah,
They have
they
measured
only get them
distances, right?
because they have
They
a
plot
sphere
them.
of a certain size. That's why they.
Yeah,
So you go,
exactly.
okay, the Earth is this size, so therefore these two distances between these continents are this distance. That's all you have.
Thanks to the Aussie, he made the perfect fucking connection here. That's how they do it. They say the Earth is a globe with a fucking radius of X, Y, Z, right?
That's
and
right.
it's just like fucking climb. It's an empty fucking climb. But what they measure is a flat Earth.
That's right.
Always.
That's not a bad accent either.
Thank you.
It's really
I'll
well
try.
at that.
That's the first one I've heard do a decent Australian accent that's not Australian.
I've got a cousin who's Australian, so you know.
Because they were claiming yesterday that they were measuring distances with planes. And I said, you can't do that. So.
The house you want to go home?
The fuck?
What?
I would say that's the only way you can measure distances on a plane.
Yeah. No, but you can't. Oh no, I mean on an aeroplane.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
they were going,
you
you
can
get
still
the
do that
time, and
on
then
a
the
plane.
distance between the distance and because the distance between this continent and that continent is this, and it takes this time, then it works out. But that doesn't work because planes fly in jet streams, and if you've got a 200 mile an hour behind you, you're going to add 200 miles an hour to your speed because you can only get airspeed. Only get airspeed. You can't
their
get
claim
distance
is
between airplanes. Yeah.
Wait, how fast do you
their
think a
claim is
commercial airplane flies?
It doesn't matter, mate. 600 miles per hour.
Well,
course it does.
500, 600 miles per hour, around there. 1,000 kilometers, 1,200 kilometers.
Yeah.
Around there. Per
So,
hour.
right, if a plane, like, all right. If a plane,
airspeed. That's airspeed. Yep.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the claim of the shape of the Earth?
No, because like a really good example for me, you guys don't seem to agree with it. That I have is like, all right, so it all revolves to the layout of like the map of the Earth that you guys
it's not
say.
a map. It's a projected.
No.
It's based on a radius of 3959. So you say because of this 3959 ball, this continent must be here. This is the distance between it, but you don't have the radius to start with.
I don't have the radius.
No, how'd you get the radius?
Wait, a radius of what again?
Your globe
of the entire Earth.
Yeah.
The radius of your globe that you assume. That's
I
fixed.
guess
That's 3599. He's 35. What was it? 3595?
3959.
59. Yeah. So that's a fixed claim. Where do you get that from?
Fucking scientists or something. I don't know.
Exactly.
That's not science, man.
Like for me, the most annoying thing is that scientists and people that actually go
It's
out
not
there
science, dude.
and measure stuff. No, listen.
Okay, who
people,
measured?
Dude,
people,
I
people
go
that
out and
actually
measure
go
shit.
out there, right?
Okay, who
I
measured
actually
it?
go out
Can you
there
give
and
us-
measure shit.
Yeah, can you give
Right?
us someone who measured the curvature of the Earth and gave us the radius? Measurement, not calculation. Measurement.
Can you tell us how we specifically how we don't have a radius?
No, you guys have a claim of a radius, so you need to tell us how you got the radius. You don't flip it around.
No. You said
and
say
say,
we
"Oh,
don't
how do
have
you
it."
get a radius when you don't believe the Earth is a sphere?" That's fucking
Yeah,
retarded.
you don't have it. That means
I know.
you
I'm just
show
trying
it.
to figure out how
Yeah,
we don't have it. Can you help me
you
understand
don't
how we
have
don't have
it.
it?
That means you
Okay.
show it. When
Okay,
we say you don't have it, that's where you show it. When you don't, you're just reinforcing the claim I just made. You don't have it. You don't have it. Show it. You don't.
said we
You don't have it.
don't have it. That's a claim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't have it.
exactly.
Yeah. Can you show
It's your
that
claim.
You do have it?
It's your
Fantastic.
claim.
Fantastic. Can you demonstrate that?
No,
Can't
it's your
demonstrate a
demonstration to
negative.
show.
How do you
You
demonstrate a
idiot.
negative?
It's your claim. You're making the claim. You have a
You
globe.
claim,
They say you
You
don't.
claim it's
Okay.
3,000.
Okay.
All right. You claim it's 3,959 miles, right? That's the
That's
claim.
their
That's
claim.
a fixed size.
That's their claim.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you would
so-
need to show that that is the case.
Okay, so when people say we measured it this way, this way, this way, this way,
Measured
you're like,
it. No,
nah.
show us how you measured
have
it.
not ever said that.
Show us how you measured it.
So when someone presents you, let's just skip a couple steps. When someone presents you with
No, I
how
don't
they
want
measured
to
it,
Skip it. Show me how you measured it.
okay, all the
Otherwise,
ways
you're
that have been
skipping
measured.
otherwise, you're skipping to nothing. All the ways it's been measured.
All the
Well done.
wise. That's the best you can get out of the man. Like that's the typical fucking airhead of a
Oh,
glober.
how did you measure it? Oh, every way it's been measured. That's your
Exactly.
answer?
Yeah, but this isn't your first rodeo, so I'm just asking you to save us both.
Is
some
it
time.
yours? Is that your first rodeo here? Is that why
understand-
you're stuttering and
Do you understand
don't know what you're talking about?
Well, you're cutting in, so it's kind of hard to.
I'll shut up.
Fortes is an anti-flat earther. So.
I'm not an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, you are.
I'm an
It was your
anti-logicer.
Go ahead.
He thinks
Explain what you meant.
He thinks a plate's a container.
Well, you guys just said it's a container earlier. Remember, it contains water.
Oh, it contains water,
No.
but not gas.
We never said a plate.
Oh, so it can contain
Wait.
some things, but not other things. Okay.
What things?
Yep. So how'd you get your radius?
We measured the Earth.
How?
All the ways that we measured the Earth.
All the ways. Okay, when you figure all these ways,
the most primitive way that I can think of is literally just putting a pole up straight, right, and looking at the shadow and going with a ruler,
What did
or
you
like
measure?
calculating that.
All right, let's
What
go
do you
through
mean?
those
So you're
steps.
measuring
What
a
did you
shadow.
What did I measure? Yeah,
A shadow.
and then I went.
A shadow.
Yeah, and then approximately
Okay.
people did that across the entire globe.
So you measured a shadow. How does that tell you the sphericity of the Earth from a shadow of an object? How do you end up there? Do you know what a measurement is?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation, for example? Do you know the difference?
A what and a what?
And a measurement and a calculation?
Isn't basically the same.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Measurement and a calculation.
Yeah, try again later. Step aside.
John Wick. They're eventually just going to say "nuh-uh." So.
Yeah, no, I mean, no. Listen, I want to.
Fortes, what you just said was because we asked you for a radius and you said
no,
it's been measured all the ways it's been measured. That's
Timbo.
Yeah,
Timbo, your logic usually consists of show us right now a person or a group that did it, right? You know that most of us
Ask me the
don't
same
have
question.
like
Ask me the same
data.
question.
No, okay,
when it
let me
comes to
talk.
my claim.
Please shut up.
Ask me the same question when it
No,
comes to
I'm
my
not gonna
claim.
let you talk. Please be civil. Please be civil. Let me talk. All right. So what you guys, your logic basically consists of, okay, show me. Oh, you can't show me. Then that means it doesn't exist, right? That is like completely insane logic. That is so unfair, like to combat, and it's so difficult to combat that it's no, because you come to us and you say, all right, prove to me that the Earth, like has a curvature. Show me like the curve, right? But in order to do that, then you basically just asking me to take you to space. You're asking me to put you on a fucking
No, I'm
rocket
not.
ship.
I'm asking you to measure a drop over distance on the surface that we live in. That we live
But
on.
I can't.
Why?
No, I can't. Because we're too small. We're too small. We are too small.
Okay,
We are too
That
small.
would give you more reason to actually measure curvature. If you're so small, you should be more accurate in your measurement. Since you're so small, I mean, I thought Earth was so big, right? It's so big, and you're so small. Therefore, your unit of measurement should be so accurate that you can tell the difference between one angle and the other, for example, because you're so small. Like what you're saying actually goes against what you're claiming.
Yeah. So your claim to measuring the Earth is that you can't measure it.
No, I
Because I'm so small.
currently no. Listen, I currently
We know the Earth is a globe because we can't measure it.
Exactly, that's his claim.
No, that's not.
And
That's not what I'm
irrational.
saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That is what you're saying. That's
no,
exactly
that's not what
what
I'm
you said.
saying. That is not
So
what I'm saying.
Okay, show us where you measured the Earth to be a globe.
I didn't measure the Earth myself. I did not measure the Earth myself.
Not you. Any fucking idiot in this fucking world who's measured
No,
it.
but not one single person alone is going to single-handedly measure the Earth. You fucking idiot. You stupid fuck.
Okay, give us the combination of the
Welcome
5-6
to planet,
people.
motherfucker.
Give
Jenna,
us the
please
combination
shut your stupid
of the
rat mouth up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who've in combination measured it. Give us that example.
They can't do it because they are small. You need the giants to do the measurements.
Are you stupid? Are you seriously like?
Hey,
this
John
is
Wick.
this is
That's
how.
your fucking claim.
Hey, John
Are
Wick,
you stupid?
One more outburst, and you start insulting people. You can fucking leave, man. All right. Just speak normally. No one's calling you a fucking idiot. All right. So don't turn around and call everyone else a fucking idiot.
Can I get in here quickly?
Go
Hey,
ahead.
John, you're what's being asked of you here, right? Is basically comes down to this, right? When we're kids, we're all taught that indeed we do live on the ball, right? But it was like a foregone conclusion since we were kids, right? And never once, or for seldom amongst us, actually ever ask, okay, well, where did this number come from, right? So the reason why it's being pressed on you is really not to try and pry out of you, assuming you actually have it, but to kind of to get you to see how, indeed, we don't actually have it off the top of our heads, but that many of us have just kind of assumed it was known, right? And we just ran with it, right? So it's being asked, and you're supposed to say, "Oh shit, I don't actually know." But a lot of you guys are actually saying, "Oh, well, somebody knows somewhere, and that's good enough for me." Right? Do you see how that what's kind of coming out?
Yeah, no, I understand that. So,
and do you see how? And my point is, do you see how non-rigorous that line of thinking is?
No, so what I'm saying is basically for me.
Yes or no?
Like no, yes. Sorry, no. I
No,
don't know.
yes.
I can't
Sorry,
answer.
no.
I am not gonna answer that question now.
What the fuck? You
right,
can't have a conversation? I
No,
mean,
it's not.
Nick actually summarized the whole fucking argument.
Hang on.
Beautifully.
I got a bit of a mixed answer there. Yes, That yes, as in yes, you recognize that that is not rigorous, or yes, it is rigorous.
No, it's not rigorous unless the proof they show me is really like faulty in some way. Like for me, I can't imagine, right, us having a completely flat like terrain, right? Us having like a completely flat terrain, and like for me, I can't grasp the concept.
And
right,
you know
of the
what?
sun. No, I really want to finish talking, please. I interrupt you right just now. For me, I can't grasp the concept, right, of the sun not going over me, then it's going under the sea, right? It's going below the sea, right? Then it's going to somebody else's, right, continent or somewhere else in the world, right? Right, and it's going to them, which means that the Earth is round and it's spinning, and the sun is standing, right? It's standing in place. So basically, the Earth is rotating and it's spinning around as well. In this
what? Hey, I think I got that right. So check this out, right? That's what I kind of recall learning too, right? That we're on a ball and we're spinning around this other ball, right? And from our perception, it looks like the thing is going away, but in fact, we're actually the ones spinning away, so to speak, right? I remember being taught that, but I never remember asking myself where it came from until I started coming in these rooms and listening to these folks. And what came out of that is, basically, well, he said, she said this, and she said he did that. And when you look into what that guy did, there's there like of the quote unquote calculations being done, right? What Egypt was, or I think it was Egypt who was bringing it up to you. What the calculations that were being done to help that guy arrive at his conclusion had 3 or 4, maybe let's say 2, right? 2 or 3 assumptions baked in, right? That were basically givens, right? That helped him kind of basically assert that this is the case, right? And when
along
you look
with an actual measurement, that's my claim. Let me clarify that there's an actual measurement involved.
Well, see, that's the thing. This is what's interesting, right? So you can take a measurement, right, and then map that measurement in with 2 or 3 other variables, right?
Exactly.
Conclusion, but before you ask yourself where those 2 or 3 other variables came into play, where they came from, you say, not you per se, but like somebody can say, oh, well, look, there was a measurement and the math was done and the math checks out, therefore this is true. But unless you scrutinize where these other variables came from and whether or not they're actually true or just best guesses, right, you'll be left standing saying, oh, well, this must be the case. Right? So
yeah, literally, for me to earn bread and my salary every day, I have to pretend that the Earth is a globe. That's what I do every fucking day of my life. Pretend that the Earth is a globe.
So you think it's?
But I know. I measure it flat. I take pictures of it every day, and it's flat.
So do you think you're being redlined? Because
redlined?
Yeah, is there like a level of redlining going on towards flat earthers?
I'm gonna assume what that means, but I would say yes. I think the way I understand.
Do you know anything about redlining? So like you're being discriminated against. It's systematic denial of services such as mortgages, loans, or other financial services.
Yeah.
Based on
you don't think
get denied? Do you think you get denied, discriminated against? Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah. Definitely.
Would you say flat earthers are at the same level of discrimination like racial? Like how there's people of gender and race that get discriminated against? I think flat earthers face the same kind of discrimination.
Sure, maybe I would say worse because that discrimination sees no color. I mean,
but
doesn't matter if you're black or white. You're a fucking flat earther.
But do you have proof for that?
So here's the thing. Just to bring it back
of the way we measure.
No, the way you get discriminated. No, the way you get treated.
Hang on.
Yeah, my proof.
hang on. Let's not tangent off too much, right? Right?
Sorry.
Just to be clear, right? I was speaking to Wick here, right? Wick, do you heard my points that I was making, right?
Yeah.
Does all that sound crazy or fanatic?
No, it doesn't sound crazy. But Mick, my counter to that is basically, like, for me, right? Studying all of this is not like my sole goal in life currently. I have a job, I have a career ahead, I have family, I have everything, right?
Yeah.
My sole like objective, right? No, I don't care, to be honest. But like the thing is that I like what do you guys earn at the end of the day from telling someone that the shape of the Earth, like itself, is not like round?
I'll tell you what I earn.
I don't know, man.
I'll tell you
But
what I
NASA
earn.
sure makes a fuck ton from lying about it.
Yeah, good point. But I'll tell you what I earn, right? Financially, negative, because it takes my time out of my day to come in these rooms and speak to you guys.
Yeah, same to me. Right.
But here's the plus.
Same to you.
The plus ultimately is, whether we're right or wrong, the pursuit of the truth is what is priceless in this.
But
because what that does, because the truth, because here's the thing,
whether you like it or not,
I could be very wrong with this, right? All these people in the room could be very wrong about their assessment, right? We could be, right? But so far, in all the time I've spent in here, which has been very little, by the way, but a lot of folks in here I've understood been in here for 5-10 years. Maybe not this room specifically.
At least for today, it's been demonstrated to be true.
You know what I mean? So, like, up until now, you know, these individuals are quite seem quite adamant about figuring out whether they're wrong or not, right? So my kudos goes to them, right? And I follow in their footsteps here.
But there's
the pursuit of the truth.
He's just asking the same of you.
Power is knowledge.
Back up your claim.
Power
back up your claim.
Are you who's talking? Were me? Thank you.
Me.
I was speaking to John.
Sorry.
I was just speaking to John, right? He asked me a question. What I earn? It's about the pursuit of the truth, because knowing the truth helps you make other better, more informed decisions, right? It's not going to make you rich off this shit. You know, that's not the point. All right, or even making a dime at all. A lot of these people give their time daily. A lot of the mods in here I see in here every day, almost all day. Right? It's not about that. It's about knowing what's right and wrong, and then helping you make informed decisions. That's what I find so interesting about it.
But is this the pursuit of the truth, or is this proving one's belief?
I don't have belief, dude. Or excuse me, in here when I speak in here, I try to speak facts. Right? I try to listen to facts, and that's what I ask of others.
Yo, Mick, I have a question for you. What is right? What is wrong? What do we consider right?
No, that's a moral question. That's not
a moral question. That's not what we're talking about here.
Right? No, because you said you pursue what's right. So, like, what is right?
No, truth.
I mean,
truth.
Right in terms of 1 + 1 = 3 or 4 or 2. Exactly. Right? Two of those answers are incorrect, right?
Because this isn't a truth-seeking place. This is a flat Earth place.
What makes you say that?
So you're not seeking the truth at all?
No, I'm just saying, like, they're telling us that the Earth is flat, right? It's not. Yeah. We're not like, what is it? It's like.
So are you?
We don't even know.
Who here said the Earth is flat, and you gotta accept it that way? That's the truth. Whoever made that claim.
40. How about this? Right? Do you mean to say, in other words, that the whole purpose of being in here is just for sport? And we're all just getting a real kick out of throwing shit at each other.
It's a hobby. I think that there's some confusion that people will say, "Well, I'm seeking the truth," when in reality, it's confirmation bias of your previously held beliefs, which you're trying to support.
So you mean if you actually So hang on. So you mean to say myself, right, who's been in here for the last 3, 4, 5 months or so, looking into this maybe for the last couple of years, who held the opposite belief for the last 30 years, come in here only to reaffirm my previously held preconceptions I was raised on for 30 years, only to flip to the other side after figuring out some stuff? Is that what you mean to say?
I mean to say someone that is a truth seeker would be able to adequately articulate the opposing argument, and then you could demonstrate why your position is true. So
okay.
like you're talking about how these underlying assumptions are false in these measurements, but you have yet to articulate the reasons why the opponents say that they are true.
Okay, so
that's what we've been doing all day.
Yeah,
we actually taught Globers the definition of gravity, for example, because they didn't know what gravity is.
Yeah, so 40
Flat Earthers are teaching Globers what gravity is.
Yeah, so 40.
Who's doing
40
the research?
Yeah, 40. Perhaps you've missed 85 to 90% of the speakers in this forum, day in and day out with all their...
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, then either something's going in your ear and out the other, or on purpose, or by accident. I don't know. Right?
I don't hear the opposite argument being articulated. It's a person that's trying to find truth is to say, well, if this is true, this would be the case. If this is true, this would be the case. And you'd be impartial. You wouldn't have a bias, right? You'd be actually trying to find
who has a bias.
So hang on. So that's why, at least from my standpoint, the questions asked of those who come in here, who basically grandstand on the idea that we do live on a ball, right? It is asked of them to say, okay, what makes you say that? What makes you believe that or think that? And let's scrutinize that, or those beliefs, or those quote unquote facts, right? So we can level out the playing field, and then we can all look at what is actually true or not, and then the assessment can be made, right? And after many times of seeing that unfold, what comes out in the end is, there's too many assumptions on one side, right? So if you take those out of the mix, you look at brass tacks, and it's basically like, okay, what we're left with is basically a non-rotation, right? Stationary, i.e. stationary, right? No curvature, and no room for any natural law violation, i.e. second law of thermodynamics violation that would be outer space, right? Those are the three kind of things in the end.
And what's the group of people that are coming to those conclusions?
Anybody in the whole fucking world.
Anybody
who measures. Anybody who takes a let's take an angle measurement on Earth.
The people in here are coming to those conclusions.
Yeah, same fucking people. That's what I'm saying.
Is that a bit odd?
That's
any person. No.
So are you saying it's odd?
Glober or flat earther
40,
would measure the Earth.
Can I
go ahead?
Right, I was just going to say,
go 40, ahead. I'll 40, shut up. I'm sorry.
40, are you basically saying that, here we have a conglomeration of a number of people who have come to a particular conclusion after looking at a handful of facts and assessed, oh shit, here it is.
I love you.
Does that seem unreasonable to you?
Yeah, because you're in an echo chamber of people who have the same conclusion, and you're cherry-picking ways to get to a preconceived notion.
Okay, so does that mean that any group of people who have come to a specific set of conclusions that they have in common, they've all cherry-picked, and they're all just circle jerking?
Plus, you guys didn't go to university. Did you guys go to university?
Can I get 40's answer to that question?
Can you repeat it?
You're basically saying we're an echo chamber, right?
Yeah.
So does that mean that any other group of individuals who have come to certain conclusions about a set of facts that they hold, that they all happen to find in common, and they're all talking about it, are they all echo chambers?
No.
No? Okay, so what differentiates this room from any other group of individuals throwing information back and forth at each other?
I mean, this particular place tries to receive only this conclusion.
Well, Okay, so if I have a group of people, if I have a group of people who all, for some odd reason, get in a little circle, right, and they all start reciting to each other, "Hey, 1 + 1 = 2, man. Oh yeah, I got these apples here. I put them together. Oh shit, I got 2 also. Oh yeah, I got these bananas and I put them together and I got 2. Holy shit, 1 + 1 = 2. Right? Is there anything wrong with that apart from the fact it's a little odd, right? But the point being, you have a group of people who have come to a conclusion based off a set of facts, and that's basically the only conclusion. What is wrong with that?
Because basically, I've heard you say I've came into flat Earth servers, and over time I became a flat earther because they convinced me.
But
Did I ever once use the word convince?
Are you guys scientists?
You didn't,
or-
but you said it in a roundabout way.
You implied.
Are you guys space scientists though? Like you
hang
guys,
on.
what do you credentials you have?
If you actually research like the psyche of the flat earther, all flat earthers reach the conclusion. I mean, no flat earther wants to be a flat earther.
I never asked.
I disagree.
Yeah.
With that.
No. Oh, well, sure, you disagree with that, but I'll tell you what every flat earther will tell you is they started this with.
I've been a unwanting flat earther for 8 years.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you go on this journey actually trying to debunk this idea. It's so crazy. The first time I remember the first time I actually have it down on my calendar. The first time I heard these words, and I thought this was the thought process in my head. I thought you can convince me with anything on this earth except that it's flat. That was my thought process initially when I heard the terms for the first time. Flat Earth. To me, it was so foreign. I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" You know what? You can exactly. This was the thought process in my head. You can convince me with anything in this world except that it's flat. That was my initial reaction to the first time I heard the words, not even knowing what they meant. This is how we're programmed. Basically.
No, it's a mental issue.
No,
Can I back you up on that?
It's fine. It's fine. Eh? Call me mental, but that's how I reacted to it.
No.
So I didn't look for it
back you up
because
on that.
you're. I just want to clarify that I didn't go out there looking because it seems to be this.
No, I agree.
Like,
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you saying?
So they're 440, right? You hear my line of reasoning, right? Is there anything fallacious or incorrect about what I brought forth so far?
I mean, if you were trying to seek the truth, you would try and receive. So you would try and receive the explanation to what you find to be proof.
Okay.
Of what causes their arguments to fall apart. You should be able to adequately articulate them as well as you are able to adequately
articulate.
Understood. So why do you think people in here spend so much time in here inviting people such as yourself in here, asking you guys, what have you got? What other reason, except for what you just outlined, would there be?
They get like so social benefit. They get Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You get.
So you think it's enjoyable or profitable in some way?
It's like a hobby.
It's definitely enjoyable.
Yeah,
I mean, if it wasn't enjoyable, nobody would be here.
Palestinian in today's world is something to be sought after. Like being a Palestinian.
Okay,
right?
so maybe it could be said that some people do it for that, right? I've definitely witnessed a handful of people on the opposite side come in here and openly actually explicitly say, I come in here to debate for the sport, not necessarily to learn the truth. That's a side issue.
I got a question for you.
Hang on. Right? So 40 so that can be said for both sides, right? But is it at all possible that there are people in here on both sides that actually want to figure shit out and are open to discussing it with other people?
I mean, yeah, but I haven't really heard them.
But that could be said for anything, though.
But that can be said for both sides. It can also be said for both sides that there are
everything.
Both sides. There are people that come in here just for the sake of doing the arguing and the debating. Some people find it stimulating.
But I have a question.
Everybody finds it stimulating, but hold on. I mean, to do it day in and day out, and year in, year out. I mean, I find it fucking insane for a glober to hang around in a flat Earth server, right?
Well,
let's say I'm a glober. I know that the Earth is a fucking globe. There's no way otherwise. Why the fuck would I spend 6 years on a flat Earth server?
Is flat Earth a hobby or a lifestyle? That's what I want to
know. Neither. It's not a lifestyle.
What do you mean it's not a lifestyle? It's something you live by.
It's not a lifestyle,
wouldn't it?
No, it's not something. How do I live by the flat Earth?
Well,
already flat.
If you incorporate it in your life, bro, and it's a part of your
in what
life,
aspect of my life?
What do you
Discord?
mean? No.
Didn't you say?
So if it's a hobby, it'd be like something like playing video games. Golfing,
it's not a hobby either.
So then it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle.
No, it can be. What is that a false dichotomy?
All the measures.
No, it's a part of your life. It's something you believe in. It's a lifestyle.
It has to be part of my life. If anything I fucking believe in has to be a. But
yeah, exactly. It would be a part of it. No, it is. It's part of your life.
Egypt,
how's that a lifestyle?
Do you want to
sure. I'll tread as lightly as possible, but I'm asking, how could it be a lifestyle?
Because it's incorporated, bro. It's something you believe in. So if it's something you believe in, it's part of your life. It's a lifestyle, not a hobby.
How about this?
Yeah, but
it's not a belief.
Yeah, what if we frame it a different way, right? Would you guys say being a student is a lifestyle?
Yeah.
Okay,
that would be.
So let's say it is.
No, that was me. That was me. No, that was me answering the question.
Mike, I think I understand them because we build using flat floors. We fly planes assuming flat, non-rotating Earth. So I think that he talking
that
about
last one is nonsensical.
And using flat that flat plane as the base, as the baseline for everything that we do, is the lifestyle he's talking about. So
it's a lifestyle, bro.
Sure. Okay, fine. So I would say,
in that sense, I'm on board. Yeah, it's a lifestyle.
Fair enough.
Not a hobby.
If you guys are comfortable with saying that, I would put it more succinctly and say I enjoy being a student. Right, I like to learn. You know what I mean? And that's
exactly.
Fair enough, right?
I'll agree with that. I'll second that.
So I come in here waiting for that day that someone's going to bring a little bit of evidence with citations and validation and repeatability to actually demonstrate that what I thought I knew over the last couple months was wrong, and I have yet to hear anyone do that.
Shit show.
All I've heard are people bringing here saying, "Oh, so and so said this or did this." Or how could it be any other way? Because my feelings.
Yeah, Mick.
Blah, 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 blah,
yeah, Mick. We were accused of affirming our beliefs, but in essence, we actually, initially, every flat earther is trying to get rid of. Like, I'm saying, no, it can't be. It can't be fucking flat. This is insane. That's what I do. Like, that's what I did. I rejected it.
To put it succinctly. If I'm wrong, I want to know. Period. End of story.
Well, okay.
It's not about being wrong. I don't want to be right or wrong. I want to know the truth.
So, I was already going to ask Flat a question.
Go ahead.
But who's the other person that just said what they want is to know the truth? Who was that?
That was me. It was me and Mick speaking. So I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll direct this at both of you, if you don't mind. So for you, what would it mean to you, and how would it affect your life if you were to find out definitively and unequivocally that the Earth is in fact a sphere, and all the other things that come with the Earth?
That's what I spent my whole life believing.
No, but how would that affect your life now?
How would it?
If that were to be demonstrated to you to be the case?
No effect. Zero. Nothing.
And why is that?
Because that's what I did 30 years of my life.
Right. So to you, then, no matter what shape it is, it doesn't really have a significant impact on your life at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I would make a difference.
Day-to-day life. But I have, for example, religious beliefs. And I think this ties into my religious beliefs. And I think it does have an impact on my salvation and the end of my life, where am I gonna go to heaven, hell? Is that part of it? This is something I fucking prescribe to, but it has nothing to do with this argument.
Yeah, I was going to concur with that. On a day-to-day basis, nothing really, right? Because what I do has nothing it has no relation to this topic, right? But the implications of it, right? If you believe that you're just basically an accident on a rock in the empty void of space, ripping around the sun, just ripping around, and nothing matters, right?
It doesn't mean nothing matters. That I hear people say that all the time, and it's not true, and it's borderline condescending.
So what matters?
No.
What
But
matters?
let
him finish.
Did you watch Flat Earth? Flat Earth. Did you watch? Hold on.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Let me finish. Right. That was basically what I was raised to believe. Right. And that is from what I've understood, most people that I know were raised to believe that way. And coming in this room, that is actually kind of reinforced. There's a lot of atheists that come in here. There's a lot of, materialists. We're nothing but meat sacks. And somehow, illogically, something so immaterial as a conscious experience can manifest out of just pure nothingness and pure rock. You know what I mean? Like these are all, it's a very meta type of conversation that you can have based on this stuff, right? And
it ignores
there is a bit of a fork in the road, right? And any sort of overlap, at least in my experience, seems to be a lot of just Band-Aid patching and crossing wires to try and make it fit and try and make everybody happy. But in essence, there is a bit of a fork in the road in that type of conversation. So the implications are very significant.
I'm assuming by fork in the road you mean the fork of there being something else and there being nothing. Like with respect to when you're no longer living.
There being something greater than ourselves, right, that can be explained one way, or in the other way, it seems to be a little bit counterintuitive and all that.
Not just counter, it's just false. I mean, DNA falsifies atheism. It's that simple. It is that simple.
No, but like to me it doesn't, because you disproving evolution to me, like what you said. You're basically saying
I'm not talking about evolution.
No,
I'm talking about DNA.
DNA, same thing. Like okay, so
DNA. What is DNA?
All right, so go to DNA, right? You can't prove. You told me I can't prove to you how DNA came to fruition, right? How it came to be, right? That's basically what you're telling me.
I'm taking hostile fucking atheists calling DNA code. It's a code. It's information. It's telling genes what to do. It's information. It's like writing a guide or a book about a certain topic. It's information. Where does information come from?
Yeah, but I don't think it has to be guided like you think that it does.
Yeah,
information has to be.
First of all, okay,
wait.
Is my DNA?
Let me make the claim. Let me make the claim, and then you can. Wait. Let me just make the claim. I say information needs a knower.
Come on. Let somebody else have at it for a second. Is my DNA the same as the DNA in a bacterium with regards to the amount of length and the amount of information?
In the sense that it's code that is specific.
No, you know what I'm asking.
Information.
I specifically asked, with respect to length.
Is it the same? Of course, it's not the same.
Okay.
Do I have the same nose as you do? So we're not
is
human?
a bacterium a simpler organism than a human being?
The same?
Simpler in what sense?
Man.
Is it simpler?
Is it simpler?
Should it be the same?
In what sense?
But it's simpler in scope, capabilities, ways to interact with the world. You know what I'm talking about.
I would say, yeah. Well, okay. I'll answer that question completely honestly. I would say the most complex being on this earth is a human being. Is that
you're avoiding
good
the
enough
question.
for you as an answer?
You're avoiding the question.
No, I'm saying he asked bacteria versus.
Okay, and how do you come to that determination? Are you coming to that determination based on
religious belief?
I'm not discussing religious beliefs right now, man. Come on.
Sure. So,
do you segregate your religious beliefs from your flat Earth beliefs?
Yeah, I mean, simple. I mean, just based on faith beliefs are not the same as verified.
To you, because everybody interprets scripture in a completely different way. You personally, would a globe invalidate at least a portion of your understanding of scripture, or would that have nothing? Would that have no effect on your understanding of scripture?
Are you saying the word globe?
Are you saying if my scripture claimed the earth to be a globe, would it have an effect on my understanding of the scripture? Is that the question? I don't get the question.
I'm not saying you. This is what I'm not implying. I'm not implying you think that the Earth is flat because it says so in the Bible. What I'm asking you is, if you were to find out,
not what you're not saying, that's fucking ridiculous.
Wait, guys, let him just finish his question.
Every time I try to ask that question,
mod, hold on. This isn't a religious channel. He might be. I'm not religious at all. Earth's still flat and it was created. So there you go.
That's religious.
that's why I was saying it's everybody's interpretation of scripture is different. I have met flat earthers that told me they believe that the Earth is flat because it says so in the Bible.
That's Mr. Batman.
I was just trying to. I just wanted to understand where Egypt comes from. It.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out your question, but I mean, you keep getting cut off. So, what is your question?
I'm just curious how interconnected your beliefs in the shape of the world are with your beliefs in Scripture.
Well, see, a lot of the world. Okay, I'll tell you this. The way I see the world, whatever I can verify that is true, whatever is unknown, I would first use scripture as my first go-to. If it's not mentioned therefore it's unknown. But if it's mentioned in scripture, I'll take that as my primary source of the matter. Does that answer your question?
I'm good with that answer.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I like that answer. Where do we go from here?
To Mars. Let's go to Mars.
Are you serious? You must be a glober.
I don't know if we can do it, man. I get that shit's gonna be a trip. I really hope that doesn't go terribly.
If
just say no one can leave Earth alive.
Okay, like
if Elon can imagine it, why can't you do it? But
do you think he's gonna get it done first, or do you think
he knows he can't do it? I mean, he knows
He's not going anywhere, kids.
I'll tell you. Okay,
it's just a light in the sky.
To what we were talking about 15 minutes ago, to try and bring it back, like why are people in here? Why do globers come in here? Why do flat earthers come in here? You want to know one of the things that I come here for a lot of reasons, and one of those things is I like to see things happen that I like to see things happening in the news or in science or things like that, and then I like to come in here and see the flat Earth perspective on that sometimes. Well, and what I'm holding my breath for, what I cannot wait for, is when they finally do the third stage of the Artemis mission, and we actually put feet back on the moon again. I cannot wait.
Are you waiting?
How long
I
have you
can't
been
put
kicked back,
feet
Channel?
I can't
on
wait.
somewhere
Wait a
that doesn't
second.
exist?
How long do you have to wait?
I don't know. I distinctly remember when I was in elementary school. When I was in elementary school, and we put the Sojourner rover, the first rover on Mars, they had a timeline. They had a timeline in National Geographic that year that said that they thought by the year 2016 we would have people on Mars, and clearly that has not happened yet.
Yeah, I come in here and a lot of these places initially because I was rejected. Like I can't talk to my, let's say, my brother and tell him the Earth is flat. Like I feel alone, and these rooms in here, I can find people who I can relate to. I
He'll
mean,
go
this
to
is
and
one
say
aspect.
like,
It might be
he'll
human
say that you're an apple.
aspect, this
He'll say
connection.
that you're an apple.
Hang on. Please,
I'm what?
1 second.
He'll say that you're an apple.
An apple?
Like a, isn't that Arabic for like a moron?
Ahbal? Ahbal, you mean?
Ahbal. Yeah. I didn't pronounce it. Yeah.
Ahbal means stupid,
Yeah.
dumb. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the emotional connection. Like, like my brother knows I'm not stupid. Like my
wait a minute.
brother knows.
Are you actually from Egypt?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, you don't. It's not how I envision somebody from Egypt speaking.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Born and raised,
But
or
I
you
am
stationed there or something?
born and raised. Well, I did a few years in the Gulf, Kuwait, and my wife is from the UAE, United Arab Emirates. So also the Gulf. We did our growing up there, but yeah, Egyptian born, and
Can I ask you
where
for
I ended up.
Yeah, get your honest opinion on something. I'm looking for a serious answer to this one.
Sure.
I would like at some point in my life to come and see the pyramids up close. Now, as a person who lives in the United States, have you? Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you've seen the pyramids for yourself.
Yep.
Is it worth going through all the trouble to get there? Are they
It
that
is
cool?
if you actually have like fucking dense fucking knowledge about there's a question you're trying to answer, because if you're just visiting, I mean, everybody does that. Anyone could do that. It's just there's this awe moment and all that, but nothing really you get out of. But if you're someone who has very specific knowledge and expertise on the subject of, let's say, how the pyramids were built, specifically the Great Pyramid, for example. I mean, that could be very interesting. If you have that kind of knowledge or interest, then yeah, definitely, I'd suggest it. But if just a average day tourist, then I would suggest going to the beaches. Fuck the pyramids.
With regard to the pyramids, I think you and I both, we get into one another with, the flat and the globe stuff, but I think you and I have a group of people that we both collectively giggle at. And I'm assuming you'll agree with me, and that's people who think aliens helped the Egyptians build the pyramids.
Yeah. Well, I was one of those people one day. Yeah, I was a glober. I loved aliens. I loved planets, everything that went along. So, yeah, I held that position. But yeah, once you know the truth, like, all this is just fucking trivial. It doesn't mean shit to me. I mean, fucking, it's just fucking gibberish.
Man,
Aliens build them.
after reading the available translated Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Now that that'll give you some different perspective on things if you've read it.
Translated. I hate anything that's translated. I mean, you know the saying, "Lost in translation." Like
Yeah.
that means so much. Like it really does. Especially
Well,
not when
go
it
ahead.
comes to let's say the Great Pyramids, but when it comes to religious beliefs, for example, like like the translations of the Bible, the Quran. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are translations.
Well, what's kind of crazy, right, is like I don't have you read the Emerald Tablets or even listened to like maybe an audiobook of them?
Yeah, I know about them. I
Don't
haven't
listen to those.
actually like studied them.
I
If that's what
mean,
you're asking, no,
It's
I
no,
haven't.
fallen
I'm
angel
just
shit.
saying,
Stay away
like,
from that shit.
I mean, it's just read everything and kind of, analyze it.
Yeah, well,
The way it
I
reads,
analyzed it on its face value because
yeah, I mean, like,
it don't
I
mean
don't
shit.
take it for face, right? Like, I don't take anything at face, but I do find certain segments through there very interesting, very
Like what?
fascinating.
Like I mean, in essence, like
Hold
a
on.
holistic view that's
Diversion off
interesting.
topic. Hold on, guys. Diversion off topic is good, but let's get back to flat Earth and global discussion, which what the forum is made for. Because
Sure.
we can go off into the weeds and get lost. So let's get right back on.
Yeah, but I thought that's what we were doing because it was getting boring. But
No,
sure,
but it's not
let's
about
get
it
back.
getting boring. It's about we have to construct a good way to provoke conversation for the topic. We can't keep continuing to go on like tangents. It's good for a moment. But we
Ladies
gotta
and
keep
gentlemen, Sir Buzz Killington has entered the room.
Yeah, go ahead and tell them how the Earth's a globe and keep us kind of entertained with that.
So, any Muslims in here who believe that the Earth is a globe? Was that sticking to topic, or am I veering off?
I think it might just not have any Muslims in the room right now.
There's probably no Muslims
Gee.
in here. That's the reason why.
I'm a Muslim though. If anybody's asking.
Kudos.
Well,
No, I'm making it clear.
Oh, I'll ask. Why were you specifying Muslims?
Because our scripture is actually very clear, but just like the Christians, I mean, I would say the Bible is also very clear when it comes to the topic. The Quran is just so much clearer, but still, you have full-on blown Muslims that cannot grasp the idea of a flat Earth and call it anti-Islamic and fucking like anti-Christ, a level of kind of conspiracy theory, when our scripture is very clear about it. Very, very, like God is speaking and explaining and describing how he created this flat Earth. I would say nothing parallels the description of the creation of the Earth in terms of its flatness.
I
Other than the
disagree.
Quran.
I disagree. I don't think there's anything that parallels the sheer scope of the entire universe. It's so incomprehensibly big.
Wait, how are you disagreeing with me?
What's that?
No, I don't.
You mean the light?
How are you disagreeing with me?
No, I don't know. I would find a universe that exists the way that I believe it to exist to be a far more awe-inspiring feat.
Yeah, I know you believe that.
You know what I mean?
That's what everybody. That's exactly the mindset of the 99% of people. I mean, that is the miracle of like if I'm going to believe in God, God created a globe. The globe is so much more extravagant and fucking awe-striking. Like I globe. Fuck. What is flat? Flat is not even a miracle. You know what I mean? I get where you're coming from 100%. That is the normative stance on the matter. And I'll tell you this: in the Islamic perspective, that's exactly the stance, and that's what this so-called science. This is what this so-called science did. This pseudoscience that's disguised as science has become the one world religion. This is it.
But
See,
I don't know.
you've heard.
Can't you just
Sure.
interpret that as just a lack of understanding at the time of the world that we lived in?
No. Well, you don't expect everyone to be an expert, correct? Like, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is not an expert on
Yeah, but there
a
was shit
subject
that they
matter.
didn't even think of. There was shit that they couldn't have even imagined. Like those people had no idea
Who's
where the people who lived in the world at the time that the scriptures came to be, regardless of who you think made them or originated them or wrote them. At that time, there were things that people just simply didn't understand about the world. They didn't understand how disease worked.
Well, did they need to understand it if they had scripture?
I'm not saying they had to or not to. I'm not saying that they had to or didn't have to. I'm saying they didn't.
Okay, and the point being,
there were so many things that were unknown to them. And I feel like
that would be my argument today. See, when things are unknown about the world, and you want to hold a position of power, let's say, I'll take you through this hypothetical.
Look, tread lightly, because you're about to describe.
It's going to be quick. It's going to be quick.
Exactly why people came up with religion in the first place. Sure. So tread lightly.
No, that's you
that's
putting
what
words
religion
in my mouth.
was. It was offering an explanation for things that people didn't understand.
That's not what I'm talking about. Okay, so don't straw man me. I'm just gonna make a quick fucking claim here. The moon. I'm gonna make a claim. The moon is made of cheese, right? Can you falsify that claim? Moon made of cheese.
I am not.
That's the claim I'm making.
Hold on. I'm not trying to be rude. Can you repeat the question again? I got a text message from work.
I'm making a claim that the moon is made of cheese. Can you falsify that claim?
You're the one making the claim. You would have to prove it.
Can you falsify
You
that?
would have to prove to me that the moon is in fact made of cheese. The onus is on you to prove the positive assertion.
Wow.
It's not my job to go out.
Is that okay? Wait,
okay.
Are you a flat earther?
Or regular?
No.
You're a globe earther.
Yes.
So you would hold the same beliefs when it comes to the globe. You think someone who makes a claim about a globe
absolutely
would have to prove it?
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Can you prove your globe?
To me, I can.
You can't?
To me, I can.
I don't get
CAN can.
Can. Well, can you do it?
You're going to ask me for a specific thing, man. It's a lot of things.
It's not a specific thing.
It's not
how you perceive.
You try to boil it down to one talking point. It's not just one talking point. It's the simplest explanation with the fewest assumptions that explains the most things at one time. That's why
I'll take it. I say there's nobody on the face of this earth that can say what the moon is, let alone it being made of cheese, right? I'm giving you the example of how you can manipulate people with enough authority. If I'm, let's say, in a lab coat, right, and pretend to have authority, people will believe whatever the fuck I say about the moon. Oh, it's made of cheese. That was my point there being of the example I was giving.
Right,
but
the same way
you
that
actually
convince other people
you
that
are
God
saying
is real.
in actuality you can give me concrete evidence of that claim of the earth being a globe. So can you give me that?
concrete evidence of it being a globe.
Yes.
Like I said before, it would be it's a whole bunch of different things that line up.
Sure.
Like it's not just one thing. I hate the question. What's your one biggest
that wasn't my question.
proof?
That wasn't my question, though.
But I'm going to get a lot of people that laugh at me about this answer, and Miggy's going to be one of them. But most of the things that make it make sense to me involve looking up into the sky.
Okay. Good answer. I like that. That's honest. That's very honest. I give you like a kind of comeback. Let's say I'm someone who's supposed to survey a football field. Would you take my evidence if I was measuring the ceiling of that football field as evidence for its flatness or curvature or whatever it may be, its measurements? What's
the assertion that you're trying to make here?
Yeah, my measurements of that football field
of what
are based of the ground of that football field, right? Based on the ceiling of that football.
Depends how you were doing the measuring.
Well, just like you're doing the measurements of your fucking claim that you just made, in the same manner.
Correct. Like I said, though, it would matter what you mean by measurements. How are you using the ceiling to determine that?
So how are you using the sky to measure the ground? Again, if you can repeat it, because it went over my head.
It's a lot of things, and it's going to be all the common talking points rolled into one if you really want me to start rattling them off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, number one, star trails absolutely make sense on a globe.
How's that a measurement?
What's that?
How's that a measurement?
Okay, the movement of the stars, depending on where you are in the world, makes sense to me if the Earth is a rotating sphere. It does exactly what you would expect them to do.
And it also does the same for a flat Earth. Why are you ignoring that? It also makes the same fucking sense.
Yes, but yours doesn't explain how they do what they do or why they do what they do. Mine's straightforward. All I'm doing is looking at an object that's really, really far away from a rotating surface. That's it. I don't need an explanation for it, because in yours you have to explain the vehicle by which all of those stars are moving and moving in the way that they are. I don't have to do that because
why are you
for
putting me in a different standard?
I'm not putting you in a different standard.
I thought that's what exactly.
That's not a different standard. I'm saying that the star trails make sense on a globe, and I can tell you why they make sense on a globe.
Stars rise in the east and set in the west. That's the observable truth. So
they absolutely.
What leap am I doing here?
What latitude what latitude are you at in Egypt? Like 20 something, 15?
No, 30s. North?
You're in the 30s?
Like 35, 36 UTM.
Okay. So you can see the
UTM
you can see the North Star, right?
Yes.
Does the North Star rise in the east and set in the west? Or you know what I mean?
No.
Does it rise? Does the North Star rise and set?
The North Star is pretty fixed in its location.
Okay, so not all of the stars rise and set.
Okay, except the North Star.
Well, now here's where you get the problem. When you go,
what problem?
When you go south, there are stars near the southern pole that also do the same thing. It does the same thing that they do over the North Pole.
We don't have a southern star like the North Star.
Yes, you do. It's called the Southern Cross.
Oh, the cross. So it's not a star.
It's 4 stars. It's
exactly.
4 stars.
That's what I just
do
said.
The same thing. They're 4 stars.
That's exactly what I just said.
There's 4 stars that don't rise and set.
So it's not a single star.
Don't dodge it. They do the exact. You can pick. You can pick any
That's what I
one
said.
of those stars, and they do the same thing the North Star
No, but
does.
these 4 stars that you're
Yes.
picking will rise in the east and set in the west.
No, they don't rise.
Even
or
the North
set.
Star will slightly do that, but it's pretty fixed. I'll give you the fact that it's fixed. But
the northern, if you want to be technical, since the North Star does technically make a star trail because it's not fixed perfectly at the point of rotation, there is a very, very, very small window of area that you could stand on the Earth between not being able to see the North Star at all and being far enough north that you always see its entire star trail. There is a tiny little magical spot on the Earth where you could stand, theoretically, see the North Star briefly come up and then briefly disappear.
Point being, what are you saying?
I'm trying to address that you see the same thing at the southern pole, and you're completely trying to sidestep around that right now.
By saying you see 4 stars, and the center of these 4 stars are doing exactly what one star is doing in the north, that's the same thing to you. That's you saying in the north we see the exact same thing in the south. To you, that's the meaning of saying exactly.
No, that's not how I'm saying that, and you know it.
So I don't know what you're saying. Because that's what you literally said.
I'm saying stars near the southern pole behave the same way that they do at the northern pole, in the sense that
so you have one single star in the south that you call the South Star.
No, Southern Cross. There's 4 stars.
Exactly. So not the same.
That's what we're going to do here.
Not the same. What?
You're not going to be able to engage. You're not going to be able to engage with it.
That's me engaging.
Because
you are not engaging. I'm saying not the same. You saying yes, the same. Where is the same?
You will. I'm assuming you are going to concede, though, that not all stars rise in the west and set in the east, because they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
They do. Yes, they do.
No, North Star doesn't do that. Why doesn't the North Star do that?
The South Star does that?
Those 4 stars don't do that either. And really, the further north, the further south you get, even more stars don't do that for you. They don't rise and set. The closer you get to the poles, the more stars you see that don't rise or fall like that.
So you have stars that rise in the
Hold
west.
on, I feel a shiver. I feel a shiver up and down my spine. I get the feeling Heretic is about to jump in here and try to bail you out.
No, I don't need bailing out, but maybe you do. So I asked you a question.
Okay.
Are you going to reply?
What was your question again?
You have stars that rise in the west and set in the east?
You do have stars that appear to do that, yes.
Which stars? Stars, not planets.
It depends on where you're standing.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're standing.
Anywhere you stand on the earth.
No, that's not true. Listen,
give me one example.
The further you get away, I'll go the other way. The further you get away from the poles, the closer you get to the equator, the less stars there are that don't rise and fall and rise from the west and set in the east.
So what do they do then?
It depends on where you stand. But on yours,
according to
you
stars
don't have
rise in the west and set in the east. According to you, depending on where I am,
depending on where you are,
depending on where I am, you're
depending on where you are.
Yeah, exactly. Some stars, depending on where I am,
do that.
Can you listen to the claim? Depending on where I am, some stars will rise in the west and set in the east.
That's what they'll appear to do. Yes.
Show me one example. Just one. I'll give you $100,000 right now. $100,000.
Stars rising in the west and setting in the east?
Yes.
That's what their path of movement through the sky is at night.
Yeah, show me one example. One star that does that from one vantage.
You're implying that doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen with any stars at all.
Vantage. It depends on your vantage point. That's your claim, right? It depends where I am on the Earth. So for some instances, this will happen. I'm asking you, show me one instance anywhere on the Earth where this happens. I'll give you $100,000.
First of all, no, you won't. Second of all,
I will. I swear to God, I will. I swear to God, I will.
Platypus, I distinctly heard you say rise in the west instead in the east, and that's what he's betting you $100,000. I think you just misspoke.
Oh, am I asked backwards? Am I saying that the wrong way? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, talking about the past 3 minutes.
Oh, Jesus! Well, he wasn't just saying, "Hey, you're saying it backwards." He was.
Yeah.
He was quoting you.
No, I was fucking clear. Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna.
That's what you gotta deal with.
I'll be back in. I'll be back in 45 minutes. I just got some interesting emojis from my girlfriend, so I'm gonna tag.
Nobody's gonna be waiting for you. Just go the fuck. Go away.
Do any of a ball of eggplant?
You just got the eggplant emoji.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
So what he's dipping out, I think if you don't mind if I can join the conversation, because I might have some interesting perspectives.
Yeah, you sound sane. So.
All right,
you got that going on for you.
Okay, I think in one of the other servers, I think they turned down my mic and I don't know how to control it. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, sure, you're good.
Okay, so I'm a glower, but I'm also a Christian. And I don't believe in any of this, we're just an insignificant piece of dust in the universe. I believe that God created heaven and the earth, but I also believe that there is a universe. And
well, you've come to the right place. You have come to the right place. That's all I'm saying.
So, well, thank you. I appreciate the invite. But and the other guy was saying, I guess Platypus was saying that you would laugh if you heard why he knows the Earth is a globe, and it's the exact same reason why I know the Earth is a globe. In that I carefully study the sky, not the shape of the sky, but the motions and the characteristics of.
Okay, can I stop you there?
Sure.
Can I cut you off there? Okay, so you're a Christian, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe the Bible to be the Word of God, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Catholic, or
now I'm not. I'm just gonna preface this real quick with saying I'm not religious, but I do conclude that the Bible holds a lot of significant material in it. Right? We can agree on that.
Yes.
Perfect.
How do you differentiate between what's right or wrong?
I'm having this conversation with this gentleman at the moment.
You can call me Charles. I come up with Platypus math. You can call me Charles.
Nice to meet you, Charles. I'm Jenna.
Hello, Jenna.
So I'm not. I wouldn't call myself a Christian. I wouldn't call myself religious. I'd say I'm spiritual. I do think that a lot of the stuff in the Bible is rather legitimate. It's like a history book. It's cosmology, lineages, wars, things like that. So Genesis tells you where you're living. You know that? Did you know that Genesis quite literally tells you where you're living?
Or it could be a creation story.
Oh, you're gonna put yourself in a spot that you don't want to be in. Don't say that.
No, I know exactly where I am. I believe the Bible is God's instruction manual for mankind. The Bible is not a science manual. The Bible is not a geography manual. The Bible is, there's no mention of kangaroos, or Australia.
I mean, that's fine. Okay, so here's the thing. We've got this Big Bang where everything came from nothing, and it's all spinning around the sun. But in Genesis, it says the earth was created, and then a few days later, the sun and the moon were created. So if we're looking at the heliocentric model, there was nothing for the earth to go around if the sun was created days later after the creation of the earth. You see that?
I don't believe in the 24-hour, 24-hour day, the sequence of creation. I believe that the Big Bang was God's creation of the universe, and that the telling in Genesis is metaphorical telling. It's not,
But I don't think her point was what came first so much as the idea that well, if it actually it is like if the sun came after the earth,
right,
then the Big Bang doesn't work as an explanation. Would you agree with that?
That's only if you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's only if you accept the Genesis telling as a literal telling.
No, yeah, well, that's
but
exactly
if you're a
what
Christian and you believe the Bible to be the Word of God, then with you saying that, you are in direct rejection of it.
Okay, so the Bible is full of allegories, absolutely full of allegories. In fact, the majority of the Bible is allegories, I would argue. For example,
how do you tell allegories from actual statements?
Yeah, allegories from literals, from parables.
Sure, but the thing is, the Bible, and this is my sincere belief, the Bible is God's instruction manual for man. Okay? How can we learn about God's laws, and how can we be disciples of Jesus Christ? That's the purpose of the Bible, in my view. The Bible was not designed to be a science manual or a geography manual. So, for example,
when Isaiah was getting inspiration from God, and he's writing, and he says that it is God that sits above the circle of the earth, whose inhabitants thereof look as grasshoppers, who spreadeth out the heavens like a curtain as a tent to dwell in. Right? What do you think of when you think about a tent?
Yeah, well, it's an allegory, right?
Is it allegory?
Right.
To what? Allegory to what?
Allegory as to what, though?
Yeah, humans aren't grasshoppers.
So, humans aren't grasshoppers. The sky is not a tent.
Yeah, I know, I get that. That's not the point.
The
let's
earth is not a
not
footstool.
straw man on grasshoppers here. Let's not straw man on grasshoppers.
Seriously, in that one line, there's like at least three allegorical messages.
So to God, do you think what do you think you would look like to God? Probably a grasshopper, an ant.
Just
no, because I was created in God's image. So the use of the word grasshopper is
as in the reference of being small. In the reference of being small. That's it.
Sure.
Okay. So let's not focus on that, right? Let's focus like I said, you're trying to
No, I'm just saying that the Bible is not a science manual. The Bible is not cosmology. The Bible is not.
I didn't necessarily claim that it was. I didn't claim that the Bible was a science manual. But there's over 200. There's some 200 verses in that Bible that just they shed so much light on the earth and where we live and what's going on here.
So
like there's in Job, God's basically saying, tell me if you know so much what the dimensions of the heavens and the earth are. Tell me if you know so much. If you weren't there when I laid the foundations. Go ahead, tell me if you know so much.
Yeah, I would look at
we cannot measure
cosmology.
The size of the universe, right? Like it's literally impossible to measure the size of the universe.
Which means then it's impossible to measure the size of the Earth. Nobody's measured the size of the Earth. Nobody's measured an Earth's shape.
Oh my goodness, the Earth's size has been measured 2,500 years ago. The Earth's shape was known 2,600 years ago.
Walk us through it.
Was it though? Right. Was it though? Because I've got an article from I've got an article from the 1900s that states that schools were getting very upset because the heretical teaching of a sphere Earth was entering their schools from the 1900s. But I mean,
that was made up. That was that guy
totally
who created the flat Earth town. Well, no, it's just, there's so much common knowledge.
Yeah, history is important.
There's so much common knowledge that the Earth is a sphere going back literally 2,600 years.
So how did they measure it? How'd they do it?
Well, if it's so common, was the first estimate of the Earth's size.
That was you just give me
his starting point. His starting point was knowledge that the Earth was a globe, right? But if you want to,
wait,
let him finish the answer.
That's a logical fallacy right there.
No, actually, it's not. It is. Anybody in this server could conclude the shape of the Earth by carefully studying the heavens.
How did they measure the size of the Earth?
You got to ascertain the shape before you get the size. That's really
cool.
really
all right,
important.
Awesome. Go ahead. Cool.
Okay, so how did they detect the Earth to be a sphere?
Gregory,
when they had the Earth go between the sun and the moon, the reflection on the reflection the reflection.
Okay.
So how did they detect the Earth to be a sphere?
Gregory, I got a better question for Charles.
Based on observation of the sky. For example,
that's a weak inductive inference. That's not good enough.
Well, just like the other guy was saying, there's not one little factoid that's going to change everybody's mind in this server. It's a collection of pieces.
Nobody's
of
asking you to change any mind.
We don't need to dive into that.
But it's not one thing. I can't just say, hey, there's this one thing. Everyone's going to be like, wow, the Earth is a globe.
Give us the collective. Give us the collective.
So you're basically believing the Earth is a globe without any proof, without any evidence.
I've actually measured it myself.
Here we go.
Yeah,
all right,
let's examine this.
That's exactly what we're asking for.
Personally,
he measured it himself. Let's go.
Okay, so my personal line of reasoning involves 3 facts that anyone can ascertain. 1, are the celestial bodies near or far? I'm not giving any miles. I'm just saying near or far. All right.
Wait, you're talking about reasoning, and I thought you said you measured something. Why are we talking about reasoning?
But you can't interrupt me after I gave the first bullet point, right? Second bullet point is that all celestial bodies have an axis of rotation in the sky, which I believe all flat earthers agree with that. And then the point number 3 is that this axis of rotation that all celestial bodies follow is at an angle to the ground beneath our feet. That's a sticking point for flat Earth folks.
These are all incorrect.
So glad you brought up angles, man.
I'm at 40 degrees latitude, and the celestial equator makes a 40-degree angle in my eastern and western horizon.
You said all celestial bodies follow the same path?
No, I never said that. I said they have a axis of rotation.
The same axis of rotation.
Yes,
that's what you said.
All celestial bodies have the same axis of rotation.
No, they don't. They don't.
they observably.
Which axis? No, they don't actually.
The axis that goes through the north celestial pole, very close to Polaris. The south celestial pole,
the very one you're trying to prove by this claim that you're making. That's called affirming the consequence. No, you're making a claim
of the sky.
No, you're saying
anybody can observe the sky.
Yeah, but you're saying there's an axis of rotation.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not an observation. That's not an observation. That's a claim. Unless you can substantiate.
So, one of the things that flat earthers really, really don't understand is circular star trails. Circular star trails are absolutely impossible on a flat Earth.
What the fuck are you saying?
Absolutely not.
You're trying to prove your claim. You're trying to prove your claim.
So here's the thing, though. Here's the
It's
thing.
really if one person engaged him.
Dude.
So I was originally
Sorry.
engaging
Okay,
with
I'll give you.
Charles. Jenna here was. And the thing about that is, if we are on a tilt with a little bit of a wobble, we should be seeing some sort of wiggle and crazy parallax in the star rotations, and we don't.
No one said anything about wobble.
That's what the model that you believe in has going for it. That axial tilt, it's on a wobble. Okay. Yeah, it's on an axis. The axial tilt.
A wobble. Okay, I'm not interested in a wobble that lasts 28,000 years. Right? We're
that's what I was
now.
addressing, but
the here and now, there's no wobble. Okay, the north celestial pole points to very close to Polaris. The south celestial pole points to somewhere in the constellation of Octans.
Yeah,
circular star trails are
almost, but not quite there. Did you know that there actually isn't a southern pole star like there is Polaris?
Well, no, Polaris isn't the northern pole star either. It's about 3/4 of a degree away. So, I mean, it's convenient for people to say, oh, yeah, it's the North Star, and I'm pointing to Polaris. Okay, so it's really close. It's less than a degree away from the North Celestial Pole. But technically, there is no star at the North Celestial Pole. It's just a point in the sky about which all the other stars rotate. Polaris is very, very close. So it's a nice proxy. But on a flat Earth, anybody looking at the stars are looking at the axis of rotation from an angle, which makes all star trails on a flat Earth ovals, unless you're standing at the North Pole.
Okay, but I've been trying to figure out for the past 7 years what proves that the Earth is in motion, and I can't seem to find anything. Like if I'm riding the outside of a bullet train at 200 miles an hour, I'd feel that, right?
Well, don't go to motion yet. That's a different issue.
The acceleration and the deceleration, but not.
Don't go to motion yet.
The bullet train is moving.
That's a different issue from geodesy.
Yes, this is true. But the bullet train is actually moving in air. So, but the thing is, you don't have to believe that the Earth is moving in space. Just figuring out the shape, which is a sphere. Right? Let's pretend it's motionless. You know?
Yeah. How do we do that?
Hey, let's clarify this. Say your syllogism to get to the conclusion the Earth is a sphere.
Well, I just said it was a three-part analysis. One is determining that celestial bodies, sun, moon, planets, constellations, stars, they're extremely distant, right? Meaning many Earth diameters away, right? We all agree that there's
just pause right there.
Sure.
Can you not see how tremendously weak, considering the logical credentials of that syllogism is? The stars are very far away. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's
okay,
terrible.
so that's bullet number 1, and it's like there's 3 bullets. I've told you there's 3 bullets. I went through the 3 bullets.
I remember. Just to address that.
You can't just stop.
I remember.
You can't just stop at bullet number 1.
Listen, slow down. I remember.
Right.
Right. There's an audience.
Has three legs.
That's a terrible appeal as an inductive argument. Okay, just to make that clear. So say the last 2.
What's terrible about the first one? It's just one leg of the 3-legged stool.
You can have a horizontal surface with anything very far away.
But it is observably demonstrable that the sun, moon, and stars are not local phenomena. Meaning
that has nothing to do with geodesy. You're missing the plot.
It absolutely
you
does.
You can have several objects very far away from a horizontal surface. You're missing the point. That's a terrible argument.
Because you don't understand it. So in the
it's not that I don't understand. It's a terrible argument. So I'm very far away from the table. Therefore, the table is a sphere.
Well, maybe he's able to say that
it's literally the first bullet point.
Maybe he's able to say it's a terrible argument because he does understand it. You're starting off with a premise that you can't validate.
Well, yes, you can. If you believe in the laws of perspective. So the laws of perspective say that when something is twice as far away, it appears about twice as
prove that it's something and that it's an object, i.e. the stars, they're all objects.
Well,
we can touch that in a moment, but to say that as an appeal to ascertain the geodesy of the Earth is terrible. This object in the sky is very far away, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That's not at all helpful to ascertaining
that's one leg of the 3-legged stool. Okay?
And then he has to make assumptions about them being objects.
Every answer said to you, we remember.
Right.
Just
But
addressing the first one.
You're still stuck on this one-legged stool.
I'm not stuck on it.
Prove
You're not
anything.
listening.
The one-legged stool doesn't stand.
You're not listening to me.
It's the
I'm not
first
stuck
leg
on it. I'm
of
addressing the
three.
first one.
Okay, but the thing is, the first one is quite impossible on a flat Earth.
You're already stuck there because you can't
have
validate
very
the
far
first
away
one.
with the horizontal surface.
Well, if you have somebody in London and somebody in, say, Los Angeles, and the moon appears to be the same distance away from both, right? That is quite impossible on a flat Earth. Right? At any maker model flat Earth.
Say the argument. Like right now, say the argument.
Yeah, why is it impossible? Walk us through it.
Well, first of all, he's strawmanning you with his concept of what the moon is, unfortunately.
Let him speak.
Let him say the argument.
So I'm assuming that you guys are all familiar with the various models of the flat Earth that have been proposed. There's the AU.
Yeah, see, I told you.
That's a globe. That's a globe model. That's a globe model.
Right. Well, cut to the chase. Get to the argument. You have to justify the conclusion that it's impossible to have what we observe on a flat Earth.
Well, if you have the sun, moon, and stars in a firmament that is above a flat Earth, the flat Earth being like a circle, the firmament being like a dome, and the sun, moon, and stars either being contained in the dome or under the dome, they are all local objects. They are closer to one city and they're further away from another city. Right?
So you're debunking a particular model, nothing in particular anybody here said necessarily.
Well, there's no version of the flat Earth that does not have the sun, moon, and stars be local. Okay? That flat Earth model does not
just stop right there. These are ambiguous premises. Listen. These are ambiguous premises. They're not specific. Local, far away, local. That's not a specific quantity. So whether you believe the stars to be several billion miles away or several thousand miles away, that's not near. That's very far away.
He's also strawmanning us with the claim that they're objects when nobody here even said that in the first place. You've taken a model, attributed it to us, and then gone on to attack it. It's just a strawman, bro.
Strawman.
What Heretic is referring to is the presumption that we see them exactly where they really are, rather than they merely
there's no evidence that we don't see them.
Well, they could be phenomena rather than objects of material.
They could be figments of your imagination. For example, the moon.
No, it's not a matter of reducing it to imagination. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen, just listen for a moment. Just listen.
Sure.
Heretic's point is that our observations of the celestial bodies could be a mere apparent position, but not the actual position. And this happens all the time in reality. That something appears to be in a particular position, but it's not really in that position that it appears to be in. That's not at all irrational.
Give an example.
Refraction, all sorts of refractive phenomena. Illusions. There are illusions in the world. It's not that difficult.
I'll give you one of your examples, the Selenelian eclipse.
Refractive visualizations or refractive images by how much? Like how many degrees?
It doesn't matter how much. My task was to prove that there are apparent positions that are not actual positions. We see that all the time.
Right, by a fraction of a degree.
Can I ask a silly question? Because it keeps getting brought up. Okay, you guys don't believe the moon's there, then that's fine.
Oh, dude.
What would it take to prove to you that it's actually a physical object in the sky?
You're missing the point.
No, I'm asking a direct question because this keeps getting brought up.
That doesn't mean keep pressing the digression.
No, we don't need 5 interlocutors in this discussion. One guy interlocks with them, and then we'll hear the dispute. Otherwise, it's going to get muddied by a lot of people interjecting with their points. It's going to get lost.
All I want is an answer to the question. Because it keeps getting brought up.
Dude, can you please?
What happened to Charles? Where's Charles?
I'm right here.
Yeah, Charles is still here. Okay, so Charles, so we can move past point number 1, right? You can have things very far away. You can have things at any given distance from a horizontal or spherical surface. So it's a very weak appeal in this inductive argument.
Okay.
What's the next point?
Just think in terms of fractions. All right, the change in distance of the celestial objects is less than 1% from say morning to noon.
You keep saying objects. I never agreed to that term.
So
wait, just to be clear, is this
whatever these phenomena? Okay. So when I say distant or far, or local or distant, what I mean is so far away that the entire motion in the sky from morning to noon to night does not induce any apparent change in size. Okay, so yeah, you could make
Charles,
the assumption
listen.
that the moon
You need to
is an
clarify this for the
object.
audience. Listen, are you on the second point or no?
No. I just want to clarify because you said that it was a weak point saying distance because we had like thousands of miles or whatever. I'm not saying thousands of miles. I'm saying the entire motion of the body and the entire time it's in the sky, morning, noon, night. We don't see any apparent change in size, and so. If it is an actual object, now they could be just like little light bulbs in the firmament, or
it could be a phenomenon of some sort.
Well, you'd be hard pressed to describe that phenomenon. But
I just look at it and describe what I see. It wouldn't be hard pressed at all.
It's a safe assumption
We
that
really
these
don't need to
things are
spend so much time
actual
on this point,
things that we can look at.
Charles. You can have actual positions or apparent positions on a flat or a spherical surface.
Sure.
There's nothing that logically exclusive about. There's nothing that logically excludes a horizontal surface from saying actual or apparent positions of celestial bodies. Nothing.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. It's just that the positions that we see conform to the heliocentric model. So I didn't say that, like, if the Earth were flat, we can't see stars.
But it doesn't sustain the premise that what we observe in the celestial bodies is incompatible with a horizontal surface. You're contradicting yourself.
No, it's the actual locations. Not the fact that you could see them.
Like I said, you're still missing my point. You're not grasping what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
We can have actual and or apparent positions, merely apparent positions, whether on a horizontal or spherical surface. There's nothing that is logically exclusive or metaphysically exclusive between the actual or apparent position of the celestial bodies and a horizontal surface.
Well,
nothing.
But if you actually write down the numbers, like if you say, where exactly is the belt of Orion? Okay, it's 3 stars. Where exactly is the belt of Orion? Well, if you find out where that position is in the sky, that lines up with the heliocentric model, right? It does
Are
not
you talking
line up
about
with any
angle of
model
elevation?
I'm talking about the entire thing, right? Ascension, declination.
You're talking about
celestial
angular
navigation.
elevation measurements, yes?
That's part of it, right? You have azimuth, you have angle of elevation, sure.
Before you go on, listen. If you appeal to that, that's going to necessarily imply that the horizontal baseline is the surface of the Earth. And a horizontal baseline is straight. So it's necessarily going to imply that the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
That's
you cannot get an elevation angle from a curved surface.
Oh my goodness. You can. Oh, yes, you can. So, are you familiar with
say the argument? Just pause, because we don't need lectures. We need concise arguments. Say the argument as to how you get an elevation angle up from a curved surface. Go ahead, please.
It's from horizontal, which is an imaginary horizontal line perpendicular to vertical. You have a bubble sextant. Do you know what a bubble sextant is?
You just said horizontal line. Just pause. Just pause.
Yes.
Why does your horizontal line work, but ours doesn't?
Yours would work just fine. It's just that horizontal is not defined as the shape of the Earth.
So you need a horizontal baseline either way. So in your position, you have to abandon the curved surface to then get a horizontal tangent line. We don't have to abandon our horizontal tangent line, our horizontal line, because that is the surface of the Earth. So in your position, you're not getting the elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth. In our position, we are.
I never said that. I never said anything about a tangent or getting an elevation from the surface of the Earth. Never said
you would, but Charles, you would need
the
those
location
things
of the star.
back to the globe.
Yeah, angle of elevation from horizontal. So, do you know what a bubble sextant
horizontal,
is?
which is either the surface of the Earth or not. And if not, then you're not getting the location of the actual location of the star in reality.
It's the angle of elevation. That's all you need. Okay.
Angle of elevation from what?
Horizontal. You can get a horizontal.
But how are you getting an angle? Period. How are you getting an angle? Period. If your
angle of elevation from what?
So,
because Jenna's on the same point I am.
Yeah. It's from a horizontal. Like you've seen a
that's
spirit level,
just
right?
There.
Builders.
You don't just get angle of elevation from horizontal. We're not trying to measure the elevation of things from a fictitious world. We're trying to get the
you just ask him what's horizontal on a globe.
The star.
Everybody take a breath.
What's horizontal on a globe?
His point has nothing
just
to do
be
with
clear.
that. His point is just that it works out correct when you do it in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Okay, that's nice. This is between like Charles and Gregory and sometimes
just
me.
a little bit of background. I've been a geometry teacher for decades. Okay.
What? And you don't know that you can't.
We don't need to digress to that.
Can't have a curved baseline.
And one of the things
we don't need to digress to that, Charles. That's
curved
not interesting
baseline
to the
was just
audience.
something made up. So when you measure an angle, that angle can be as small as a molecule. It's actually called bond angles in chemistry. You don't need 1,000-mile long baseline to measure an angle. You can measure an angle in the palm of your hand. And a bubble sextant
great.
Has a bubble level built in. It's projecting an imaginary horizontal line, and it's figuring out the angle of elevation.
To lecture us every time you speak, dude. You have to make your answers concise to the issue.
Okay.
You're not being logically consistent with the issue of trying to get elevation angles up to the celestial bodies. You can't just walk around this critique, dude. This is why I'm getting a bit frustrated. It's very clear.
The angle
you're getting the elevation angle up from the Earth, or you're not. It's very simple.
No,
just let me finish this. Just let me finish this. You're getting an elevation angle up from the Earth or not. If not, then you failed to get the elevation angle up from the Earth. That's the whole point of trying to get the elevation angle. You're trying to get the elevation angle of the celestial body up from the Earth, not up from fictitious fantasy world, not from pure abstract. You're trying to get the elevation angle up from the Earth. So either the horizontal baseline is going to be the Earth, right? The horizontal baseline is going to be the thing you're trying to get the elevation angle up from, or it's not. And if not, then you haven't gotten the elevation angle up from the thing in question. We're trying to get the elevation angle up from the Earth. Elevation angles require two straight lines to intersect at a point. You need that horizontal straight baseline. So that horizontal straight baseline is going to necessarily be the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is horizontal. It's very simple.
No. Getting an angle of elevation from a horizontal. Period. End of story.
So then you're not getting the elevation angle up from the Earth, and so you haven't gotten the actual position
not off of a curved
from
line.
The horizontal. Okay?
The horizontal, which is straight, not curved. That's the point. Not evidence for a globe.
So we're just getting
to elevation angles is self-defeating up from the Earth. You can't just walk around it and just say no, and not on this. No, you have to acknowledge it, or just stay silent. Just contradicting this is not going to refute it. Your view of elevation angles up from the Earth is going to necessarily imply the surface of the Earth is horizontal. To have that horizontal baseline up from which you get the elevation angle.
You have to,
which is the horizon.
It's
an observation.
This is why I was asking you about a bubble sextant, because this is actually very, very important.
Level.
And unfortunately, you're going to call this a
level.
lecture. But if I could just take 30 seconds of your time.
Go ahead.
In World War II, bomber missions, they were flying above the clouds. They had no horizon. They couldn't see anything. They did have a device called a bubble sextant, so they could sight the stars because they were flying at night. They could sight the stars, and the bubble sextant made a horizontal. They were not taking measurements from the Earth. They were not taking measurements from the horizon. They were taking measurements from the horizontal, which
parallel
was
to
by
the
bubble.
Earth.
I didn't say anything about
Which is not
that.
going to make the water wrap around the ball. So what?
I didn't say anything about any of that. I'm just saying it's an angle of elevation.
So what? It's a digression from your point.
It's an angle of elevation from the horizontal.
It's not even. It's confirming the flat Earth.
Oh my goodness.
That is a line that was horizontal has to be has to comport with the shape of the Earth. Why can't it just be a imaginary horizontal line drawn at your position?
Because in celestial navigation, it's a GP below the angle measurement of the star or celestial body you're making, which is a straight line from you to the GP. That's why.
It's not a straight line.
That's it is.
No, it's not. No, because
how's it not?
Celestial navigation requires the Earth to be a sphere, and so it's not a straight line between you and the GP. Oh my goodness!
No, it does not. You're not being logically consistent.
So what is elevation? Okay. Wait.
That is the first premise of celestial navigation. Literally the first.
So
premise
what is the GP then? What is the GP used for?
The GP is the location of the Earth where the heavenly body is directly overhead at the zenith. Okay?
Correct.
And
exactly.
Only if we were living on a sphere. Only if we lived on a sphere could you actually take an angle of elevation to that heavenly body and translate that into miles? That literally only
I'm going to
works.
say the argument again.
Wait. Okay.
This is invisible ignorance, or you won't.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the
let him
argument
explain.
again. Just
let him explain. He just made a claim.
He already explained. He already explained.
No, he said the only way you can do it is on a globe Earth.
Right.
We're
He
asking
already
how.
explained that.
Why?
He's just repeating himself.
It's like 69 miles per degree. The only way you can go from a degree, an angle, to a length, is if we're on a sphere.
It's a linear relationship. Logically consistent. That's just defying geometry. You just have this controlling premise in your pattern of inference that the Earth is a ball. Let it go.
No,
you cannot get angles up from a curved line nor surface.
What's with the
We're not getting an angle from the surface. We're getting an angle from horizontal.
Right.
Yeah, so where's your globe?
Implies that you need a horizontal baseline up from which you're getting the elevation angle.
No,
right?
There's no baseline.
So you're literally conceding to our position that you cannot get the elevation angle up from the Earth if the Earth is a ball. If you're trying to get the elevation angle, you need a horizontal baseline, and you're trying to get the elevation angle up from the Earth. So that necessarily implies that the Earth, the surface, is the horizontal baseline up from which the elevation angle is ascertained.
Gregory's wrong. You can do this on the side of a hill.
Right? Yes, you could be standing in the middle of the Grand Canyon and get the angle of elevation. Like you could literally be in the bottom of the Grand Canyon and get an angle of elevation.
Perpendicular to horizontal, right? You go down perpendicular to horizontal when you do that in order to get the angle. So again, necessarily implying the Earth's surface is horizontal.
All right. So if you're in the bottom of the Grand Canyon, right, the bottom of the Grand Canyon, there is no horizontal surface. You're inside of a canyon, but yet
are you getting an angle? Yes or no?
Measure an angle of elevation, right? Because it's from
angle of elevation up from the Earth.
No, from horizontal. You're in a canyon. It's rock walls with all sorts of crazy angles.
Yeah. I think you're conflating.
You can't ascertain your location in a purely fantasy world, dude. Let it go.
So, what?
I think I know where the disconnect is. Can I address it?
Sure.
You're conflating like surface characteristics with orientation. Like horizontal doesn't, like, we agree we have mountains and hills and valleys, but these mountains, hills, and valleys are still horizontal.
All right, hold on.
They are.
Okay, everybody's kind of walking past each other. So horizontal plane of reference from mean sea level. There's a vertical point from mean sea level that you're going to draw from to attach to the point where you're standing on elevation change from any part on land. So from that point, from horizontal to where you're at, is going to be a plane. That horizontal plane is what we reference when people are up in the air using bubble sextants. Or bubble sextants or spirit levels. They're going to be against the horizontal plane that we reference, which is from mean sea level. So that tangent point that you're talking about is a horizontal plane, and it's not just a horizontal plane that's on a surface of a curved surface. It's exactly what Gregory's been telling you and what you've been walking past, sir. You don't know how to explain yourself or articulate your point being somebody who's talking about geometry.
Oh, in geometry, you can have a very, very small angle, and you can measure that angle. You do not require a 1,000-mile long baseline. Okay, so
you're refuting the point no one said.
The shape of the Earth has nothing
can just
to do
right past that. You're refuting a point no one said.
Wait, let me finish my sentence. The shape of the Earth has nothing to do with the ability to measure an angle. It's all this stuff about a curved baseline is beside the point. Yes, it curves 1,000 miles away, but who cares?
Flat Earth math. What are you referencing? Tell us right
now. Horizontal. You're measuring from horizontal.
On a plane or on a curved surface?
Doesn't matter. I mean, I know the Earth is
logically impossible.
Answer the question. On a plane or on a curved surface? Answer.
It does not matter. You can measure horizontal.
Answer
it does not
the question.
It does not matter.
Well, then you're ill-equipped to have this conversation. How about that?
Look, Alpha, Charles, that's logically impossible. What you're saying is ridiculous. It's metaphysically absurd. You cannot ascertain the elevation angle up from just the category of horizontal. It's a horizontal something.
You don't believe in a bubble sextant? No,
because you're not ascertaining the height. You're not getting any geometric facts from just the category horizontal.
All right, Gregory, hang on. Just tell him that what he's doing is he's begging the question that the Earth is already curved, and he's putting tangents on top of that curved surface. He's got to tell us how the surface is curving in the first instance. We can't be begging the question and using tangent lines that are imaginary. He has to either tell us it's a plane or it's a curved surface, one or the other.
Exactly right. That's what I've been telling him for at least 3 times. That's why I literally said already, he is taking it as a controlling premise that is beyond being corrigible, that the Earth is a ball, and you're getting these elevation angles up from a tangent line extending from some point on that curved surface, and now he's denying that. So he's just being incoherent with duplicitous rhetoric. So either he's going to appeal to the horizontal baseline as being the horizontal surface of the Earth or not. And if not, then he's not getting the elevation angle of the celestial bodies above the Earth, and therefore failed to ascertain the elevation angle of the celestial bodies. Period.
Somebody needs to explain why it either has to be a ball or has to be a plane in order for angles of elevation to even work. Because
I've already explained that at least 5 times.
No, you haven't. You've just declared it.
I have explained it.
You need a certain horizontal, and it has to match the Earth. You haven't said why that is.
I have said it.
Has he, though.
Stop defying me with churlish replies. I said it 5 times.
I defied Gregory. He has not.
Listen, dude. 90-degree angles can only be got from a flat horizontal surface
why do you need a 90-degree
surface. Dude, I'm telling you, you can't do it on a curved surface. Try to get a 90-degree angle on a curved surface. See if you can do it. Try it.
How to get any angle from a curved surface?
You just use a level, and then straight up from there is a 90-degree angle.
No, you didn't. You're not explaining now. You're not explaining. Curved surface.
What do you mean?
And then get a vertical line, and then put a curved surface. See if you can get a 90-degree. Try it.
If you take a level and you make it level, that's a flat plane. That's what we use to level our floors.
Yeah, but you're
set a ball on it. It doesn't move. And then you just go straight up.
You're begging
in the opposite direction that gravity.
You don't know how to stop, do you?
Acting.
You're begging the question. You're already saying the surface of the Earth is curving. We don't need to know you're begging the question fallacy. We need to know how is it curving. If you're getting a 90-degree angle from a curved surface, tell us how it's curved in the first place. You're not doing that. You're just assuming it.
Now let's remind the audience. We digressed into this for all this time. From the first appeal, because he's still digging in his heels to try and defend his appeal to the distance, the supposed unspecified, very far away distance of the celestial bodies from the Earth, as a part of the inductive appeal to indicate that the Earth is a ball, not to ascertain the size of the ball, but to indicate that the Earth is a ball, which is a terrible inductive argument. You can have things at any given distance from a horizontal surface or a curved surface. It's a terrible inductive argument. It has no support to indicate that the Earth's surface is spherical. So we can move past this.
Here's the problem. You believe that there's things that can violate the laws of perspective.
Can we move past this, please? We've already addressed
you didn't answer
the insufficiency of this appeal. Listen to me.
Do you believe that there are things that can violate the laws of perspective?
That's a red herring. That's a red herring.
It's a question. It's a question.
Yeah, it's a red herring from what I just said. Your appeal
is there something in your world?
You're trying to steamroll the VC, dude. Just stop.
Oh.
You already appealed to your supposed very far away, unspecified distance of the celestial bodies from the Earth's surface as a part of your inductive appeal to indicate that the Earth's surface is spherical. That's a terrible and tremendously weak inductive argument. You can have a curved surface or horizontal surface with objects of any distance away from that surface. So the distance between the surface of whatever given object is not at all indicative of the surface being spherical or horizontal or not. It's a terrible argument.
You didn't hear me when I said I already agree with you. If the Earth were flat,
so if you agree with that, listen to me. If you agree with that, then we can move past that point. Second point, please.
No, here's the problem. It's what we actually observe on Earth. You have to go with our observations.
That's a red herring from my critique, dude. This is becoming annoying. You don't need to keep pressing a critique you've already conceded to. If you concede to the critique, there's no need to keep pressing about it as though you haven't conceded already.
Okay, so there's a little bit of nuance in what you said. You can have things that are near or far on a flat Earth. I am agreeing with you. You can have things that are near or far on a flat Earth. However, what we see in reality is things not changing angular size from sun up to sundown. That's the point. Nothing changes angular size. Constellations, sun, moon, stars, or constellations. I already said that.
Red herring.
Nothing changes angular size. Nothing changes angular size from any position in the sky, which means they're not local. If somebody is observing the moon in London and I'm observing it in San Francisco, and they're both exactly the same angular size, it cannot be closer to London and further from Los Angeles.
You're trying to prove what it's not. Tell us
so all I'm saying is that it's distant.
No, what you're saying is nothing apropos to what's being asked here.
Well,
how do you know it's a globe? Not what it's
not. It is dispositive of a flat Earth.
No, don't tell us what it's not. Tell us what it is and how you're justifying that claim, how it is. Now do that now. Stop telling us what it's not. Tell us what it is and justify it. Go.
The third leg of the stool says that the axis of rotation about which everything appears to rotate in the sky is at an angle compared to the ground we're standing on. I'm at 40 degrees latitude. The axis of rotation appears to be at a 40-degree angle to the ground I'm standing on. If someone was at 30 degrees latitude, they would see that this axis was at a 30-degree angle. If you're on the equator, the axis appears to be parallel to your ground. If you're at the North Pole, the axis appears to be 90 degrees to the ground. So no matter where you are on Earth, the axis of rotation appears to be at an angle compared to your ground, and that is exactly matching your latitude. That is only possible.
The tacit presumption in that appeal is to presume the Earth is a ball.
No, I'm just saying it's dispositive of any other shape.
Recognize the fallacy in your appeal.
Greg, 1 second. He's using the celestial sphere to then say, well, because we have a celestial sphere, which nobody in this VC has addressed yet, I need to hear people addressing that point right now. What is a celestial sphere, sir? And how are you attributing it to the terrestrial sphere that you think you live on? Now, what is a celestial sphere, and can you please describe it as per what the wiki or whatever definitions that are being used? Now, I need to hear how you specifically address what it is and tell everybody in this room so that you're not a liar. Go.
Well, for starters, I never said anything about a celestial sphere, but I'm happy to address it.
Then do so.
Look it up. It's on a wiki. But the 88 constellations.
I need to hear you tell the audience, from your point of view, a definition for the celestial sphere. If you want to keep continuing this conversation, go.
Comprise a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. Every constellation has others to its left, to its right, above it, and below it. And so
I'm telling you right now, Charles, Miggy's going to destroy you on this. Anyway,
we don't need the color commentary. Just let him do it. Go ahead.
So here's the thing: if you literally cut out the constellations, and I actually have a Google Drive project on this, but the 88 constellations, they literally fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. But every constellation has another one to its left, to its right, above it, and below it. And if you cut them out with some scissors, tape them together, it will form a sphere. It does not form a dome, okay? Because it wraps all the way around. The zodiac goes all the way around. It does not form a dome.
You didn't read out what the celestial sphere is. I'm going to give you one last opportunity. Read out what the celestial sphere is to everybody in this room right now. Look it up.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Read it out. I'm not going to
look up the celestial sphere and read it what it is.
That's not a conversation.
Yeah, because you don't want to get destroyed on your own point of view. Read it
Charles
out. Not addressed any of the points that I just raised, which are
Charles,
all factual
it actually
and
would
observable.
really help. Charles, it would really help contribute to the conversation if you would just look up the celestial sphere and read it out to the class. Okay,
no,
promise you.
That's not a conversation.
I promise you it'll help.
If you would like to
Charles,
look
you can
it up
either
and
engage
read it
the
out,
scrutiny
that's fine.
to your position or not.
But no one has been able to counter the point that every constellation has others to its left, right, above, and below.
Yeah, this is why you need to go look up the celestial. This is why you need to go look it up.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what definition you're talking about. If you want to read out a definition, that's fine. I'll be happy to listen.
Yeah, the definition for celestial sphere. Please look it up. Read out what it says in the wiki or in the definition, and then tell
I'll be
everybody
happy
what
to
it
listen
means,
if you
so we all
want
know.
to spit it out, but that's not really what I would call a conversation. No one can address
You're
the
not
fact that
engaging the scrutiny, Charles.
every constellation has another one to its left, to its right, above it, and below it.
Yeah,
It means
engage
there's
the
no
scrutiny.
edge. There's no edge. Where's the edge? Which constellation is on the edge?
Charles,
there is no edge.
From this point
It
forward,
wraps
Charles,
around.
listen to me. Charles,
Sure.
you're either going to engage the scrutiny or you won't.
What do you mean?
You've been dodging the scrutiny for the past several minutes, which is patently indicative that you know that your position is untenable and that this appeal is also tremendously weak.
So Greg, what do you mean by engage the scrutiny?
What else could I possibly mean? Concentrate your answers to be logically relevant to the scrutinizing questions and or demands that Mickey just said to you.
Yeah, people don't make demands in a conversation. Sorry.
I'm asking for you to describe what the celestial sphere is to everybody so that we're all on the same page. And you're denying to do that because you know the implications. Because you know the implications. You know it's incriminating for your position, so you won't say it.
The implication is that it goes all the way around.
You don't want the audience to know that it's an imaginary sphere, that it looks like apparently like a transparent dome above us. Read what it says. It says exactly what I just said.
Wait, I don't know what this definition is that you're talking about. If you've got something in front of you, go ahead and read it out. I'll be happy to listen.
You won't look it up and read it to everybody because you don't want to know.
What's stopping you from doing that? See, when I have a conversation with somebody, I don't demand that they look something up in a dictionary. That's kind of a silly request. So if you want to read out a definition, you're
how is it silly if you're wrong? Tell me how it's silly if you're wrong. How is it silly if you are completely wrong about
through
what you
all
think
this,
the celestial sphere is?
you're welcome to read out whatever definition you're talking about.
So
however, you have not countered. You have not countered.
I countered.
Irrefutable logic.
Celestial sphere is.
Irrefutable logic that every constellation has others.
Okay, now you're just chanting and dodging the scrutiny.
Okay, which means it goes all the way around.
You're just chanting and dodging the scrutiny. We don't need to hear you say this again.
But you have not addressed it a single time.
We don't need to hear you say it again.
You haven't addressed it.
Let's move forward, Charles.
Right,
let's move forward.
Not a problem.
Obviously, you're appealing to the celestial sphere. That's why Mickey is asking you this question. And you're obviously refusing to read out the definition of the celestial sphere. Because like he just told you, it's incriminating to your position. It's self-defeating. You're appealing to a merely apparent array. Stop talking to me, please. We don't need to hear you repeat yourself again. We've heard you 5 times. You're appealing to the celestial sphere. Your appeal to the celestial sphere is a mere apparent phenomenon of the apparent spherical array of the celestial bodies around us in our perspective. It is not an actual sphere. It's not actually arrayed in a spherical pattern around us. It is merely an apparent sphere. It's just said in an analogical sense. So appealing to the mere apparent spherical array, the analogical sense of the celestial sphere, are in our perspective, the nature of our perspective, when we look up at the celestial bodies in any direction, is a terribly weak inductive argument to indicate that it's arrayed around a ball.
Well,
you can have that on a horizontal surface.
But it has to be a sphere around a horizontal surface. That's the part where
you go chanting again. I'll repeat myself again. You can have the apparent spherical array and the analogical sense of a celestial sphere when standing on a horizontal surface that does not strongly indicate, nor is that logically incompatible with, having our perspective while standing on a horizontal surface. Stop repeating the appeal to this.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with you. You can have a celestial sphere around a flat Earth. So can I at least get an acknowledgement that I'm agreeing with you?
Did you say can or can't?
You can. C-A-N.
Oh, yes. It's not at all distinctive of a sphere then.
Well,
so don't keep appealing to it.
Okay,
because
here's the problem. Here's the problem. If there is a celestial sphere, which, as you said, it is virtual, it's not a solid, spherical ball. It's just locations in the sky that make a 360 degree. If you have this celestial sphere with these 88 constellations, let's say you surround a flat Earth with that. The problem is that every constellation has a GP on Earth. Every constellation has a GP on Earth, which means there's no constellations that are under the flat Earth. And if every constellation has a GP,
listen to me.
Earth has to be a sphere.
Listen to me.
Yes.
The celestial bodies are in a apparent spherical array in our perspective.
Yes.
And you're trying to get the elevation angles up from the Earth to the celestial body, which necessarily implies that when you get those elevation angles, the surface of the Earth is going to be horizontal, because you need that horizontal baseline in that triangle in a particular analogical sense between you, the GP, and the celestial body's position. It's going to make a triangle, necessarily implying that the horizontal baseline is the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is horizontal and not spherical. It's a self-defeating appeal for you.
So Gregory, let's throw out angle of elevation and let's just take a look at GP. So everybody can look straight over their head and locate a star or at least a constellation that's directly above their head. The thing about the celestial sphere is every single location on Earth has a constellation that is at the zenith. In other words, you're standing on the GP of the some star in that celestial in that constellation, right? So there are no exceptions to this. Every single star has a GP on Earth. All right. So that means that there's no constellations that are going underneath the flat Earth. If you acknowledge that the celestial
because
sphere
none of them do that.
exists, well, do you acknowledge that there's a celestial sphere? Do you acknowledge the celestial
That's
sphere?
not a problem. Listen. That's not a problem for our position. Our position does not require that the constellations be under the flat Earth. None of the stars are under the Earth. It's not a problem.
It's not a celestial sphere.
Your position,
Remember
though, Gregory?
how the celestial sphere is a merely optical phenomenon? They're not really arrayed in a sphere around the Earth. Remember?
Do you think they're arrayed in a dome?
Yes or no, Charles?
But I don't understand what your question was. Could you repeat it?
Do you remember that the celestial sphere is a merely optical, apparent phenomenon? They're not actually arrayed in free space around the Earth in a 360-degree array. Remember?
Okay, so there's no actual sphere. Okay, it's not a solid sphere like a ball.
Right.
It's just
a
location.
description of how it appears in our optics. That's it.
Well, it has nothing to do with optics. It just has to do
everything to do with optics, dude. That's exactly what it is. It's the apparent spherical array of the celestial bodies around the Earth. That's how it seems. They're not really in a sphere around the Earth.
Well, okay, they're not comprising an actual sphere. They're comprising a virtual sphere. Okay, where the Earth can be considered to be a dot at the center of this virtual sphere.
Or concentric to the observer. It's either the Earth or the observer, but they're concentric to either or.
Right. And every single star has a right ascension and declination, which is basically it's essentially like latitude and longitude in the sky, right? So if you know that on a globe, and whether you believe in a globe or not, you should know about latitude and longitude. Well, the celestial sphere has right ascension declination, which is analogous to latitude longitude, which means every single star has a location in this virtual sphere. It's not an actual sphere, it's a virtual sphere. But it is spherical. It literally has coordinates. Every single star has coordinates. Right ascension declination, they've been mapped for thousands of years. And it comprises a virtual celestial sphere.
Longitude, right? That elevation angle up from the Earth.
Just focus on right ascension declination.
Hold on. Since the 6th century BC, the Babylonians were using it prior to the advent of the idea of the globe.
Yeah, they weren't a seafaring nation. So for all they cared, the Earth was flat and it was shaped like Egypt. Right? Who cares? But they did know the celestial sphere wrapped around it. They just didn't know what was on the other side.
Thank you for shooting yourself in the foot. Acknowledge that you don't need to believe and account for a sphere to do celestial navigation. They refute the premise that you need to accept and acknowledge and factor in the idea that the Earth is a sphere in order to do celestial navigation. So there's that point.
No,
and
I
again,
never
you
mentioned
appeal to
anything about
celestial navigation,
with the
you appeal to
Egyptians.
elevation angles, especially with longitude, like you just mentioned, is all instances that necessarily require two straight lines intersecting at a point, the celestial body above the GP, the elevation angle between the two, necessarily implying that the horizontal line between you and the GP is just that, the horizontal line, necessarily implying that that's the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is horizontal. It's a self-defeating appeal.
No, negative, Ghost Rider. Negative. That is absolutely not.
UNR.
You can do okay, true or false? You can do celestial navigation while airborne. Can you do celestial navigation while you are removed from the surface of the Earth?
What does that have to do with my premise?
Yes. Yeah. Well, first of all, the answer to the question is yes, and second of all, it has everything to do with
my
it.
Premise?
Because the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with
the surface of the Earth is irrelevant. So the surface of the Earth is irrelevant to trying to navigate the surface of the Earth. That's patently idiotic.
What you are implying with what you just said, Gregory, is that you can't do celestial navigation unless the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Hold on a second. Platypus and Gregory, I need to leave. I'm going to leave you, Gregory, in good hands with Platypus. It was a pleasure speaking with you guys. I really appreciate the pushback. And I hope you guys know that I really admire, this discourse. Thank you for hosting. Thank you for your generosity and your kindness. But I'm gonna leave.
Peace to you.
I gotta go. All right.
Take care, man.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, why do I feel like I know? Hold on, real quick. Who is that guy? I feel like I know his voice, but not the name that he's using.
Check his bio. He's got a YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
He's been around for a while.
Oh shit, he already left. Never mind.
But just real quick,
okay, anyway.
Just real quick though, how dumb was that to say that you're not doing celestial navigation on the ground? You could do it from the air. Well, technically, everybody's doing it from the air, whether you're 6 feet high off the ground or 10 feet off the ground or 20 feet. Like that was a dumb freaking argument. I think.
No, it's a good argument.
Yeah,
no,
yes, I agree with you, Apocrypha.
Taking it from the sky. Well, thank you for agreeing. Taking it from the sky is you're going to have to do the same like elevation, right? And then, but it's all based upon that baseline, that flat baseline. That's where you're going to get your angle from. You're creating the 90 off the vertical based upon a horizontal. That's creating the 90 to give you that position to begin with.
Right. So we agree. So we agree that celestial navigation works if the Earth is or is not flat.
No.
What does the shape of the surface of the Earth have to do with celestial navigation if you don't invoke
the horizontal baseline or not?
When you're doing
because the GPs
actually making the horizontal baseline or not?
What is that horizontal baseline?
The distance between you and the GP.
Remind me what GP stands for again?
Ground position.
Okay.
That's the ground position beneath the star. You're making the elevation angle.
It does not stand for ground plane. It stands for ground position, a fixed point.
A fixed point that you've acquired by
position.
Establishing its vertical position to the horizontal, which will give you a 90 degrees. So yeah, I agree. You don't have to do it off the ground, but you're still, that whole calculation is going to be including a baseline from your position to the GP's position.
Because it actually has
a 90 degree.
Right, because it actually has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the Earth and everything to do with doing the navigation from a horizontal line that is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Acknowledge the patent idiocy of saying that the surface of the Earth is irrelevant to trying to navigate the surface of the Earth. Acknowledge it, please.
So what you're acknowledging with all of this is that the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with whether celestial navigation works or not.
Okay, this just utterly self-defeating. So the surface of the Earth is irrelevant to trying to navigate the surface of the Earth. That's his argument.
Does the Earth have to be
He just
flat in order
destroyed
for
celestial
celestial
navigation.
navigation to
So
work? Yes or no?
if he continues with this, he destroyed celestial navigation.
The
So
baseline
they
is
destroyed
yes.
any and all appeals to celestial navigation to try and indicate that it's only possible or exclusively possible on a ball.
So this is why
Self-defeating.
So look at when I say that it doesn't matter the shape of the Earth, and what I mean by that is because there's topography, but still you're going to establish a plane to make that 0 degree from your position to that position of the GP. But you're still going to establish the baseline. That's why, yeah, you're right. It doesn't have to be, this according to what the way you're trying to word it. I agree with you, but I don't agree with you when you try to then say, oh, well, then it could be a ball. No, you're not getting it. It can't be a sphere because a sphere, you cannot establish 2 90 degrees from apart from one another that are going to match up, right? Like a stick, right? You can't put a stick on a curved surface and both points are touching the surface of the ball. Like what don't you get about that? It's weird.
Because,
so let's clarify this. Before
you reply, if it were a globe, hold on.
Hang on. Just let me clarify this. You are trying to get an angle. You can't get any angle at all from a curved line or surface, let alone 90 degrees, which is perpendicular to horizontal.
We just agreed that you're not using
a curved
the surface. That's what we just agreed that you're not using the surface.
Look, can you
when you do
whistling
this?
past this, please? Can you stop whistling past this, please? You cannot have any angle up from a curved surface nor line, especially a perpendicular angle of 90 degrees up from horizontal. You cannot be done. It's not logically possible. So if you are getting the elevation angle up from the Earth, that's going to necessarily imply the horizontal baseline is the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
No, negative. We just agreed that it has nothing to do with the shape of the surface of the Earth because that's not what you're using.
Never agreed to that. No, we did not agree to that.
Okay, again, I'll ask. When you do celestial navigation, are you putting your eyeball down on the ground to get as close to the surface of the ground?
You're not necessarily doing that. No.
Why not? Why wouldn't that give you the best, most accurate answer to your question?
Why are you digressing to this?
Where you are?
Stick to the point that I said. Stick to the point that I actually said to you. Do you know what it is? Do you know the point that I actually said to you?
The point you're trying to make, which is incorrect, is that if it's a ball, you can't do celestial navigation because you can't get 90-degree angles to the surface of the ball.
Can't get any angles to the curved surface because you can't get angles up from a curved surface.
We just agreed before you said that we're not doing it to the surface of what you're standing on.
Of course you have to say that. Right. You have to say that. That's what you have to say. If you're going to sustain the premise, the surface of the Earth is curving into a ball. So now, in order to get the angle, because you need 2 straight lines, you don't have the second straight line with the curved surface. You need another straight line. So now you're going to have this imaginary tangent line, which is not the surface of the Earth and is not concretely real, and therefore is not the concrete plane above which the celestial body is above.
Yeah, you're not understanding. Like you're trying to say you don't need the surface because, like topography and it's higher here, lower there, but you are creating a baseline surface in your calculation of getting an angle even to the vertical. That vertical is established as a 90 degree, and you're going to angle it according to that right angle. And you can't do that on a sphere. Like I said, I'll say it one more time. You can't take a stick and put it on a basketball and say that the 2 ends are touching the surface of the basketball, because then that's curving around. But we are creating a baseline that is a straight line to make 2 90-degree positions from the GP of the celestial object to your GP, to where you're at.
Okay, and you are absolutely right. The problem is we aren't doing this navigation with objects that change in their apparent position as you move around the Earth. And they don't do that. Hold on, Apocryphon. They don't do that.
Continue. You're attacking the premise we didn't say to you.
Platypus. In the almanac, they literally have when you establish a GP, they literally have a time and date. The reason why is because 10 minutes later or 30 minutes later, that GP of that star will move because they understand everything's spinning around us above. So you can't say we're not dealing with things that are moving. Absolutely, we're dealing with things that are moving. That's why in the almanac, there's a time and date. So if you look at your time and you look at your date, you say, okay, at this specific moment, this is the GP for that. But 2 hours later, that's not going to be the GP for that because it would have moved across, it would traverse across our sky, bro. Come on.
So if you sustain the premise, just to clarify, if you sustain the premise the Earth is a ball, then you make ascertaining the elevation angle above the surface of the Earth impossible because you cannot get any angle from a curved surface. So if we are getting elevation angles up from the surface of the Earth to do celestial navigation, to navigate from point A to B, given the elevation angle of the celestial body above the GP, it's going to necessarily imply the surface of the Earth is horizontal because the surface of the Earth is going to be a horizontal baseline in that triangle.
Gregory, show me how it falls apart on a globe. Demonstrate it. I want to see how. I want to see how.
Angle. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Yep. Listen to me. Get an angle up from a curved surface. You can't do it.
You're not using the surface of the Earth, remember?
Exactly, which necessarily implies that you're not getting the elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth, which is what you're trying to do in the first place. You're trying to get the GP, the ground position, the ground, the Earth, where the star is above the Earth. If you don't have that horizontal baseline above which to get the elevation angle of the star, then you can't get the elevation angle up from the GP to the star. Did I say well, Apocryphon?
Yeah, that was. I mean, I have no problem with that. That was perfect. I don't think you can say it even more clear. It's just I like that. Alpha pointed out earlier. Like, okay, these guys were doing it back before it was a globe. Then how the hell did they do it? If they got around. They knew where they were going. They got to the place they were eventually going to get to. Had nothing to do with the sphere. So in that case, I would agree with them. You're right. They're not doing it based upon this so-called shape of a globe, but they're still establishing the baseline on the planet Earth. So it actually kicked himself, in the ass because he was saying you don't do the shape. You're
almost
right.
there.
It don't have to be a globe.
You're almost there. I don't understand.
Apocryphon, did you know that the Portuguese, before anybody had ever thought up this globe BS, the Portuguese had already navigated and mapped so much of the Earth that they're like, yeah, they had mapped it flat. They mapped and navigated it flat. Did you know that?
Exactly. Because they knew what they were doing.
Bingo!
And that's what we're saying.
Thank the Portuguese!
It's just really weird when they have to invoke this, ideology and say, oh, this is, and we only gotten better at it. Now we have better tools and now we have a better calculation. And come on, dude.
And all
you don't
that
think
blah,
they would
blah,
have
blah,
got
blah,
better
yada, yada, when we all know that every
right.
tool for navigation and building shit was meant for a flat freaking Earth.
Exactly. There's a reason why it's called a right angle, by the way. There's a reason. There's a reason why there's a vertical and a horizontal. There's a reason. In all applications of many, many different fields. It's our reality. That's why. And that's how you establish
besides the fact that you're not gonna get a 90-degree angle on a curving surface. I mean, come on.
Exactly. That's what Gregory was saying. You can't get a 90-degree on a sphere. You can't. You're not going to. But what they want to do is no, we shoot our line that's going to go straight out over the globe, over the ball curved, right? And it's going to hit the vertical line. And then that's like, dude, are you serious? Then that's not a fucking 90 degree then. At that point where that angle of that line is hitting the vertical of something divergent to your position, and it's going out the opposite way from yours, then that's no longer a 90 degree. But if you ask them, what's that GP over there? How'd you get it? Oh, it's a 90 degree. Well, then how'd you get a 90 degree if your angle that you shot it on the globe Earth is not it's greater than 90 degrees? It would have to be, because it's shooting from an angle that's underneath, shooting up to the vertical. I don't know, man. Hopefully sparks click or something clicks in the brain. Hopefully they understand why we say it this way. Whatever.
So there's that. So there's that self-defeating appeal to elevation angles up from the Earth, because you're trying to get the elevation angle of the star from the GP, not from the VP, not from the virtual position in a fictitious world where there's just Euclidean shapes and definitions. No, you're trying to get the elevation angle up from the GP. Okay.
Right, from a single
that
point.
self-defeating appeal to that.
Right. From a single point.
Yeah, the GP
from a single, which is a single point on the surface,
the Earth,
right?
The elevation angle up from the point on the Earth.
Yeah.
Right, which is going to make that horizontal baseline between the GP and you in order to get the angle of elevation up to the star up from the GP.
And regardless of what shape you think the Earth is, if you're in a different spot in the world and you try to do that, if you try to do that at the same time as somebody else at a different spot, the GP is going to be different, correct?
Okay.
So the math is
wherever the GP is under the whatever given celestial body is going to be horizontal.
It's different depending on where you are,
Earth,
right?
Which is horizontal. So you have the horizontal baseline up from which you get the elevation angle to the star.
Right. It's not dependent on the shape of what you're standing on. It's dependent on the point that you're standing on.
Listen. You're missing the point. No one ever said that the GP is contingent upon the surface of the Earth being horizontal. The horizontal baseline up from which you get the angle is contingent upon the surface of the Earth being horizontal. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the elevation angle up to the star from the GP.
I don't know. I just don't think it's very Christian of Charles to like refute so much of the Bible like that.
Oh yeah, he's not refuting any of the Bible there.
Oh no, just like you don't refute any of the Bible, Matthew. I don't even
I believe the Bible is the Word of God.
Except for all 200 parts that describe where you live. Okay.
Oh no,
I don't. We can put this to bed. We can put this to bed right now. The only reason why people like Matthew and Charles say this is because they have the controlling premise that the Earth is a ball, which is obviously not compatible with the Geodesy and Cosmology and Cosmogony that the Holy Maker, aka the Bible, teaches. So they have to, in order to sustain the premise that both the Earth is a ball and the Bible is true, they have to make the passages that are obviously not compatible with spheroidal Geodesy not actually describe the concrete nature of the Earth. That's why.
Bingo.
Geodesy, how do you spell that?
Right, which is obviously self-defeating and obviously a untenable position, and is very much just ripe for being torn apart by the most ravenous antichrists, because that's a patent demonstration of not being consistent with the scriptures and taking some other doctrine foreign and external to the scriptures as being epistemically superior.
Shape.
All truth is God's truth, so I think it's appropriate for us to look at the world to understand God's scriptures sometime, and vice versa.
Nice. I learned a new word.
I agree with you, Matthew. But what disturbs that is the doctrine that steers you away from the truth just to serve an agenda pushed upon those evil ones that established it and created it to begin with. You're taking away from God's creation, and then you're making man believe something that takes him outside of what is being said to be true, and you're making him look like a fool. And that sounds like something the adversary would do, because then they're having you convinced that you can create a 90 degree from one side and a 90 degree from the other, and it could be on the sphere, even though that all principles around that make zero sense. I posted 2 photos in the chat. I'm sure you guys seen this thousands of times. This is what makes sense. So what is true? This is how they're establishing their positions on these circles of equal elevation. You can't have 3 circles of equal elevation with 90 degrees implemented on all 3 points on a ball. You could only do this on a planar Earth. That's it. It's easy. It's a wrap. I don't know why it still gets argued, to be honest. I guess
because those are triangles, and the fundamental celestial navigation formula is a linear formula, which says you take the angle, vertex distance, and multiply by 60 nautical miles. That's a linear equation.
Yet the people that created it never did that.
You're breaking up.
To be a sphere.
Is he breaking up for you?
Okay.
Hey, Block, you're roboting. Try it again.
All right. Can you hear me now? Am I clear?
Yes.
Yeah, try it again.
You sound better.
Good. Okay. So, I know why. Hold on. Give me a second.
So again, you only have 2 options. It's either the surface of the Earth is at horizontal baseline or not. If you're trying to get the elevation angle up from the GP, the ground position, then it's going to necessarily imply that the surface of the Earth, which includes that GP, is horizontal.
Or you could make a tangent horizontal plane on a curved surface, which is what we do.
Which will not be the surface of the Earth, and therefore you will not have the GP, and therefore will not get the elevation angle up from the GP.
So I would recommend ignoring the horizontal, the horizon, and all of that when doing celestial navigation, and just simply multiply the vertex distance by 60 nautical miles. Then you can ignore all that stuff.
Matthew, listen to me. Stop whistling past the glaring error. If you do that, then you're not getting the elevation angle up from the GP.
Right, you're getting the vertex distance, which is what is used in the equation for celestial navigation.
Okay, but Matthew, they didn't do that back when they weren't thinking of it to be a globe, and it worked. Like, what do you not accept about that, Matthew? Is it only because it goes against your bias that it has to be a globe in your worldview? I can't even say it. The point here, Matt, is that you're saying it has to be this, right?
No.
But yet it wasn't that once upon a time. So why does it have to be? Oh, it's in the formulas, in the calculations. Okay, but that's a created model to where they made it work. So they like reverse engineered, right? Or they created this planar technology or system that they once had back when they didn't believe it to be a globe, and it worked. They got around, they mapped stuff out. But then all of a sudden, in today's world, all you did was just transform that planar and gave it coordinate systems, lat longs, and you curved it. Maybe this is why down the south things don't line up the way they're supposed to line up equally or perfectly the way it, comparative to the north. Maybe that's why, because things are just a little bit off. Maybe they're a little wonky. But I'm just saying, you can't say that this is a formula and this is the way we do it. This is the way we calculate it. Well, okay, that's all fine and dandy, but you don't need it to be a globe. You actually need it to be a planar Earth. Even in your calculations, you're using math that would have to constitute a baseline, right?
You don't need the baseline. That's what I'm saying. You don't need the baseline.
Wait, Matthew, wait.
Sentence. That was hold on, Gregory. That was literally going to be my next sentence. I was going to say, you can say we don't need the ground because we could just go from our vertical. And then, guess what? What if we can't see the ground? What if for whatever reason we can't do that and we can't establish that? But guess where you then can run into a problem in your paradigm? Because you're trying to say that when we take a vertical, well, what's that established off? That vertical is established off the horizontal. So you're right.
It's a plumb line.
Okay, the vertical is going to be only a vertical once you have that horizontal.
No, you use a plumb line. You could ignore the horizontal.
Yes, and that's going to create 90 degree, right? Correct?
No, you can ignore the 90 degrees. You don't need 90 degrees. You don't need
Does a plumb bob create a right triangle? Yes or no?
No, it creates a line, a direction.
Okay, then then this is where
Hey.
you're going off into the weeds, because now you're not even understanding how reality works right now, Matt.
Hey,
So
Park.
here's the problem. When you have a plumb bob, okay, the whole purpose of it is to establish a right triangle, so that way you can now establish a horizontal line where you can say, if I go 10 feet up from this position, I know I'm going to be perpendicular to this position right here, and it's going to make sense. Parallel here, perpendicular there, it all maps out. Now we have some measurements. Then we can take angles from it, because we know what we've established with that vertical. So you're saying, oh, we just need the vertical. We don't even need the ground. Well, but you still need the ground, because that vertical is creating a 90 degree on both GPs.
I'm saying that you can use the plumb bob to find the direction of down, and by that find the direction of the vertex straight up, and that's all you need. You can ignore the horizontal, you can ignore the 90 degrees, and just get the straight vertex distance, which is the angle of the star that's different from vertical. Ignore all the other stuff.
Okay. So you can say that, but at the same time, you're still going to get that number, right? Let's say that star is 35 degree angle from the vertical. Okay, but where'd you get the 35 from? Well,
from the vertical.
That's because we know that the vertical and the horizontal is a 90 degree angle. And that's why we can now even establish that angle, because we've created a right angle. If you don't have a right angle, Matthew, then you won't get the right 35 degrees. You won't.
So you're right. That's one way to do it, but you can go straight to the 35 degrees without even any reference to the horizontal or the 90.
No, wait, Matthew, I think you're missing.
How are you going to get an angle with only one straight line?
This guy.
One straight line is up, straight up. The other straight line is to the star. Those two straight lines create an angle. That's called the vertex distance, and that's what you multiply by 60 nautical miles.
Okay,
so sure it is.
Yeah,
two lines make an angle.
It's a 180 degree angle.
No, two lines intersecting at a point make an angle.
It's a 180 degree angle.
You're right. It's 180. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Like a little cool little
it's a perfect angle. Yeah.
Okay, but the point though is, like, so when you have a thing in, let's say we're in a big ass warehouse, right? And that light bulb way at the end, and you're like, what's that light bulb's GP? Well, you're gonna walk over there and stand right underneath it, and you're gonna be, okay, cool. That vertical of this light, I know for a fact that when I take the angle to it from my position, that our 90 degrees are going to make this angle accurate. Because when I tilt down my eyes or tilt up, whichever way you want to look at it, then I'm understanding that if I'm on a floor that's level, and we've established a GP of that light bulb way at the end, then you're right. We don't need the floor, but that floor was created so that way we can have a GP to begin with, because we have an equal elevation circle on that over there, and we have an equal elevation circle over here. And that equal elevation circle could only exist on the floor of that warehouse. You can't put a ball on it, because now there's no longer equal elevation of that circle. You're now outside of creating that 90 degree horizontal, vertical. It's just really weird, Matthew, that you just hold on to this, bro. I don't know what you don't get. I think I'm wasting my breath, to be honest. I'll shut up.
Hey,
let's clarify this now before anything else is said. Let's clarify this right now. In contrast, Matthew, in contrast to having a vertical line perpendicular to a horizontal line to get that 90 degree angle with the zenith and or the angle of the star above the GP, how are you getting an angle while ignoring the horizontal baseline?
By looking at straight up, which is one line from your eye to straight up, that's the vertex, and then your eye to the celestial object, let's say, some star, then those two lines meet at your observation point and they create an angle, and that's called the vertex angle. That one angle is all you need in order to plug it into the equation. Let's say 35 degrees, plug 35 degrees in, multiply it by 60 nautical miles, and you have the distance
How did you get the 90 degree in the first place? When you look straight up to the zenith, how'd you get the 90 degree in the first place without the horizontal baseline?
By using a plumb bob without the horizontal.
And what does it plumb to?
It points straight down and up. Like the line goes.
How do you know it's vertical, Matthew?
Because that's what plumb bobs do. They create a line that goes up and down.
Hang on. Try it again. How do you know it's plumb?
By definition, that's what a plumb bob does. It finds
by definition.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matthew. My construction jobs would be a pain in the ass if my plumb bobs never stopped moving.
No, they're not moving. They point down.
They're not moving? Wait a second. They're not moving? But Earth is moving. They're attached to the Earth. Why aren't they moving? Why aren't my plumb bobs experiencing some sort of conservation of momentum?
Oh, that's a separate conversation. I'd be happy to have it. When you do celestial navigation, you do
let's not lose focus. Come on, let's not lose focus.
You
have a 90 degree
surface, and you need over 24 hours of swinging a pendulum of it, and you need enough weight to give it enough power to do it for 24 hours, and then you'll see that just by the movement of that pendulum back and forth as the Earth rotates, it'll create a pattern in the sand.
I guess you.
We don't need to digress to that yet.
They won't move by themselves. By the way, you can't. You're not going to hang a string for 24 hours and then all of a sudden it starts swinging because the Earth is moving. You have to
start
give it that movement.
You have to start that.
But can we don't need to digress to that yet. Let's not digress to that yet.
So let me just stop us from digressing and get us back on track with a question I've been meaning to ask everybody. And I'm posting it now in side chat just in case you can't hear me for some reason.
Can you wait? Because we haven't finished the previous point we digressed from.
It's about the previous point. It's literally about the previous point, which is what are the two directions? Let's say you have a plumb bob in space, and you're trying to get that angle, right? A straight angle. So obviously you have left, right, up and down, but then what are the other two angles called? North, south, right? Like that doesn't really make sense, which means instead of a north, south, east, west, there's actually a north, south, east, west in two other directions. Now, if we have done celestial movement, right, motorics, we should, and by we I mean NASA at least, should have names for these two directions, but I don't think they do. So if they don't, then how would any of their fucking math or equations work? Anyway, go ahead.
There's that also. So we cannot just whistle past this, all right? You have a 90 degree, like Matthew just mentioned.
I've never mentioned 90. I said you don't need
90 degree, looking up to the zenith above your head, looking straight up. How are you getting a 90 degree without the horizontal baseline, which the vertical is perpendicular to?
You're right. You're not getting a 90 degree anywhere. You're just going straight to the vertex distance.
Holy crap, Matthew! Look, even in your own photo that you posted, that's not okay. Look at the second GP, okay? Show me on those three lines, is there even 190 degree at this point?
No.
None of them have 90 degree. None of them have 90 degree, right?
Right.
No, okay.
That's my whole point. You don't need 90 degrees.
No, that's our point though. Because the point here, Matthew, is that this whole system, this is why they understood it way back before it even had to be a globe. They understood that if I sailed straight across the ocean to that position, in a blink of an eye, it would be 90 degrees to my position underneath it. So now you have two 90-degree positions, and they're looking back at each other, which is going to give you the angle of where you're trying to look at it in the sky. And now you're saying, oh, the other GP doesn't have to be 90 degrees. Are you freaking kidding me right now? All GPs are based off of a 90-degree position. Wow, Matt. It's amazing, you guys.
GPs don't need 90.
Yeah, triangulation. This is why Jesus Christ is king.
Matthew, you're just defying us. You're not giving any good
because
reason.
You're incorrect.
You're not being logically consistent with what it means to get an angle, Matthew.
Sure.
If you're getting an angle, it's up from a horizontal baseline. That's what you need to get an angle. If you have any degree, including 90 degrees, up from you to the zenith, then it's going to necessarily imply that it's perpendicular to a horizontal baseline.
So if I'll describe based in reference to my diagram that I posted 3 past the hour. You can find the viewing position is where you are at, and you can find the zenith by hanging a plumb bob, and that determines the direction of up and down. So that's one line. Your viewing position straight up is that blue line. The second line you need is your viewing position to the star. That's the red line that's right next to the viewing position. So those 2 lines, any 2 lines, make an angle. You can measure that to be 35 degrees. That 35 degrees all by itself, with no reference to right angles or to 90 degrees, is sufficient to calculate the 2100 nautical miles, and now you know that you're 2100 nautical miles away from
So
the
then
ground,
you
the GP
did
of
not
that
get
star.
Oh my
any
God,
of
bro,
those,
this is
Matthew. So
crazy.
then you did not get any of those angles up from the Earth,
Correct.
which was the task.
No. The
Okay, hold
task
on.
is to get to 35. That's the only task.
But Matthew,
You're just whistling past the critique, Matthew.
No.
You did
Yeah,
not
because it's
get
false.
the angles up from the Earth then.
Right.
So then you failed to get the position of the stars above the Earth.
Right. You don't need that.
Okay, but Matthew,
What you need, that's what you need, Matthew.
Oh my God,
You're trying to
bro.
navigate the Earth. You can't neglect the Earth when trying to navigate the Earth. If you neglect the Earth, you're not going to successfully navigate the Earth, Matthew. If you're getting the GP of the star, the zenith, or the star away from you, at whatever given distance away from you, that's going to necessarily imply that the horizontal baseline is the Earth's surface.
No, that's false.
Oh my God.
No argument, just a U and R. I'm going to make this clear. Right? We don't need. We're not going to go in circles about this. You don't have an argument to say that.
Yeah,
your line of reasoning necessarily implies that you're not getting the elevation angles of anything above the Earth. It's a
Bingo.
fictitious fantasy of a two-dimensional orthogonal view, which no one exists in. It's only a concept. Your position necessarily implies you're not getting the elevation angles up from the Earth.
That's correct. I'm not getting the elevation angles up from the Earth. Instead, I'm going directly
So then you're not navigating the Earth anymore. You failed celestial navigation.
The second half of my sentence would explain what I was doing, but so Gregory's
keep
correct.
Going in circles about this.
Yeah, Gregory's correct that I'm not getting the elevation angle of the star. Instead, I'm getting the zenith distance, which is that 35 degrees. It's how different the star is from straight up, and I plug that directly into the fundamental equation of celestial navigation, which is degrees times 60 nautical miles, and I get 35 degrees, plug it straight into that, and I get 2100 nautical miles, and that tells me how far I am from the GP of that star.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
you don't live on a two-dimensional line, Matthew. Do you understand that?
I'm talking about how celestial navigation works.
See, I just whistled right past what I just said to you. Let's try to dimensional line, Matthew. Do you understand that, yes or no?
I do.
All right. So given that you don't live on a two-dimensional line, you live on the Earth.
Right.
You can't navigate an idea. You're trying to navigate the Earth, Matthew. Your graph and your pattern of reasoning necessarily implies you're not navigating the Earth any longer. You're now navigating an idea. And you can't navigate an idea because you don't exist on or in an idea. You are trying to navigate the Earth, but you fail to navigate the Earth, given your pattern of reasoning. It's self-defeating.
No, it's not. It's basic mathematics, and I just described it.
More UNR, unjustified negation retort. Just negate what I just said without any argument. He doesn't have a reason, so he's just going to repeat the same pattern of reasoning he's already said, which necessarily implies he's not getting elevation angles up from the Earth, and therefore failed to navigate the Earth.
Because you do not need them to find your location.
See, he just did it again. Just repeating himself. This is why I keep saying the fallacy. This is the fallacy of repetition and invincible ignorance. He doesn't have a good reason to make this line of appeal, as though you can navigate the Earth while doing celestial navigation, presuming the Earth to be a ball, and navigating a horizontal line, which is a fictitious two-dimensional line.
Yeah, so I'll provide the reason.
He can actually derive the distance he needs to make the assessment of his latitude. What is he missing?
Right. I got the 2,100 miles. That's good for me.
It's just a refusal to be logically consistent with the premises and this pattern of reasoning to defy flat Earth. It's ridiculous. Pattern of reasoning necessarily implies that the angles are ascertained from a fictitious two-dimensional line, which is not the Earth, and therefore you have failed to navigate the Earth. Period. It's self-defeating.
The point of celestial navigation is to find your distance to a GP. You do that 3 times, and then with trilateration, you can figure out where you are.
Exactly what I just said, Matthew. Exactly. You're trying to navigate the Earth. In your diagram, which is illustrative of your pattern of reasoning, you're not navigating the Earth.
The fundamental equation in celestial navigation is vertex distance times 60 nautical miles. That's all I was saying.
Right, which is not navigating the Earth. That entire graph is illustrative of your pattern of reasoning, necessarily implying that you're not navigating the Earth.
No, it works. It's a linear
equation. It doesn't work. You can't attempt to navigate the Earth. You cannot successfully navigate the Earth with a pattern of reasoning that is not navigating the Earth. That's like trying to go to the fridge while going the opposite direction from the fridge. You're doing the very antithesis of what you're trying to do. No, it doesn't work.
I think celestial navigation does work.
Of course it works, and it doesn't work the way you're describing, because your pattern of reasoning necessarily implies that you're not navigating the Earth. We cannot navigate a two-dimensional abstract concept, nor the illustration thereof. We can only navigate the Earth and the seas. So, given that fact, your pattern of reasoning is not demonstrative nor illustrative of navigating the Earth, because again, it necessarily implies you're not navigating the Earth.
That's not true. So the other interesting thing to point out about the celestial navigation equation is that it's perfectly linear. You take the vertex distance and multiply it by 60 nautical miles. That's a linear equation. So it has nothing to do with trigonometry or triangles.
Whoever just ripped ass on the microphone, you're raw for doing that.
Hey,
so what is it? So what are up and down called in a three-dimensional space? Because we would say, there's north and then there's verticality, like going vertical, you'd be going up, but there's no word for going down. What is that word?
No, okay, so I'm trying to explain it in the chat. So I get what you're saying. So the elevation is one position, okay? Then from that elevation, you're going to have a zenith and an azimuth. So the up and down of that said elevation, so from that original position, so let's say your elevation is 0, you're standing on the ground, right?
Right.
And then your azimuth is going to be the
walking forward.
Yeah, so
right.
I'm getting confused in my own
yeah, no, I'm seeing it though.
Okay, the azimuth is the east and west,
right?
And then the zenith is going to be north and south. So, like, that's why when you're setting up, like a big satellite dish for commercial broadcast and media television, and you're like, okay, what's my zenith and what's my azimuth? Then all you're doing is just going up and down, left and right, and you're fine tuning that grid, and that can anywhere in the sky.
But that's what I'm saying is that there should be a third. There should be a zenith.
Yeah, it's elevation. It's
an azimuth.
Yeah, and elevation. There's those three. Those three components work together.
Okay, so then I'm saying there should be a fourth.
What would be the fourth?
I don't know, but it would exist if globe was real. But since there is no word there, then that implies that globe is.
I get what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. I think I just came out. I just think I came up with a new flat Earth proof.
But
that's a fair critique. It implies an absurdity.
And what you're saying though, and here's the way we say that. Here's the way we argue that. Okay, let me just let you know. This is how it gets argued. we say, hey, you guys, in all that you do, it's always an XYZ, right? There's only 3 parts to this. And that's why they don't have a fourth. You're right. That takes away their globe. You're right.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on a second. Why would you need a fourth if you have 3 directions, X, Y, Z, and then the opposite would just be negative X, negative Y, negative Z?
Right, exactly.
So what's wrong with that?
Well, so okay, let's say you were flying in a 3-dimensional space. You're up in the air and you are in a plane, right?
Yeah.
Well, so let's take it further. Let's say you're in space, like actual space. You got really far, and let's just pretend that you got out of the solar system. Now, how would you find your bearing, right? Oh, you just look at the stars and go, oh, X, Y, Z, right? Well, no, you would need an azimuth, right? Which you could use the ring of the Milky Way. But
Great
then,
point.
so then
Well,
if
yeah,
you,
it would always
so your
need
zenith,
something, right?
right? Well, so that's why there should be a word for negative zenith. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we wouldn't say negative zenith, we would have a word for it, but we don't have a word.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it's a given, right? If we're on the ground, right?
Right.
Z or Z is upwards above us, and then the negative is downwards below us.
It's always down. Yeah, but you don't have down in space. So that means NASA should have a new word for this, but they never did. So I feel like I just kind of cracked their.
Oh yeah,
this is his point, because I agree with his critique. His point is that it's an unintelligible implication. Therefore, it implies an absurdity.
What we should do for the map is
what
we
is
should have it.
The reference, right?
Right, exactly. Because we always have a reference. Obviously, we have Earth, but
Earth's going to be 0.
Then
Earth's 0, and north would be like the y-axis that goes up. There you go. Boom. That's the beginning of the map.
You only need 3 coordinates to specify a point in 3-dimensional space.
Right, of course.
Exactly,
right. Well, we'll take 3 coordinates.
Sorry?
Well, using 2, you can get the third, though. That's the thing.
So for something in space, the coordinates are generally right ascension, declination, and distance. 3 coordinates, a unique point in space.
Right.
But relative to what, though?
Well, I would assume it would be like your X, Y, and Z axis.
Exactly, and well, no. So I'll do you one better, right? So that's what I'm saying is. So let's imagine it, because I'm a gamer. So let's say you are in space and all you can see is just the stars around you. You have no Earth. You have no down, right? So, or negative zenith, you could say. So how would you get your bearings? Well, you have plenty to choose from. You have all these stars in the sky. So let's say you use the North Star and then the Southern Cross, right? So that should make a straight line or a straight angle. So then from there you can have an azimuth, right? Which could be, we'll just I don't know what it would be, but, and I know the math is technically off from what we see, but let's just say the ring of the Milky Way, right? You can look all around you and you see a very large ring of a Milky Way, right? So then that would become your azimuth. Well, so then up toward the North Star would be the zenith, but we don't have a word for going down to the South Star, to the Southern Cross.
Oh, like in terms of official colloquial names.
Well,
right?
Yeah, and in fact, there's even
it's an implication given the geometry.
Perfectly.
It's an implication given that metaphysic, which is unintelligible. That's his point.
You know what's funny too? I believe
exactly.
I've even heard Nathan Oakley argue that before, where he was like, everything that we have in our sky, like the distance and all that stuff, is all based upon the Earth. So like all of it's an XYZ to our Earth.
Exactly.
So like the ISS is how many miles away? You know, whatever Narnia number you want to come up with, but it's still based upon our Earth. Like it's really
exactly.
funny.
So let's say so let's say I was just going to say real quick, right? So the movie Apollo 13, right, where they don't get to land on the moon and instead they slingshot around it. Technically, the math does add up. It was one of my math teachers in like middle school, like their favorite fucking movie, right? So that got me into it. Well, so think about this then, right? Think about this. If they're behind the moon, how does their math add up, right? They don't have a south. They don't have any. They would actually have to. They would have to have come up with so much new math, right? But they didn't, right? So that's what I'm saying is they should have had. Like that should have, like, I don't know, the whole world should have been like, oh wow, like we get it now, but they didn't, because they didn't, obviously.
I mean, with all due respect, right? Just plugging the word zenith as a placeholder to positive Z, right? If you just take all the fancy names out and put variables, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, whatever, you can easily do positive and negative, right? So I don't know if the math would necessarily have to be changed, right? But the terminology is definitely centered on, we're at the, it's all based on here, where we are, looking up, left and right, and forward and backwards, right? That's a given, right?
Yeah, here.
Nothing I agree with it. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. No, it does literally add up. No, this is why games like Kerbal Space Program are a thing, because this is what's been bugging me for like the past 12 years, or 12 months. Ever since I started dipping my toes in flat Earth, I was like, well, how do you get simulations that work? Like, it just makes sense, right? But in a game like Kerbal Space Program, I don't think they might have made a new word just to ground you, right? Because you're in space. There's nothing there, right? So I'm saying, like, especially if you're programming something, you should have a word for it, not just negative Z. And if you don't, then that is such a missed opportunity, right? At the very least, because you
have to make this geometric aspect intelligible.
Yeah, right. So I'm posting it in side chat. Yeah.
Unless it's like a math quiz.
What this is what's driving me crazy. Look, so celestial meridian, zenith, star, like altitude, the altitude, the azimuth. We have words for this, but there's nothing for the bottom. There's nothing going down. I mean, I would want to call it like hell or something. Like,
well, I mean,
like
you can call it
true south. You know what I mean? Like
a sub altitude,
super down,
or like or
nadir. Is that the word?
A sub zenith.
Now they're going to refuse to be consistent and acknowledge this critique, but
nadir.
To affirm the premise that everything exists in a
vacuum.
Nadir.
Oh, that's such a good word, because that's Abed's last name in Community. I don't know if you guys ever watched that, but he goes insane, right? And he thinks he's Jesus, and he thinks time isn't real and flat Earth, all this stuff. Like, but no, so his last name is Nadir. So that's really funny. That
I was saying, if the person wants to affirm the premise that we live in a cosmic vacuum, that everything exists in a cosmic vacuum, and that we're not in a fixed reference frame, some sort of concretely real object, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's going to necessarily imply that there is no up or down. You cannot have up nor down if there is no upper extremity nor lower extremity to reach. So all you have is away and toward.
Exactly.
So a cosmology that renders the very basic geometric concepts of up and down to absurdity and unintelligibility and impossibility is obviously implying falsehood, and that which implies falsehood is false.
Of course.
Now, don't get mad at me or people like me who point these things out. I didn't make this stupid ass cosmological doctrine. It's not my fault.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Well, I just think it's probably not very mainstream,
Not at all.
I'm sure it exists. We just, people just don't talk about it. And
well, yeah. So, but yeah, because it's hard to talk about. Like, nobody wants to talk about how their iPhone works, right?
Well,
like,
or how often do people bring that up? Like,
yeah. Well, how many times are
teach people how to?
Last week when I was up in space with Jeff Bezos, my buddy, and Musk, we rode one of them rockets. We're just like, you know what? Let's do it on Apollo 13. Let's slingshot around the moon, just for funsies. We're rich. We can do it, right? Like, fuck it. That's so. I asked Bezos. I was like, "Yo, Bezos, how about that nadir? Huh? Straight down, like true down, spatial down." He was like, "Nadir, what's that?" And I'm like, "Oh, am I smarter than the world's richest man?" Tee. And then Musk was there, and he was like, I'm the world's smartest man. That's why we're up here slingshotting around the moon. And I was like, dang, you're right, Musk. So true.
Well, just one last time, right? Any and all appeals to elevation angle from the globalist is self-defeating.
Absolutely.
Which is why I said that you don't need elevation angle to do celestial navigation.
There he goes again. So he's not gonna say something different. Look, he's not gonna say a different argument than what he's already said that necessarily implies absurdities, rendering his position absurd. Right? He's not gonna say anything different. He's just gonna repeat the same thing over and over again until someone liberates his mind from the shackles that is this ridiculous doctrine.
Oh, bounces off me and sticks to you.
That is illustrative of his pattern of reasoning necessarily implies he's not getting the elevation angles up from the Earth, which is what you're trying to do in celestial navigation, because you're using the celestial bodies to navigate the Earth, not a two-dimensional abstract idea.
Yeah, let me throw something in here. Like I was listening in on that conversation a little bit, and looking at the graph that Matthew sent. The one thing that like I can't argue this very well or at all, right? So I'm not here to make any claims, but it does seem to me like the only time that Matthew's thing would quote unquote fall apart is if ever there is a need to try and get a 90-degree anywhere on this thing, and from that make a traversal across that 90-degree, right? Now, if the claim is that that is not the case, then there's something else going on, right? But definitely, Gregor, I do hear you. Like, if you need the 90-degree, and we're traversing that 90-degree, and we're always referring to that initial 90-degree from where it started, right? It presumes that there's a 90-degree, and you definitely require some sort of flat physical plane to refer to, always getting that 90-degree. But if that's not the case, then there's something else going on here, right?
Yeah, either it's horizontal. It's very simple. Either the thing is vertical and or horizontal to some concretely real thing, or not. The plumb bob is vertical to the concretely real horizontal orientation of the Earth, or whatever other given surface on the Earth. You do not have either verticality nor horizontality, if I may say so, like that. I know people don't really say horizontality, but you don't have verticalness nor horizontalness without one or the other. They're logically co-necessary. I think that's called a biconditional, unless I'm abusing that term. You cannot have verticalness without horizontalness, by which to identify it being vertical or not. You can't have horizontalness without verticalness, by which to identify whether it's horizontal or not. So if the plumb bob is vertical, then it's vertical to the horizontal surface of the Earth. You don't just have horizontal, period. That's ridiculous. I emphasize again, that's ridiculous. You don't just have vertical and just horizontal. Those are ideas, right? Those are properties of things. This object is vertical to that object. This object is horizontal to that object. You don't just have horizontal itself or vertical itself. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're definitely codependent, if you will, right? I guess that's why, in this sense, like Matthew's not using the term vertical, right? It's a straight line upwards from where you are. Let's say you're on a basketball. Let's say we're trying to traverse a basketball, right? And we were using terminology like what Matthew pointed out here to traverse that, right? Let's say there's a light in the sky, right? I don't know, a light bulb on the ceiling, right? And you want to traverse the basketball. I don't think you would use the words horizontal and vertical, right? But there would be a way to do
adjectives.
That.
Why am I ignoring the dip?
Of objects. The
Why am I
descriptors of nouns.
Why am I ignoring the dip?
They're definitely descriptors, right? Referring to 90-degree angles, right?
The horizontal, period. No, you don't. You cannot. It is not logically possible to get an angle from a category. You're getting an angle from a concretely real thing. Even when we're just trying to make the category intelligible, we have to draw something. When the most basic illustration of verticality or horizontalness is to use a line. You have a vertical line. You have a horizontal line.
Right.
And those are demonstrative or illustrative of the category vertical or horizontal. In reality, in the basic concretely real world, you have horizontal fill in the blank, vertical fill in the blank. So what they're saying is just ontologically ridiculous.
I don't know if that's in dispute. I was just looking at the graph here and not seeing any of those terms. So I was just questioning the method, right? If they're not having to employ the need of these terms or any of their utility, right? Getting 90 degrees of anything or whatnot. It just makes me wonder whether the approach is actually sound, but even if the approach is sound, it doesn't necessarily mean it's actually put to use or valid in reality, right? I'm just looking at
even if it is coherent. To your point, even if it is coherent, it's not at all correspondent, nor correlative to the Earth, which is the whole point of discussing celestial navigation.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Big dip energy. So I'm talking to you, Matt, right here, because we're kind of talking in side chat. So yeah, shouldn't astronauts have a word for the dip? That's exactly what I'm saying, because you're definitely right in understanding exactly how we can find this out, right? The zenith and such. However, again, I'm not talking about measuring space. I'm talking about traversing inside of it, inside of a three-dimensional space where we do not have Earth as I guess a nadir, right? As a bottom, as a ground, right? So if you don't have that because you're spinning around in space like Sandra Bullock in that one fucking movie Gravity or whatever, like they would have words for it, but they don't, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, there's no casual science, or there's no casual mathematics. There may be formal mathematics for it, but there's no casual.
What's the difference between formal and casual mathematics?
Well, I would say just layman, right? Casual mathematics could be something like an idiot can understand, or somebody who's like, they're not an astronaut, but like an astronaut would explain like I'm 5, right? Like, so, but they don't, and because I don't think they can, because there's barely any formal math for it, right? There's barely, and when I say barely, I mean most of it's literally simulated in like Kerbal Space Program, right? So
that is definitely not correct.
Okay, how? How am I not right?
There's no
What's down in Kerbal Space
orbital
Program?
mechanics.
No, let's look it up together.
Kerbal Space Program actually uses a very complicated system where it has a floating origin that follows the player, and it scales the distances because they're floating point, right? So the difference between the large floating point numbers is necessarily larger than the the big ones have a bigger distance than the smaller ones, and so that's not good to represent multiple orders of magnitude of distance at one time.
Exactly.
So they have an origin that follows the player in the game.
Right.
So
the observer.
all coordinate systems, you can observe from a non-player perspective. So all coordinate systems are player-centered.
But it's still based around the observer. The floating point is still based around the observer. Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. So then if there's a zenith, there should be a nadir. So, there's no word for traversing nadir. There's only twisting. There's like yaw and rolling, right? So if we have yaw and rolling, so then we should know what we're yawing and rolling toward, right? Specifically, if I roll 45 degrees and then I yaw 45 degrees, where the fuck am I going? Am I going to the zenith or am I going to the nadir? I should be able to know this, right? By triangulating a quick look-see-loo around in the three-dimensional space around me, allegedly, I should be able to know. But we don't have these words. We barely have zenith, and I literally, me and APOC had to literally just research it right now. And in fact, somebody else gave me the nadir word.
Argument which
who was that? Who gave me the nadir word?
Conclusion that the Earth is flat or not.
Oh, that was you. Yeah, so you're an MVP. Thank you for giving me that word. But that's what I'm saying.
You deliver a sound argument which establishes
I don't know what you mean when you say we barely have
that the Earth is flat or not.
You may be unfamiliar with it, but that does not discount the fact that it's used.
Wellington, you're kind of quiet.
Yeah, the question is, can you deliver a sound argument which establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Well, I mean, it's a Hegelian dialectic, right? You prove what is by proving what it isn't.
The question was a dichotomous question.
Well, so we have many things that are proving that what it isn't.
The dichotomous question.
Okay. I see why you're talking over him, Atir. Could you repeat the question?
Who?
Okay, I'll ask it one more time. The question was, can you actually deliver a sound argument which establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I was just saying. I mean, there's plenty of others.
Yes.
I mean, I was just saying why. Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yeah. I mean, it helps prove it. Yeah.
Why are you not letting him respond? Wait, hold on. You're being
premise one?
Disingenuous, not letting him respond.
Are you gonna? Okay, calm down.
Hold on, you chill out. Let him respond.
Yeah, just simmer down there. So, what's premise 1 of that argument?
Oh, really? You will not let him respond
Just calm down. You're eating up
and
all
I'm
the
sure
talking
if
time.
you're
You're running
moderating,
It's fine, guys. Hey guys, it's fine. He can be passive aggressive to me.
so
I'm a big boy. I can take it.
So what's premise one?
Well, we don't have a word for traversing the nadir.
Premise one is we don't have a word for traversing what?
The nadir. The nadir.
Voice crack, by the way. Okay.
I know I did. Well, I'm trying to whisper
Hey,
because my dad's
chill
asleep,
out, bro.
but I still want to like talk. No, I know. Obviously, no. It's funny because he's aggro. Well, no, guys, it's fine. Let me show you.
Why are you talking through everything he's trying to say to you right now?
Guys,
and then what's
chill.
the next premise?
It's fine. Well, could you start with the first one? How do you think it doesn't?
What's the next premise?
Well, I don't need a dichotomous premise. I just need the one.
Nobody said. Wait, what do you think a dichotomy is?
Okay, I know it's two exactly. So, but I'm telling you, I want you to, bro.
You think the definition of what a dichotomy is two?
I'm done with this kid.
Oh yeah, run away because you have a gap.
Yeah, I'm totally running away. Yeah, I'm totally running away.
You obviously use the word wrong. You're confused.
Yeah.
No.
You're obviously passive aggressive and being disruptive because it really triggers you that we believe a cosmology that you don't, and that contradicts your beloved scientism. So now that you're here,
you can't run away.
Do you actually have anything worthwhile listening to say in the microphone?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll wait.
Yeah, George. Can you deliver a sound argument which establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat, George?
Oh, wait,
I'm not George.
George, I'll be.
Oh wait, I already had him turned down to 71%. That's crazy.
Are you going to answer my question?
King Gamer.
For sure.
I'm on King Gamer's side, and I'm actually.
Wow, the drunk retard's on his side.
Talking all at the same time, please.
Yeah, right.
The drunk retard. Are you talking about your father?
I think both of you are drunk, actually.
Sorry, your father isn't here.
I mean, it is fatherless behavior, but could we go back to? Excuse me.
About nothing all the time.
Yep, so true.
My defendant.
Okay. Oh,
would like to hold his breath, and I'm just going ahead to go ahead.
He's lagging. Is he lagging for anybody else? I think he's lagging.
No,
or am I lagging?
I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you because you say oh, so it seems like you're about to talk, but you
right, but you lag, so whatever I heard
was lagging and holding my tongue all over everyone, bro.
Okay, all right. Anyway,
you should come out and come back in. I don't
want
to
lag.
Yeah, I don't know. Restart your phone.
Well, in the meantime, I just wanted to say this: peace to you all. Peace to you all.
Peace.
Peace out, Greg.
Nice to chat with you, Greg.
Am I lagging right now? No, I just want to know if I'm lagging. I do have a huge storm coming through.
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit. Definitely.
Fuck.
But yeah, so it's definitely the storm. Wind will do that to internet. But yeah, so I just want to say thank you to everybody here.
What about
let's see, Matt and Atire. I think you guys had pretty good points that really helped me out. Atire, I wanted to thank you for the nadir understanding. I think that'll be a pretty good.
Anytime you want to learn about astronomy, just come back.
Yeah, right. Well, it's such a very good point. And then Matt, good job on the math, man. I see why they call you math. You.
And always be careful when you're on the server because they're always recording. They record, so just be careful.
Yeah, true.
Am I lagging now?
Yeah.
It sounds better to me.
I mean, well, no, he sounds good, but you can actually see the lag because he'll talk, but his green won't like light up or anything because he is lagging. So what'll happen is he'll start to lag and then he'll like kind of be behind and then he'll end up talking over people by accident. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't mean to do that, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, for sure. Of course. I just wanted to, so yeah, I got my info. I got my info. You guys can go back to talking to angles or whatever. I'm good.
Sure. I wanted to jump in, and maybe I can't. I don't know. Maybe I have to reset my phone. There's a huge storm going over, and that could be why my Wi-Fi sucks right now. But I wanted to talk about, especially with the flat earthers, what do you think is below the Earth?
What makes you think that there is a below the Earth? You mean like below the surface?
Well, a lot of flat earthers, from what I've taken into, believe that there is like a like a core. I mean,
No,
there is a
that would be
core,
globe
right?
earthers who have a dynamic core.
No, that's
Dynamo
not
core.
true.
So the globe Earth doesn't
Well,
have
what?
a core? Is that what your argument is?
Well, maybe let me throw this a different way. What these things, these beings that go down into the water, like the deep waters, that we see them go ahead and just shoot down into the water, never rise.
Fish?
No, I'm saying objects.
Did you say
UAPs.
beings?
Identified. I said UAPs.
Okay, we don't believe in aliens and stuff. Not the way that you guys do.
Right. These things are still going down into the water.
Yeah, well, it's
regardless
really a
if
conversation for
they're
another
okay. They could be. Well, I'm saying that they don't have to be alien, but there are things going into depths of the water. So they could be, Soviet, ships or, deep, FBI type of, I don't know, like alphabet ships that are like going around thinking that we think these are UFOs, but they are going into the water. In numerous videos, we've talked to a lot of these whistleblowers talking about the same thing. So you don't think that anything is happening underwater?
I mean, I don't know, bro. Not something I'm really.
Well, I'll tell you this. Well, I'll tell you. Well, I mean, like, why are you so focused on like one and not the other? Like the sky is just as the water is probably more not traversed. Even talking about that, Ghislaine Maxwell, when Jeffrey Epstein was quote unquote trial, I guess.
What evidence?
It was
What
leaked
evidence
that
do you have
Maxwell
that?
did a whole thing in the
What
Arctic
evidence?
Circle.
What evidence do you have that the videos that
Go
you're
ahead,
saying
I'm
of these things going into the water are real, or show what you're saying they show?
Well, here type in here, do this one because all of you guys, but this is actually a true thing that's political. And Ghislaine Maxwell Arctic Circle, and about her submarine license and how they traverse traffic things under the surface and out in open waters.
I feel like you're telling me something you're not explaining.
And that's real. Regardless if you well, you can Google it yourself. What am I not Maybe
why
I'll help you out.
Why you believe
What
these
am I not
things?
explaining?
Why you believe these things?
I mean, it's real.
Does anybody
Why
got
do I
any
believe
evidence
what?
for the
Did
globe?
you even listen to me?
We're talking about Ghislaine subs or some shit. I don't know. It's the wrong topic.
He's connecting these things to the globe and it not being the globe. I just don't get it. He's not connecting the two things.
And well, you weren't listening. You're like, are you old?
This guy's a glober, like tinfoil hat dude. I mean, who even knows what his point is? But he's a notorious tinfoil hat glober in this channel.
Well, Heretic, I think not knowing what his point is something you and him have in common.
I mean, I just started listening, so I mean, I'll take that one on me. That could be me.
Right back.
No, I think you and him have it in common.
Who? I'm not a glober. You don't even fucking know me. You don't even know my point.
Yeah, I do.
What is then? Please explain to me what my point was.
You do the same thing every time. It's one conspiracy tangent after the next, and usually it's like, how could they all be lying about this? It's got to be
not
globe.
Conspiracy. It is literally up on the internet.
Oh, okay.
It's
well,
true. What is conspiracy to you?
That's fully
That's you
confirmed.
outsmarted there,
It's
Heretic.
on
the internet, man.
I mean, I'm done. I'm tapped out. It's on the internet.
Over, man. You're done. You're cooked. It's on the internet.
It's over for me.
Let's go home at this point.
Are you? all CIA agents or something?
I am. Yeah, you got me, man.
You guys,
That's
like,
you got me.
Why even ask? You already think that, obviously.
You kind of act it.
I'm with the Mossad.
Like it. Anybody that has your like disagreement, you just like throw it out, and you're on the flat Earth, so I feel like everything goes right.
I'm
But
actually
no, not
a
this
deep
one.
covered NASA agent.
Listen, I can neither confirm. I will not
I
confirm or
understand.
deny that I work for NASA. That I make money from the CIA. I will
Explains
not.
why you're so retarded.
You can call us a lot of
I
things.
get
We're
it now.
consistent.
No, okay. Yeah, retarded. It's so. You know, as much as you try to shove that fucking circle in the square, it's never gonna fit, buddy.
I mean, why would I believe?
Actually, I know how to do that.
But not
You take the sum of all the angles. You take the sum of all the angles in a square and add them up, and it makes 360 degrees. That's how you circle a square.
There you go. Well, there we go. Then we can go and wrap it around to the Fibonacci sequence. This dude knows something.
Oh,
We
dude, if
some
you like
intelligent person here.
Fibonacci, you definitely like the Mandelbrot and EI pi plus 1 equals 0.
Yo, Heretic, do you mind watching the room count? If it hits 24, can you drop off the cam?
I can actually drop off cam now, so that doesn't become a problem.
Sure thing. Either way. Thanks.
Bam.
Hey, if it million, we got a brand deal. So just make sure. Make sure it hits 6 million. Exactly. I know a girl with a ballpoint pen that knows how to write.
I can write my name.
I got so many. Nobody laughed. Nobody laughed. That was a great joke. Whatever. All right, well, you guys have a good one.
No deal. No good ones, anybody. Suffer. Just kidding.
I was too harsh on him. He was having a spiral the other day in the PNR server and didn't end well. Had a bad taste
I
in my
don't
mouth
think you
over
were
that.
too harsh. I mean, he was just fucking on one already.
Well, he always does that, and he makes a lot of really terrible arguments, and like he just goes for every single conspiracy. But then he says, "Yeah, but this they wouldn't cover up. They couldn't cover, whatever." I don't know. He's a glober. This time he said he wasn't, so I don't really know what he was on tonight. But
well, shit. The other day on the PNR one, one Globie said that the propane in a tank, because I was like, well, no, propane in a tank, the liquid is at a different pressure and atmosphere than the gas in the tank. Because he said in a container, gases and liquids equalize, or the pressure and atmosphere equalizes in a tank. And no, it doesn't. And then just today, one of them said that the sun and moon did not appear the same size. Somebody corrected him with his own model and theory, and then he conceded that point within 5 minutes and then tried to talk over people making the point that he just conceded that within 5 seconds. It was horrible. I can't believe this shit.
it has to stop.
These Globies are going to push me over the edge, man. And snap.
Where is the edge of the globe Earth? Shouldn't there be like an edge that cuts the ships off from the bottom up?
Now they're spinning in circles, man. They don't have edges. He's got curves.
They're going to argue the term edge for the next hour after you bring that up, so that they can stall you from the actual point.
Are you saying they're going to use tactics rather than address the argument?
Oh, it's mind-blowing.
The way
And
it
then
goes.
they'll quote physics and science, and like it's not even like they just quote it like it is physics or science. They'll make a claim, and it's fucking not even true. Like they just made it up.
Like Buddy saying that gases and liquids in a container will equalize in pressure or whatever in atmospheres. I was just like, no. But like nobody else like called him out on it. I assume they just trusted him and was like, okay, well, I'll believe the Globy on his science because they like their so-called pseudoscience, or I mean their so-called science. So like everybody was just like, oh, okay, I guess, yeah, whatever, okay. And the conversation was like starting to continue. I was like, no, wait. You're not going to be allowed to you're going to sit here and say that flat earthers make pseudoscience commentary when you're going to say shit like that? That's weird. Have you ever used propane? Do you know what a Coleman stove is? Do you go camping? Do you touch grass? Have you been outside today?
Is everybody else a flat earther now? No, or is people? Oh no, there is that one guy.
Flat earthers. Flat earthers are like gays in the 40s. Okay, you're probably sitting next to one right now. They're like closeted. They don't want everybody to know because they see how like flat earthers get treated on the internet. And they're like scared of the bullying or something like that. I don't know.
I've met a few flat earthers in real life, but certainly not the majority.
I've met some out in the wild. Come across people and find out they're flat earthers. Of course, I don't tell them about my online presence.
So is it like when you guys bump into a flat earther like myself out in the wild? For you guys on your little globe, is it like bumping into a peacock in the city? Like you're like, what the hell are you doing here? How'd you get out here?
No, you usually try to avoid them because they're most of the time nuts in real life. This says a lot about a person if they're willing to say to a stranger that they're a flat earther. What else are they going to do next?
Do you
They're
think
too
John
unpredictable.
Wayne Gacy was a glober?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Was John Wayne Gacy a glober? What about
I
Hitler?
don't know. I think he was. I think he was a clown, wasn't
he? Part-time.
What's the difference?
Probably cement work.
How do you think this? How do you think the statistics work out? Do you think the majority of horrible people are globers? And
we don't know.
Yeah.
The statistics
the majority of people. Okay, that's fair. But I would say the majority of people are globers. So just fill in the rest.
Yeah, the majority of horrible people are globers.
Ever.
Well, hold on now.
The statistics that we saw last was that 1 out of 3 people think the Earth is geocentric. But at one time, flat Earth was like the #1 thing being searched on Google Analytics. But they kind of took it down, and we can't see, analytics anymore. Because one of the things they did, other than like heavily censoring it, is they censored the analytics of it also. So we don't really know what the numbers are.
Yeah, it was weird how they did the old YouTube.
Tell me what year it was the most searched thing on Google. So you're telling me that was more searched than food near me. You're going to tell me that was the #1 Googled search term. When was that? What year?
Probably
Can you post a link on that?
Do you remember,
That's got to be 2016, 2017. It was pretty
So
big.
it was the most searched thing on Google. Out of 7 billion people in the world, that was like there was guys in Singapore and dudes in Southeast fucking Asia that were looking that up every single day.
Probably
it was that
billions of searches a day.
Big if true.
Western and
so
European statistics. Probably it's Western culture, European culture. Probably they probably leave out like the squiggly line cultures. I mean, linguistically. It's way.
Whoever just said it's 1 in 3 people, you're fucking crazy. I like listening to you guys.
I said 1 in 3 think it's a globe.
Wait,
sorry.
if
1 in 3 think it's a globe.
No, that's not what I meant to say. I misspoke. 1 in 3 think the Earth is geocentric.
No, the fuck they don't. Post a source on that one.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah, there's no way there's like 2 globies for every 1 flat earther, bro. It's gotta be like at least an 8-to-1 ratio. Like a maximum.
Geocentric's different.
Geocentric means that they think that we're in the center and not the sun.
Well, on either model, what does it matter?
People haven't thought that for fucking close to 1,000 years, dude.
Then why do people today think it?
How many people? So you think that 33% of people think that the Earth is in the middle and not the sun?
That's not what I said at all, is it?
What'd you say? Repeat it.
I said, why do people today think that if they haven't thought it in 1,000 years?
What percentage of people think it today? So Guy one's saying 33%. What percent do you think?
I don't know. I didn't make a claim as to that, but I know for sure that some people do because I talked to many of them who do in this very chat.
I'd say 16 to 17%.
Yeah, in this chat.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
This is a
Claim debunked. They
congregation
haven't
of
thought that
mentally
in
ill.
1,000 years. I know. That's why we invited you.
You didn't invite shit.
Yeah, we did. It's an open invite to the public, for the mentally ill especially. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, so do you think that it's geocentric?
That's what it looks like. I think so.
What it looks
say
like?
I think so, yeah.
And I'm the crazy one, huh?
How's that crazy?
Do you believe in space?
No. But you didn't answer my question. How's that crazy?
Well, I'm getting there, right? It's called question-based thought. So you don't think that we've ever sent a rocket up, right?
No, I didn't say that. And I'm the crazy one?
Well, you said you don't believe in space, so where do the rockets go?
Oh, therefore you can't send a rocket up. Well, I think you answered your own question.
Where do the rockets go?
I think you answered your own question already.
Enlighten me how to answer it.
Well, you use this word, right? Up.
Yeah, so how far do they go up when they disappear?
I don't know. Aren't the rockets your claim? You tell me how far they go up.
Do you want me to tell you how far they go up?
Yeah, I do, because it's your claim.
They go up high enough to get to space.
Which is how high?
Do you mean like SpaceX, or do you mean completely getting out of the?
No, I mean objectively, which is how high? Do you know? Do you know your claim?
Yeah, it's thousands of miles.
Thousands. Okay, it's a bit vague. How many thousands? Can we pinpoint a certain number?
More than 1 mile, less than 1 million.
More than 1 mile, less than 1 million. So you have absolutely no idea.
That's my claim.
Okay, so they could go about airplane altitude and cap out there.
How many miles is airplane altitude?
It's about 6 or 7.
1 in 4. Sorry about that. Continue.
How many miles
6 or 7 miles. It's about 6 or 7 miles, and you said between 1 and 1 million, so that'll do.
Yeah, so planes. Why can we see planes, but we can't see rockets?
So you've abandoned the rocket thing.
I'm in space right now.
I don't know.
I just said rocket. Why can I see planes but not rockets?
Okay, so is this a measurement of the altitude that rockets go to? You can't see them?
I just asked you. You said it could be like planes. That was your statement.
Pretty weak sauce evidence, bro. I think you're using your imagination for most of this, and you haven't actually thought about it at all.
No, I just asked you. So if I can see a plane but not a rocket, the rocket must be going higher, right?
Maybe. Maybe it went further. They take a parabolic trajectory as well. I don't know how high they went. They're your claim. You should know, but you keep wanting to reverse it on me.
Apparently you do know how high planes go, because that's 6 to 7. So are plane your expertise, but not rockets?
No, that's not expertise. It's just common knowledge.
Common knowledge. How do we accumulate this common knowledge?
Well, I mean, one way is you just get on an airplane.
Oh, and then you count how many feet you go up?
No, you have altimeters and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not.
You have an altimeter on the plane when you go into a commercial plane?
The plane does.
Yeah, do you have access to that? Have you ever flown a small plane like a Cessna 172?
No, I don't. No, I don't. But I'll take them on it.
So you'll take their word on it?
Sure, why not? Seems reasonable.
So
I don't sense
why
that
don't
I'm
you take
ascending
the
to
why don't you
hundreds of
take their
miles.
word on it when
It
you watch
doesn't
a
feel that way to
SpaceX
me.
flight? It tells you
It
exactly
seems
how
to
high it
comport
goes.
with my experience. Yeah, they
So
tell
why
you how
don't
high
you?
it goes.
Yeah, why don't you take their word on it? If you're okay with taking someone's word on it, why don't you take their word on it?
I can't verify where that rocket goes. I can't look at it from the ground. I can't get on it and be in it when it's up there. Can't do anything but take their word. So what did you do?
How can you verify how high you go up in a plane?
Well,
How
I mean,
are
you
you
would want
doing
to
that?
start by getting their word. You don't even know what their word is, right? Because you don't even know how high they say that they send these things. You said between 1 and 1,000,000. So you would first want to even find the claim before you began asking, how do I validate this?
So I'm gonna ask the question again.
An
Why do you
airplane.
take the pilot's word, and how do you know that you can take their word?
I was just about to answer that. It's not an extraordinary claim. It's just an everyday thing. We see planes flying around. We get on the planes. Super easy thing to comprehend and to accept. Yeah, they fly. Probably not going all the way up to the Kármán line, 60 miles or something like that. Everything seems to pretty
Kármán
much
line's at 60
comport with what we
miles?
know. Yeah, there's a free pass for you.
What happens after the Kármán line?
I don't know.
Why do you want him to tell you? Why do you want him to tell you your claim? It's your
Because
claim.
he doesn't know it.
What's my claim again?
Yeah, exactly. What is
Vacuum
your
of space
claim?
exist or no?
The rockets go to space, right?
What is space?
Well,
He doesn't
you guys
know.
don't believe in it. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, but you parsed it out as between 1 and 1,000,000 miles. Sure, I believe in that. Why not?
So you believe in space?
By your goofball definition, sure.
Well, no, you just said I believe in that. That's you as a singular person. I can't be you. They can't be both at the same time.
Well, you defined it as above a mile? Sure.
So you do believe that space exists?
Well, by your goofball definition.
I don't want you to use my definition. I want you to use yours.
Then why did you use it then?
I never used your definition. I've only used mine.
No. Yeah, why did you use that if you don't want me to use it?
Well, you're allowed to use it, but then you'd be saying that I'm right.
Well, yes.
We can't use common knowledge when we think different things. That's not how it works. We can't come to different conclusions with the same information.
Yeah, so that's fine. You can define space as you want to, which you said between 1 and 1,000,000 miles. Fine, I can accept that because that would just mean
that's what I'm doing. But I want you to define it how you'd like to. So how do you define it?
Okay, you want me to parse out your claim while you're done.
What makes you believe that it's not real?
Okay, this was your claim, and you need me to tell you how it works.
No, so I asked a question. I said, "Do you believe space is real?" And you said no.
How do you define space, Pat? That's the ultimate question right now, because you're wanting him to define
space is outside of the orbit.
Hold on, Pat. How you define it outside of what orbit? Orbit of what?
The orbit of the Earth. The Earth we are currently on.
What is the definition of being in space versus being in high altitude? What is the difference?
How many miles do you have to go up to get to space?
Pat, I'm asking a question. What's the difference, brother?
Did you not hear me? I asked you how many miles do you have to go up to get into space?
You'd be able to answer if you understood the question. From high altitude, sir, from high altitude to the vacuum of space, when people consider it being space, what is that differentiation?
Differentiation? Is that the word you're looking for?
Just tell me what it is.
Well, you got to use words, man. We're speaking the same language.
You're stalling.
Differentiation, brother. What is it?
There you go.
Stall noted.
What is the difference between being in orbit versus being out of orbit? Is that your question?
Oh my God.
No, it's
not. From high altitude, when people say that planes can fly, to now being in space where astronauts are. Hello?
Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about. Completely out of orbit? It's a little over 100 miles.
Can you do it? Listen, Pat.
Little over 100 miles.
Little over 100 miles. Okay, a citation, please.
Sure. So you'd like to see that between 100 kilometers and 100 miles is when you go into the orbit of the Earth?
It's what you believe it to be. So let's see it in black and white. Where does it say that?
Well, I'm going to post it. I'm going to keep using heretic.
Pat, you've gotten pretty lost in the sauce because you're the one who made the claim of rockets. You asked me with all this incredulity. You don't believe in rockets going to space. Okay, show us what you mean by rockets going to space. What altitudes you're talking about and prove it. Like what specific rockets? What are you talking about?
You were using my definition. That's how lost in the sauce you got.
No, because I have to go along with what you're saying, right? If that's what you understand it to be, they went beyond a mile. Oh,
You just didn't have an answer, so you started using mine. Dude, you can't explain to me what space is and why it doesn't exist.
Dude,
why do you believe in planes? You never answer this question. Why do you believe in planes but not rockets?
We are getting you to parse out your
because
claim
you've been on planes.
Okay.
You take your word on it.
All right. We're gonna get your claim now. So what else did they go into?
How can you ask him to explain your?
It's his goddamn claim, dude, and he keeps putting it on us.
So just really quick for the question about like
we're waiting for the gentleman to answer.
He's mute.
We're waiting for the gentleman to answer. We're waiting for the gentleman to answer.
He wasn't speaking.
Well, he's going to, or we're gonna wrap it up. Pat, what rocket? What altitude? When? Where? What are you talking about specifically? Space. Your proof of space was rockets. You said that was something between 1 and 1,000,000 miles. So anybody who went beyond 1 mile would be in the territory of space, I guess, according to you. So show us specifically what we're talking about so we can get more specifics, more detail.
What makes you believe in planes but not rockets?
Okay, Pat, you won't ask again. You're going to get us what we asked for.
No, I'm not going to.
Okay, then you're going to sit down. We'll talk to somebody else. Well, unless Mickey wants to go ahead.
Well, I want to see one more time, Pat, because you came in here with the bravado that you know that we're wrong, yet you're not able to tell us because you gave the answer to heretic, 1 to 1,000,000 miles. And then you proceeded to say that it's 100 miles or 100 kilometers up. Which one is it, Pat?
How far do you think you have to go to
just
get in?
Answer this. Why do you gotta be a weasel, bro? Why do you gotta be a weasel? Just answer.
I'm not weaseling.
Yes, you are. Yes, you're running from the question. Just answer.
I'll ask you instead.
You're not gonna ask.
Do you believe in planes?
No,
do you believe in planes?
Not the answer, Pat.
Do you believe in planes?
A question's not the answer, Pat.
Heretic, he believes in planes. So your friend, he believes in.
Okay, yeah. Question's not the answer, and you're not going to grill him on planes. Back to the point. You can try again, Alpha.
All right. So you just finished saying 1 to 1,000,000 miles is what you consider space, and then you changed your answer to 100 miles or 100 kilometers. So which one is it, Pat?
Eat my dick, pussies.
That's it. Well, thank you.
Tap up.
Thank you.
That's
Come
all
again.
the intellectual prowess he can muster.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you, Pat. Next.
All of his claims consisted of him asking us questions. I guess he doesn't know anything about what he came here to claim and needed our help or something.
You got real stuck on the I believe in planes, not rockets.
Why?
No, I don't think so.
I never said
you got real stuck.
He
said because I took his word on it.
No, I never said I don't believe in rockets. Never said that at all. Why are you strawmanning?
You said you believe in planes because you take their word on it, right? My next question was, why don't you take their word on it about rockets?
That's not what he said.
That's not what I said at all.
You didn't say that.
Yeah, no, that's not what I said at all. Well, I don't know why you have to lie to make your case if it's such a solid case, Pat. I said I believe in planes because they're observable. It's not extraordinary. See them all the time. Get on them. All sorts of things. Also, never said I don't believe in rockets. How are you this screwed up, Pat? What drugs?
You said you believe because you see an altimeter, and I asked you if you've ever flown a small plane.
He didn't say he saw an altimeter. He said that's what's inside. Listen, dude. He said that's what's inside the plane. That's what they use to help them navigate and know things.
And then I asked him, so have you seen the altimeter? And he said no. And then I asked, well, do you just take their word on it? And then he said yes. That's how the line of questioning happened.
Yeah, but you know and I know that.
No,
planes
not yeah, but. That's
you know
what
that
happened.
planes use this equipment, Pat. Why are you being obtuse?
It's not
rockets use them as well, so why do we trust the plane's altimeter but not the rockets?
With the rocket going to space, whatever altitude that's supposed to be, you don't even know what they claim it to be. I've never been on the rocket when it's going to where it's claimed to go. I've never seen it going to where it's claimed to go. None of that stuff. With the airplane, I can see it flying overhead. I can get on it. I can do all that stuff. Seems reasonable. 33,000 feet. Yeah, why not? Doesn't seem extraordinary. No problem. The rocket is a
Yeah,
different
why
case.
not? That's the line of reasoning.
We
just
see that with
feel
rockets.
like it feels like
The
it's 7
rocket
miles
is a
up.
different case, Pat. If it's not
No, it's not.
33,000 feet, go ahead and rebut me. I don't care. I'm not on this hill to die on with planes at 33,000 feet. Nobody cares. Show us that the rockets are going where you said they went. Why did you have to divert to this unless you don't have any evidence for it?
You've already died on the hill.
Okay, I died on the hill of planes flying.
Everyone on the room here knows that you've.
Yeah, I died on the hill of planes flying at 33,000 feet. Oh no, what am I going to do? I staked everything on this claim. I really wanted it to be true. I guess it's not because I can't verify it right now to Pat when it doesn't really matter. Anyway, how do you know that rockets go where you say they do? That's what this is all about, and you're really trying hard to deflect from it for some reason.
No, we actually believe the same thing. You just only believe one of them. It's a bad line.
You didn't know, Pat.
I take their word on it.
He at least could validate that he was on a plane. You can't validate you've been on a rocket to know that they actually go to that altitude, which the altitude you didn't even know. I asked you, and I said, "Is it 1 to a million?" Hold on a minute. It said,
"How
1
does
to a
it
million.
help you
that
you've been on a plane?"
No,
how
see
does
how
it
you
help
don't like me to paint you the fool because I'm going to still do it. It was 1 to a million, and then you came back and said, oh, "No, it's 100 kilometers." So you kind of backpedaled on the fact that it wasn't what you previously said, which is 1 to a million. Now you said it's 100 kilometers, and I asked you which one is it, and you said eat a dick. So that's where we're at with you, that you didn't even understand at what altitude they consider space to be, so that they would be in space if they're actually traveling to that imaginary place you think exists.
Yeah, you came right out the gate
Don't
showing
forget
us that you don't know your
Heretic
claim.
agreed that space is somewhere in between 1 and a million. You agreed that space existed, but then you didn't like when you said that.
Now, okay, so you're diverting back to making it sound like Heretic is the one that was needed to answer the question, when in fact it was you to answer the question. Because I asked you specifically, you couldn't make up your mind whether it's what you previously said or what you changed your mind to say what it was now. So which one is it? I ask you again. Is it going to be the same answer, eat a dick? Because obviously that's not going to be the answer to the question, is it now, Pat?
I'll ask again, why do you trust rockets? Or don't trust rockets, but you trust planes?
You don't even know what you're asking.
I just asked it.
So I don't trust rockets? What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Answer the question.
You don't trust that they go the altitude they say they do.
Wait a minute.
What altitude is that, Pat?
I need you to answer that specific question I asked you, Pat. Don't be a bird brain, okay? You have the ability to comprehend what I'm saying. All you got to do is give me the answer. Was it what you previously stated from 1 to a million, or now you're saying that stated to be 100 kilometers or 100 miles? Now answer that. I'm giving you the dichotomy of what you said before and after. Go.
Tell me what the definition of
I'm not going to give you a definition until you tell me which one of those two things is it that explains where the part where space begins. Go ahead.
What evidence would you like to see?
I want you to tell me, now make a claim, as to what it is, the altitude in which they consider space to be. Above the Earth's surface. Where do they say space is or begins? Go.
It's 100 kilometers, sir.
100 kilometers. Now, let's get to the part where you now start to verify that. So how do you know rockets go into that area or the region of altitude to say that's true? How do you know that? Go.
Because I trust them the same way you guys.
Okay, so you trust them is the answer. And that's all we need. You trust them. You've never validated it. Would I say you can't
How
validate
have you validated a plane?
So you can't validate it. You're asking me the question, how do I validate? I don't need to, because I'm asking you. You are not able to. So it shows clearly that you don't know how high they go. You just trust them.
Yeah, it's about planes, not the rocket.
Are you gonna listen? I asked, why do you?
Not really.
No. Are you
because
gonna
I'm
listen,
only
Pat?
asking you.
We already
I'm only
dealt with
asking
this,
you.
though.
Okay, I'm not gonna have a conversation under duress. Eat my dick, pussy, again.
Yeah, that's okay. You can leave. We don't care.
See ya, Pat. Keep it flat, Pat.
Yeah. Anyway, we watch rockets go that high from the ground.
Really?
So what did you think of his performance on that?
I'm sorry, there was like 3 people talking. I didn't hear.
Was he a good advocate for rockets to space? Would you put him up?
Me personally?
Yeah, did he sound like he really knew what he was talking about with this one? Gotcha.
I mean, it's a good argument. I wouldn't say that he did it well, but
Yeah.
Can you do it well?
Probably better, at least.
Let's give it a go.
I hope so, man.
I won't have that big of an ego.
All right. So, what do they consider being going to space, or when they consider space and not just upper atmosphere?
Sure. So there's a lot of different like contentious definitions on that. The most common one is 100 kilometers. That was set in 1960 by a French organization for determining whether or not something like went to space or not. And the way they did that is they did a theoretical calculation of like how fast would any like reasonable plane have to go in order to generate enough lift to, remain at altitude. And at about 100 kilometers or so, you would be going faster than orbital speed. So at that point, it makes more sense just to go to orbit rather than to try and create enough lift to stay up there. Or it doesn't even make sense.
It was just an idea, right? At that time,
the construction. No. In 1940s, 1950s, they were sending rockets up that high. This was more about setting a definitive bar.
Aerial. Which rocket?
Sure. So the V2 in 1945, I think, or 1944, I don't remember. One of the 2 years. Went to 190 kilometers. There were a bunch of early ballistic missiles in the 1950s, and then ICBMs in the 1950s and 60s that went way beyond that.
Okay. What was its trajectory?
Which rocket?
The V2.
The one that went to 190 kilometers. That one just went straight up. It was a altitude test. The Germans were testing how high they could send the V2.
And did they believe they went to space? Or they knew?
In terms of whether or not... Okay, so again, there was no, agreed upon definition of space at the time. But in terms of, were they in a region where the air was essentially non-existent? Yeah, they knew that. Because, their control surfaces didn't work past about 40 kilometers or so. It was just coasting.
It was coasting. So... we got a lot of ideas about where this idea of going to space or being in space. So you would agree that at that time did they arbitrarily make this idea of being in space a place or a location that you can actually travel to by just stating that it's so, or could it be considered upper atmosphere?
So I already kind of explained it. The argument for being in space versus being in atmosphere comes down to whether or not orbital or atmospheric effects are dominant, right? Even at hundreds of kilometers up, there is still some air particles, right? They are incredibly sparse, right? And so if you were to try and use a lift generating device like a wing, right, to try and fly at that altitude, you would need to be going so fast that you would already be in orbit, or it might even be too fast. You might be in an escape
I guess
orbit.
What I'm saying, I guess what I'm saying is, prior to the knowledge of going to space, was there any space to go to, or was there something constructed as to say where space begins, a line?
So again, there was already
a certain level above the Earth's surface, above the Earth's surface, it would be considered going to space. Who came up with that? Who arbitrarily put space at a specific distance above the Earth's surface? Who did that?
Sure. Yeah. So that's what I went over earlier. But yeah, that was a French organization. I can get you the exact name in a minute if you want. But there was a French organization, and I think it was in the 60s or something, where for them to verify whether or not a rocket went to space, they decided on 100 kilometers. And everyone else kind of just went along with what they said, right, or what they decided. And again, that was based off theoretical calculations.
So the idea of going to space is something that you can actually travel to as a region, like me going to Japan. It's something that someone just arbitrarily said, well, I agree that...
No. So it's more, I'll give you a better analogy, right? It's more like you go back 2,000 years, right? And you want to go to the Americas, right? And assuming you knew of them. Now, there's no agreed upon definition 2,000 years ago of where the Americas started, right? But obviously the Americas exist. So at some point, there's some transition, and people kind of just generally decide, roughly, this area. There's no hard line. No one's put in a book saying, here's where the Americas stop and where Europe begins. Right? The same thing was true with space. People knew that space existed. People knew that,
but do you feel like
you
that's
go
a bad
high up.
analogy, Ariel? It's a bad analogy because we're using physical known locations geographically where you can actually stand upon and look at the actual place that looks different than another place. And you can say, well, this place I haven't encountered, so I will name this place something other than the other place that I've been at geographically. However, if I go to an area or a region above me, how can I know one place starts and one place ends if I can't if I'm not able to distinguish like what's the difference between that place and the one we're at right now?
Okay, I'll give you a better one. Where does North America end and South America begin?
Well, geographically, it would just be somewhere aligned where you arbitrarily would put it.
Oh, exactly. Right. So it's continuous, right?
Because,
both of them.
There's a distinction though. If I say that place to this place, I could tell you the different terrain. Things look differently. And I could say that area.
I'm not talking about the entire continent.
But just check it out. Every time I reach this place, it looks very different than the place I just came from. So if I say,
I'm not talking about.
But if I say I'm going up, hold on. If I say that I'm going up in altitude,
you're running away.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, no. What I'm saying is, if I'm saying that I'm going above this specific imaginary line, how do I know that place is not the same as the place I just came from?
Sure, and this is true of the line between North America and South America. I'm not talking about the entire continent of North America and South America.
Not
and
because
saying
things look different.
No, literally. Or okay, if you don't want to do North America and South America, right? How about like U.S. states? How about U.S. territories? There are places in the U.S. where you can stand in two states at the same time, right? There's like restaurants and stuff that have been built like on the border so that you can like walk from one state to the other. Right? There's not like a sudden change when you walk from one state to the other. It's literally an arbitrary drawn line.
It's a difference. It's a difference in geographic location.
No, not at all. No,
yes,
it is a man-made distinction, arbitrary distinction. Someone has decided, hey, the border between Texas and Oklahoma is just going to be here.
I know that. I understand that completely. You're not getting it, Ariel. You're not getting is that the fact that when I'm standing in that other place, it looks entirely different than the place I just came from.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Dude,
what are you talking about, bro?
Okay, so it looks completely. So 2 feet apart is completely different.
The land distinction looks different than the land distinction from the place I just came from, bro.
2 feet apart?
Yeah. Yes.
2 feet apart.
It's going to look different. I'm telling you, it's going to look different. So you're telling me that everything's a copycat like a video game?
No. I'm saying if I'm standing in the middle of a cornfield and I walk 2 feet to my right, I'm still in the middle of a cornfield.
Yeah, but if you look anywhere around you, cardinal direction wise, you'd be able to see different lands up in a far distance away. So from you to the dude. Like
if I walk 2 feet to the right, you're saying I will see a completely different landscape.
You're moving into a different land. So if you say this from this cornfield,
you're not.
Yes, dude. If you're going from a cornfield to the other side of the cornfield, then
I didn't say one cornfield to the other side of the cornfield. I said 2 feet. You literally take 2 steps. You take 2 steps.
Yeah, but you have to draw an imaginary boundary between the 2 steps.
Exactly.
So the 2 steps. Hold on. So the 2 steps that you're talking about would be an imaginary line that you're drawing arbitrarily, because you're saying, okay, maybe the McCoys have this side and the Hatfields have this other side. So my side of the cornfield, 2 feet from me, is going to be the McCoys, and the other side is the Hatfields. But the Hatfield shit looks like pretty nice and neat, and the McCoys looks all like garbage. They don't keep up with their shit.
Okay, but so what if I own the whole plot of land, right? I'm in the middle of my land, in the middle of this massive cornfield, right? And I take 2 steps because my cornfield, it has been split into 2 different states, right?
Well,
yeah. So my cornfield is still there. I'm not going from like New York to LA, right? I'm taking 2 steps in my cornfield. But technically, per like human subjective reasoning, right? I have gone into a different territory, a different place.
Yeah.
Right? The same thing is true with space. Because as you go up, there is not a sudden line where it's like, oh, the pressure went to 0.
Yeah. So
like,
how do
that
you
doesn't
know?
happen.
Well, how do you know where space begins? Is what I'm saying.
Sure.
Now you're getting.
I just went over this. Yeah, we've gone over this twice now. Yes,
no, you did
yes, I have.
Geographically, your analogy is garbage. Geographically,
no, not at all.
Yes, it is. Geographically, I could tell you the terrain, how the differences are from the point that you were to the point that you're going. Geographically, you could tell the distinction between the Elevation changes on that land. However, when you're going up, you can't tell that difference. There's no difference. It looks the same as the place you came from before.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
The pressure, the density, the temperature, they all change.
So now for you, the distinction is going to be somewhere you're actually just going to say you have to make it up to where, well, we'll say it's at this altitude. And you know what? Later on, we can revise that and say it's at a different altitude because guess what? That's what actually happened. They actually changed the Kármán line to be actually something specifically different. And it wasn't due to anything where they know it to be because of air pressure. Because you don't know what you're talking about. That's not what it's about.
I can cite you
nothing to do with that.
Stuff on it.
Nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with the region basically being less or more air pressure.
It actually does.
It actually doesn't. Go look it up. I understand what I'm talking about.
I'll look it up for you.
Dude, it's political. Okay, so the reason why they actually did this had to deal with militaries of the world. Okay, it has nothing, dude. You are so not studied on this topic, and the reason why you're saying that is because you think globally. You think the idea has to deal with something with air pressure. It doesn't. It has more to deal with political issues. Because militaries would have to fly over the countries without being in danger of being like spying on other countries. So the Kármán line was basically a gap in the altitude where they would say it's like, I don't know, somewhere between 12 miles of a gap. Where if you're flying in that area, it's kind of like a maritime law. Where you're not considered to be in one place or another. It's like no man's land, basically. The Kármán line is considered to be a very safe place to be if you're going to be going over the Earth and not being held bound to being over the region of another country. Like, let's say, a no-fly zone, perhaps. So if you're in that area specifically, you can't be charged with spying on another country because you're not flying in the low enough altitude to where you'll be charged with that. So the Kármán line has nothing to do with the Earth being and going to outer space. It has everything to do with political issues of the countries.
So this was a good story. Unfortunately, it is wholly incorrect. So I'll post in the side chat. Here's the FAI's own article about how the Kármán line, the 100-kilometer altitude boundary for astronautics, was determined, right? It goes through the history in the fucking
it's not determined,
the 30s through the 60s, right?
It's still not determined, bro. It's still not determined.
It is. I can read it to you if you want, if you don't want to click the link.
Just finished telling me. You finished giving me how high you think it is, but honestly, right now it's in dispute where it actually is. It's
so again, so the dispute in modern times as to where the line should be, right? That comes down to the viability of an orbit, right? So basically, people are saying, well, at 100 kilometers,
there's a dispute.
There is a practical dispute, yes.
All right.
So here's the difference. Here's the difference. Yes. I already have. I said this at the beginning when I started talking, right? I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. So
I am, the
dispute comes from
Ariel. 1 second, I got to get going, so somebody else might want to pick up the convo.
Yeah, anyway, just to say it, the dispute comes down to practicality versus theory. So, like, theoretically, the 100-kilometer altitude is set by, the aeronautics versus astronautics, where the atmosphere versus, like, space matter more. The practicality comes down to the fact that at 100 kilometers, you can put some satellites into those orbits. Those orbits will decay fairly quickly. And it also depends on, like, if you shape your satellite to be, kind of aerodynamic, it'll last longer. But people argue, it doesn't come down in one orbit, therefore it's in space, right? We can consider this space because it'll stay up there for at least a little while. But this just gets into more semantics, more like subjective notions about, whether or not a certain thing we should consider just because you can stay in orbit for a little while. Therefore, it is space, or if you're just, again, at really high altitudes.
Well, if we don't let the same two trolls take up residency here forever, I hear the channel's going to close down.
I had to get back to work. I would have challenged Ariel more, but duty beckons.
Yep, I hear you.
We have ITR here. We might be able to get something out of ITR. I'm just kidding. I am here. He doesn't have a dog in the fight, but he's got a cat in the fight.
Yeah, sounds right.
I would love to know what that means.
Never know which way a cat fight's going to go.
I see.
Or if it's even going to happen.
It's true.
I love me a good cat fight.
We could
Sometimes it's all build up for
something?
nothing. They both just walk away.
I don't mind a little chat.
Yeah, anticlimactic, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if you guys don't want to chat about anything, I think I'll head out as well.
What do you got?
Nothing new.
For planetary systems, eh?
We could just do the same things over and over again. I could talk. I got new stuff with my work. I don't have any new points to bring up or anything, right?
Did we find any new exoplanets, ITR?
We find new exoplanets all the time, man. All the time.
Oh, real quick. What's the nearest exoplanet?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think there's exoplanets around Proxima Centauri, so that'd be the closest if there are. Pretty sure there are.
How many light years away is that?
It's like 4.
Oh, that's across the street, man. We can...
That's practically our backyard, dude.
What can they tell us about that planet?
I don't know about that one in particular, but I could, we could talk about what we can learn about exoplanets more generally. I can tell you this, perhaps a better answer to your question. I don't think that, it being 4 light years versus 40 allows us to do, at the moment, anything different, really. The mechanisms that we have to detect and analyze exoplanets are, not particularly improved by being that much closer. Make it easier to find, I'm sure, but that's about it. They could probably tell you something about its atmosphere, could tell you its density, could tell you its orbital radius and period, basic properties.
Interesting.
I certainly think so.
Sounds like a guy can make a living off of this.
Depends what you mean by a living. They certainly do not pay me very much.
What are you going to do to work out the atmosphere of a little blip in the sky?
Spectra. 100%.
Spectra. Okay, What do you do with it?
You mean to understand what's going on? So you point your telescope at this thing, right? You spread the light out, get the spectra. You compare that spectra to reference spectra that we took here, both in the telescope and then also later when you're analyzing it.
Okay, to reference spectra, what's that? What do you use for that?
Generally arc lamps.
Arc lamps?
Mm-hmm.
So you have some sort of substance there that's isolated, or?
That's right.
How do you know that's an isolated substance that you're looking at in the sky?
On the contrary, we're certain that it's not.
Okay, go on.
What else is there to say?
We're referencing it to isolated substances here on Earth. Well, wouldn't you want that to be the equivalent in the sky?
It's not really necessary, no.
I actually missed that. My headphones came unplugged. Sorry.
That's all right. It's not really necessary.
Why not?
So what you're looking at when you're taking laboratory spectra, right, is you're trying to understand, okay, for this particular atom or molecule or whatever, right, what are the energies in which it can absorb or radiate photons, right? And as you're probably aware, they're quite unique. There's very little overlap between different elements. And they also have a variety of other things that set them apart, like there's doublet lines and triplet lines that if you see them together are diagnostic of a certain element or a certain density. So when you take a spectra of some other planet, right, there is quite often no way to create that spectra except for one specific combination of elements. Often it's even more, there's even less degeneracy than that. It's one specific combination and density.
Okay, the only way to create the spectra in the sky is with a specific combination of elements. What if there's something between you and the thing that you're looking at? Would that skew your interpretation at all?
Possibly. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say that this is 100%. I just think it's very, very, very good.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, if you tell me,
I'm
like,
just
yes,
asking questions. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm not
no,
really
it's
even
a
going for
fair,
a gotcha
it's a fair
answer.
question. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't think any astronomer would deny, like, hey, if there's some, sort of magical object between you and this light, and it has some specific spectra that it's imprinting, and there's many ways that if you sort of accept the paradigm that you can tease this out from sort of a reasonable way, but it's also impossible to rule out that there's something that's placed sort of specifically to look weird or to trick you, right? Because if you assume that things are reasonably done, like there's some sort of interstellar medium, which there is, right? Then you see that as the light passes through this medium, that objects that are farther away are influenced by this medium more than objects that are closer. And from that, you can make an understanding of what that medium is and what it does, and you can divide it out of your observations, right? If you know the distance. But if there were some sort of very special thing between you and the star that was, just there to sort of trick you, then yeah, you couldn't know without going.
Say like a barrier or something like that between you and it.
Well, it would have to be. It's more than just some arbitrary barrier, right? Because it would have to be specifically giving you a different measurement when you look at that specific star.
Okay, I get you.
And
specific to the star. Okay.
I'm not going to rule that out, right? That's possible. A bit misleading, if so, though. Certainly, right?
Well, I mean, what if the star isn't even a physical object, but if it's just some sort of effect, light phenomena, something else completely other than what we interpret it to be?
Possible, but everything's still consistent, right? I mean, we keep
asking
nude questions.
The consistent.
Yeah, that's really what I find the most convincing when it really comes down to it, right? Is the fact that things continue to work even as we ask more and more complicated questions.
All right. Well, could you give us any particular results or anything that you have? Kind of be interested.
That I have, or that I think are sort of particularly compelling.
Either, sure.
That's a very broad question. I mean, some work that I've done refers to the grain size around protoplanetary disks. And I'm studying a particular kind of star that has occultations. So there's, if you have a protoplanetary disk, they're generally quite large. So the Earth and the Sun, as you know, is 1 AU. And the typical size of protoplanetary disk is 100 or perhaps even several hundred AU. And we can resolve these with ALMA and with VLT and gravity. Gravity is an acronym in this case for an instrument, not the not the force or whatever the effect. Anyway, we have instruments and telescopes that can resolve these disks, but not the inner parts, the things that are very close to the star. And so we can learn a lot about these from directly looking at them and directly resolving them, and that's all great. They're very, very pretty. But obviously, because Earth is at 1 AU, we would love to be able to look at these protoplanetary systems at that sort of scale, at 1 or 2 or 3 AU, and see what's happening as the planets are forming in that distance. But it's very hard because it's very, very close to the star. If the scale of the disk is 300 AU, then the inner 1 AU is very small. And because it's very close to the star, it's also very hard to resolve directly with ALMA and with VLT. So I studied a class of stars last year that has periodic occultations where there's a big structure like a gas disk cloud, whatever, very close to the star within 1 AU, and it's passing within the star, but it's disintegrating, so it's stochastic. It's these random variations, and we think that it's a hallmark of planet formation. And so I took a bunch of, actually not spectra, because you can do it coarsely with just photometry. I took a bunch of photometry from the there's a really interesting telescope network called LCO. Anyway, I took a bunch of LCO photometry and did some analysis on what the grain sizes of the dust was in there, at least what it looked like. We learned some things. It was interesting.
Grain sizes and dust, all from spectra.
This is actually from photometry, no spectra. So just images in this case.
Photometry, that's just how bright something is, basically, right?
Just an image, yeah.
Okay. Man, it's a lot of interpretations. I know the paradigm that it rests within. It's kind of still interesting work to talk about anyway.
It is a lot of interpretations. I think I was talking to Apocryphon about this like 2 days ago. I think it's an interesting point to make that, a lot of what I do in particular, because I'm not a theorist, right? I'm not a cosmologist. I'm an observational astronomer. I study things that are, much closer to home than because people here like to talk about like dark energy and the Big Bang and stuff like that. And I don't do that, right? It's just not what I do. I study protoplanetary systems and I study small bodies like asteroids and comets in our solar system. So things that are very, very close relative to all this. So I think it's worth noting that particularly the work that I do, the analysis is sort of secondary, or at the very least, it's only half of it. When I give a presentation or publish a paper, a big part of it is really just the observations, right? And without the analysis, like quite literally, comes later in the paper. I don't talk about it up front. I'm like, hey, we looked at this star, we used this instrument, we took this data, this is what we saw. And then after I finish like discussing that in detail, then I'll tell you, here's what I think might be happening, and here's why I think that, right? But the observations are there, right, for anyone to look at.
Absolutely. Yeah,
we
always
they
kind
can
of
interpret
say
them
that.
Their own ways, yeah.
That's in line with what we always say, which is that we're all looking at the same stuff in the sky. Where the argument comes is
100%.
Is in the interpretation of what we're seeing.
Yeah, and so like my papers, not that I'd link them here because it's doxing myself, but maybe someday I will. My paper is like the analysis is not the most important part to me. Like to me, it's like, hey, we did this. The observations themselves are actually quite interesting. Like the things we saw are interesting, and people may disagree with my interpretations of them, and they're welcome to take the data and make their own analysis, and that would not bother me at all, right? I'm not particularly attached, especially in this project. Actually, I'm not particularly attached to the sort of outcome of the analysis. I just thought the observations themselves were quite interesting.
Yeah, whatever it is that you think the sky is, it still is interesting to gather that data.
Sure, and it's very pretty. We can all go outside and stargaze. I think that's we've all got that in common, no matter what.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, you seem pretty grounded and I don't know, less insane than some of the people that come in here defending this worldview.
Well, I've been here for a bit. We've talked to people a fair bit. Yeah.
I mean, some of them will try to get you fired from your job or, like, I don't know, put in jail or something for being on here talking about this from our standpoint.
I guess the difference is it doesn't really offend me that people have a different... I think it's interesting, but it doesn't really offend me that people have a different worldview, right? I don't agree with you, obviously, and that's fine, but I certainly think it's... you have every right to have a different worldview. It's fine. And I'm interested to see why people do think the way that they do. Doesn't hurt my feelings.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, like the raw data and stuff that you guys are gathering, I wouldn't want to hand wave that at all. I actually want to look at it.
I could give you raw data if you want. It's not proprietary. Sure. I mean, it won't be of anything particularly interesting, but it's not like secret.
I mean, I'm probably not even really equipped to be the one to even like do the analysis.
I mean, I can give you just the straight up photometry. It's just a photo, like you just look at it. Yeah.
There are people in this arena that would be able to do something with it. It'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, if people are interested, you can direct them to me. Again, it's not secret, so I would be happy to send anyone, some data if they were interested.
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's all look at what is going on around us. It's the same thing. We're all looking at the same thing.
Sounds good to me.
Different interpretations based on what world we think we're living in, but I don't know. Nothing should be a secret. The beach isn't a secret. We always tell people to go there and look at it. Look at the ocean. Look at the water.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's actually one of the things today. Yeah, that's actually one of the things that I really like about modern astronomy, like as a sort of career field, is that in the last like 20 years, there's been a really big push towards non-proprietary periods for data and no access fees for articles. So 20 years ago, people would use a telescope and they would sit on the data for like 2 years because they didn't want anyone to like scoop their results or whatever, and they would never make it public because 20 years ago it was relatively difficult to distribute the data, right? Just because some random person wanted it, like how do you give them this fucking information 20 years ago, right?
Right.
Maybe a bit more. I guess I'm kind of getting old now, but you know what I mean, right? Especially perhaps slightly more than that, but I guess it was more of a historical sort of mindset. But a while ago, telescopes, the images we took were on photographic plates, like literal, glass plates covered in film emulsion. And, so someone is like, oh, I'd like to see your data. Like, how do you give, you just mail them a photographic plate that's an original? I mean, it's quite challenging. I know you could make them a print of it, but even that, it takes a fair bit of your time. Anyway, so obviously now that's no longer the case. And so there was a bit of sort of an anachronistic mindset where people, even when we had digital data, people were sitting on it for years and years, not because they didn't want anyone else to analyze it, and they were taking ages to publish their papers, and then also the journals they were publishing in cost heaps of money to look at, right? Nature Astronomy, it's like thousands and thousands of dollars a year to have a subscription to that. But over the last 10 or 20 years, both of those things have more or less evaporated. So a huge amount of the images that are taken by satellites, space telescopes, but also just like people like me, people using ground-based telescopes, is public. And often it's public immediately. Like there's a couple of telescopes I use that the instant I finish taking a picture, it's actually uploaded somewhere publicly.
So I'm not necessarily going to be the one to look at it and break it down and interpret it and all that stuff, but there will be people out here who will do that. I think that's going to yield some pretty interesting conversations in rooms like this.
I think it's great. I agree. I think this shouldn't be secret. I think everyone should have access to it. And I think one of the great things about astronomy is that if you know where to look, that data does exist these days, and it didn't really used to. But now all these things are available to everyone, and the papers as well are mostly free now, which is great.
Well, just like to see an ITER from this side, right? with this worldview, with that level of study into what the sky is and analyzing the data and whatever.
That would be interesting. I'd like to talk to them.
It would be.
I'd have some questions for sure, but it'd be interesting.
I have a few people in mind, but I don't know. I don't want to name drop them. They can figure it out.
Well, yeah, if someone wants raw data, just direct them to me. I'd be happy to provide it.
Where are we at with the Earthshine right here?
Oh, I did find a paper, actually. I forgot to send it to you. I found a paper that did a model, and I found a paper that had observations, and they were both symmetric. So I didn't see any evidence that it was harder to see in the waning phase or whatever it was you said.
Yeah, can you send that to me, please?
Yeah, I'll take a look for it. I've got it open a tab somewhere. I saw it and I was like, oh, that's cool, and then I immediately got distracted by something else. But I'll go find it. But it makes sense to me. I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't be symmetric, and the observations appear to bear that out. So, which doesn't prove anything either way, of course. It's just is what it is. It's not even really evidence for anything.
I guess we kind of do have a lot of people from this side trying to interpret the sky and the minutia of it. Like, Wits that kind of does stuff like that. There are people like that around here already.
That's good. I mean, I think it's worth interpreting.
Yeah, but we all argue with each other the same way that like us and the Glovers argue with each other in here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying I would be sus. I imagine if I was flat earth, I put myself in that mindset of the people who say don't look up. Like, why would you look at the sky? I'm like, I would be sus on that. Like a religious movement being like, don't look behind the curtain.
Yeah.
But nobody says that, right? I mean,
flat earthers do.
I see.
Well,
that's not exactly fair. Flat earthers are saying, why would the sky tell you about the Earth? Which I don't agree with either, but I understand where they're coming from. They're not saying don't look up. They're saying let's talk about something else first. Which
if you want to know
something
about,
necessarily
if you want to know
agree with
something
that,
about the ground specifically, you look at that directly. But it doesn't mean never look at the sky. Don't ever ask any questions about it. I don't think anybody's saying that.
No, yeah, I'm putting it in a slightly more inflammatory way.
Yeah, well, if somebody says that, I think we can all tell them to shut up unanimously.
Yeah, unanimously. Eggshell, shut up.
But I am
Damn,
me.
bro, you got him.
Seafoam's got himself a fix with a homemade plum sextant.
The numbers, the data, the figures.
What do they mean, Mason?
That's the big question. I think maybe all you can do is interpret it through a worldview. At the end, who fucking knows? Well, that's what I think. You don't think that. You think you do know.
Sorry?
Well, I mean, come on. Let's be fair.
No, I know. I didn't hear you. I wasn't disagreeing. I literally didn't hear you.
Oh, okay.
What did you say?
Oh, I don't know. It was just a tangent. Never mind. Who cares?
Well, something about all you can do is look at things through a worldview or something?
Yeah, I guess basically I was saying ultimately nobody really knows, but you don't share that sentiment, obviously. You do think you know.
I mean, somewhere in the middle, right? Like, I'm not saying I can't be wrong. I guess it's a little bit in the middle, right? Like, I feel pretty confident about it. I think the evidence is very good. I believe it, certainly. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't change my mind with new evidence, so...
Come on, you can tell the truth. Tell Uncle Alpha the truth. I dare.
Have done. Many times.
Well, I need to talk to a real expert, not you. Like a guy like Pat, who was in here earlier. Who came in with all that confidence.
An intellectual, you mean?
Yeah,
yes.
I need an intellectual. Yeah, somebody who really knows.
Right, of course.
You know, someone who's not willing to be wrong at all, ever. I need a guy like that.
You know, it's nice to admire someone's confidence sometimes, isn't it?
I don't know if admire is the word I'd use, but...
No,
Gaze
I
upon
think
with
people
awe.
who are certain are stupid.
You guys must be talking about eggshells.
Let's talk about that clown who came in here earlier. Said that space was between 1 and 1,000,000 miles.
You're like, well, you're not wrong.
And I was like, okay, well, going with that definition,
particularly
why not?
right either, but you're not wrong, so fair enough.
Well, I'm pretty sure a rocket does go higher than 1 mile, so
yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Checkmate. It's over, man.
And then he's like, okay, you conceded to my argument. They go to space. Well, I mean, if you define space like that, all right.
Yeah, that was definitely something happening.
I mean, is that what you meant? It was your definition. Then he put it onto me like it was mine. Like, what is happening here? I mean, don't you want to argue over the transcontinental arc of the parallel or something at least? Well, let's get this thing started. Everybody's bored.
Do you want to hear my explanation of CellNav? I just gave it to almost exactly, and he was very
Your
confident.
explanation? Okay, I guess there's absolutely nothing else going on, so go ahead.
Well, you don't hold actually to the silly view that you can't take an angle from a curve.
Well, you'll need straight lines, but a tangent is that, so.
Right, but you're comfortable with the idea that you can get a tangent and obtain an angle from that.
Yeah, I never say that you can't. I just don't do that. So.
Wow, I've actually not heard. People usually just will never let that go.
I just don't think it's a strong position because they can just come back with tangent and then what?
Well, then they just, I don't know. I've never really heard anyone have a good answer for that. I also don't think it's particularly necessary either way. Like,
yeah, if you've got plumb, then you get to skip a step. That's why I was interested in FE foam's fix using the stars with a homemade plumb section.
Hold up. You don't get a tangent. You don't get to have a tangent.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I was about to go to. I'd rather just get to the brass tacks of tangent to what? Okay, fine. They say they can acquire the angle because they do have a straight line. It's a tangent, so that invokes a curve. Let's just go to that. That's what I always do.
Say again? What's the...
Well, with the tangent, you're automatically invoking the curve, right? So I just make the argument about that instead of this whole,
where'd that come from?
You don't need it. You can use it to establish vertical, but what you're trying to do is get the angle vertical, not the... You don't care really about the tangent. You're just using that to get a co-altitude angle. You want to know how far your star is off vertical, not off horizontal.
You want to get an angle of its position above the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's
exactly what
I'm
you
saying. Yeah. Nope, opposite of what I'm trying to say. You're trying to
establish
how far
that's what you want to do, but when other people do it, like astronomers, they use the surface of the Earth.
What I'm saying is if you're trying to figure out where you are, you're trying to figure out how far it is off zenith, not off. I'll show you. I made it pretty.
So we're not talking Nordic
subtraction from 90, and you're still using an elevation angle anyway, right?
So,
Jesus Christ, who even are you?
Who's who?
Sorry, got a text. I forgot I wasn't muted. Excuse me.
So what you typically do in CellNav is you're trying to get let me draw it. Oops, wrong, failed. There, that's your line of position. You're trying to figure out how far that star is this angle, not this angle. But on nautical sextants, you're right, you'll try to get horizontal, and you'll get that, and then you'll subtract from 90 because this is the angle you want. This is my pretty celestial navigation drawing. But the idea is, if that line is radial, or if you can see there, I've downloaded a picture of a pretty plumb sextant. If that line is radial from the Earth, then the idea is it should continue into the center. So the angle that is that will equal the angle that is that. Right? Because this is the angle you're taking to the star. Those lines should be parallel. And so you're trying to get that angle. Is that theta? That thing that looks
It's an
like
alpha you have there.
Alpha, is it? What does theta look like?
Theta is a circle with the thing through the middle.
Ah, there we go. So yeah. So you're trying to get angle alpha. And you could do it from horizontal up. But the point is you've got an extra step there. So if you just use a plumb sextant the way... Let me find the picture because FE Foam has just made one, which is pretty crude, and he got a fix that's only like 56 miles out, which I think is pretty good. Yeah, damn it, there we go. Don't need two. So you can just do it with that, and the idea is you're getting plumb, using plumb to, well, this is getting very laggy. Plumb to find that vector of down, and then getting a co-altitude angle, as they call it. What would you call it what would you space heads call it? Do you call it elevation angle or co-altitude angle or zenith or what?
Sorry, I zoned out. What was the question?
When you say where a star is, it would be in Stellarium, wouldn't it? What do you take it off vertical or off horizontal, or?
It depends. There's different references.
It's not vertical, that's a zenith, right?
So you could have a zenith angle, yeah.
Yeah, zenith angle. Okay, so that's the angle it is from dead overhead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's a bunch of ways to do it. That's one of them, sure.
Yeah, so that's what you're trying to do with CellNav. You're trying to go how far is it from zenith? Because this angle here, this angle alpha will equal that angle alpha, and that angle alpha will be a linear distance. So just if you want to get that distance d, you just go alpha times 60, and that will be your distance. And then that draws not quite a radius, but a distance to the center of this line of position. And then you can just draw that around, and that'll be 40 degrees anywhere on that line. That's why it doesn't just only work on a ball, it only works on a ball of a particular size. Otherwise, your nautical miles will be different lengths.
So you're doing the linear angle distance thing?
Linear angle distance thing. Oh, yeah, linear angle, like an angle is linear to distance. Yeah, that's one of the many things about CellNav that says you're on a ball, that the angle is.
Does the ground reflect that?
Not perfectly, no.
It's kind of weird.
Only if you like treat the Earth as if it's a perfect sphere. If you go, it's close enough to a sphere that you can use this system, but it's imperfect, so you'll have a few issues. I'm not sure what Kiwi Buzz is.
So it won't actually be a perfect linear relationship.
No, there'll be like flatter spots. But I don't know how much they're out by, but they're not out by much.
Nobody does. I've asked all the ballers that question. I've asked them if they have measurements of distance from every latitude, or let's say some extreme northern or southern latitude or something, to show it's actually 60 nautical miles. And then they just scoff at me and they go, "That's ridiculous."
Oh,
you think that it might not be?
Well, they say it is, so I asked them to show it, and then they're like, "That's just a ridiculous standard." Well, I mean, you said it. Never actually seen it proven. I'm sure it does have practical use, within certain latitudes at the very least, for sure. I don't know if it necessarily absolutely reflects the world at large, though, and it would be a pragmatic fallacy also to say that the world is that because this system works.
Yes, yeah, it's an argument from, I call it an argument from efficacy, but I think you're right. I think it's called an argument from pragmatism. And if you used it deductively, it would be fallacious. But I think in an inductive case, it's one of the strongest to say this system works. You know,
I mean, the ball's in your
elsewhere,
court.
right?
Yeah, if you want to look at that and go, "Hey, this works," it's got to be a ball. If that's what your mind wants to do with that information, what can I say?
So the biggest difference is a degree of latitude at the equator is 60 nautical miles, and it's 50.97 at the pole, 59.704 at the pole. So the
You get that from ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I've looked that up before. I've never really found the source. I've asked ChatGPT the same thing. That's why I asked that question. The other thing, too, is that they have to make assumptions about those vast distances of the stars and the parallel light from them.
Yep. Yes,
They have to combine that with the geometry of the Earth, which they then have to say you don't see due to refraction. So, I don't know. It's sort of wacky.
I don't know who says you don't see it.
Well, black swan.
What do you mean by that? Oh, right. Okay. So you're putting different arguments together. Yeah, to me, it's like if it works that well, then it's probably true.
Because what they're actually saying, though, is that geometry that they also tell us when we go to the black swan we don't see is what's actually blocking your view of stuff in the sky.
We don't see. Not following. Say that again.
Well, they're saying that the 1.2 mile yada yada geometric horizon is what's actually blocking your view of those stars as you move away from their ground positions.
Fun one about the 1.22 is the maths is the same as the dip angle you use in CellNav if you're doing it from elevation angle rather than zenith angle.
It's the same as the 1.2 geometric horizon stuff?
Like they derive down to one another.
I want to see that.
Oh, I'd have to find it again. It was somewhere, and I just it was like Ruhif just mentioned it. I was like, oh, really? And then pulled up and did the math. I was like, oh yeah.
Well, because this is the thing I've always said: if the dip is due to the geometry of the horizon, then shouldn't you see that geometry? But then we show them stuff like the black swan. It's like, oh no, you don't see it. It's refracted.
Well, I mean, you'd claim the same thing on the other side, right? That there's some funny things happening with the light. But
probably
the
sometimes depends.
Black swan is, if I presume perfect viewing lines of sight, then X, I don't think it's then held consistently. Then when it comes across to like the white swan or to boats going over the curve, suddenly it's like, oh, the spectrum.
Never seen either of those. Never seen the curve, a boat go over it, or a white swan.
I think you know what I mean when I say the white swan.
Not that I need one anyway. That's the point of a black swan, but yeah.
So what would you think then about this statement, Heretic? The way the stars present in the sky, they do so as they would if you were on a rotating sphere. The stars
I don't think so.
in the sky as if they would if you're on a rotating sphere.
No, I don't think so, because it has an atmosphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, tell me that atmosphere completely skews my perception of the geometry. I don't even see the geometry that they say is dictating my view of the stars.
You guys do realize the Earth is round.
Good one.
What's your evidence for that,
Bro,
Keith?
I've never heard that before. Holy shit.
I'll let the ballers take that.
Exactly, bro.
What's your evidence, Keith?
So glad you're here to lend me this scintillating intellect of yours.
Oh,
yeah.
The Earth couldn't be flat. That's crazy. Just think about that for a second. The Earth can't be flat because it
Heretic,
has
please,
to be a ball.
I beg
because
you.
It's not flat.
I want to hear that.
Please,
I'm bored. I've got to clean up too, so I mean, I need some listening.
Do you have any logic for this reason, or are you just going to keep reiterating your position, Keats? What would you say is your one?
No, I'm just bored.
Oh.
Well, that's that.
Oh well.
Yeah, I knew it didn't have much staying power.
Yeah, he immediately didn't have seemed like he had the enthusiasm or the information to stick around. Who was the guy the other day that rage quit? He was funny as well.
He thought he was doing a prank call, this guy.
Every day, the voice verification requirement on 24/7 seems more and more reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, with this, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big change, actually, because we used to always try to verify anybody before they went to it. And with this place, it's just like anybody like that just drops in suddenly anytime. We just stream it all.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. You have slightly different discussions, but obviously there's the fair amount of things you have to sit through.
It's probably a bit wilder here overall.
Yeah. I'd be curious to hear more about that, though. Like, in what way do you think that the stars don't comport with being observed from the globe?
Tell me it has an atmosphere that skews the perception of the geometry.
But this is like well measured, especially by astronomers.
What is?
The effect that the atmosphere has on observations of stars. There's a concept called air mass.
Okay.
Very well quantified.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the geometry of the ground itself, which is supposed to be physically obstructing things in the sky. They tell me that the atmospherics do things to that are way out of proportion with what they claim they've measured it to be. I don't even see that sphere, that geometry.
That's not really the question, right? I mean, we have some sort of observations of the sky. You know, we see these things out there doing certain things. How is that not consistent with what you'd expect to see on a globe?
Okay, because, for example, on the globe, we're going to have a linear angle distance relationship, a 60 nautical mile thing, right?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
And that's to do with the actual physical geometry of the ground, right? The curve.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the same curve they tell us that we don't see due to the atmosphere.
Sometimes, yeah.
So like Eggshell said, yeah, I'm putting different arguments together.
Right, but it's a sort of specific question that you said, like, yes to, you know, or no, whatever, the way it was phrased, you know, the observations of the sky.
I don't see the ball, according to the ballers, that would be doing any of this blocking of stuff in the sky. So I go, well, something else must be at play.
But that's neither here nor there for this question, right?
Yeah,
well, I think it is.
The point's more like the ball, the South Celestial Pole, right? If we just look at that, ignore the atmosphere because it only moves them by like a few arc minutes. That there is this counterpoint of rotation that people in the south see that looks equal and opposite to the one in the north, so that all the stars are going east, but one way gets a clockwise and one gets a counterclockwise rotation, and that they're both on the horizon if you're at the equator. I think you would be able to agree that's the way it ought to look on a ball. So the stars are presenting in a way that they should on a ball.
I still don't think so, because the atmospherics.
What would the atmospherics change about that?
They'll make the ball look, 6 times the size Jupiter is claimed to be, stuff like that. The ball is apparently that big.
How does that affect?
It's going to be much less curved, right?
The celestial poles, though. I'm asking specifically about the poles.
Well, it would place the distances, the ground distances between those ground positions of the celestial poles much further out. If we're to go with like the Black Swan radius or something like that. So I'm just saying that the ball looks much bigger.
just seems like you're not engaging with the actual question, and you're just going, "But my black swan."
It doesn't seem like that to me. I'm saying we don't see the geometry you're alleging is there, which comports with the stuff in the sky. You tell us that. That's what I'm saying. A few arcminutes of refraction makes it look nothing like what it's supposed to be. If it looks like a way bigger ball, that's going to displace everything like crazy. Where's your equator supposed to be with a ball? It's apparently 6 times the size of Jupiter. Not where it is. Polaris should be vanishing somewhere else.
Yeah, none of it's making sense to me. Sorry.
All right.
Because to me, the position of flat Earth needs to be the Earth is flat, despite the stars being in exactly the places they would if we were on a ball that's rotating about a north-south axis. And it seems like you are tacitly admitting that by not engaging with that.
Not at all. I did engage with it. I said we don't see the geometry that would account for the celestial observations.
Which is fine. It's a fine counter to the argument, but it doesn't engage with it. One would say what I said first and then go, but I still think it's flat because the geometry I see with the black swan.
I didn't even say that. I just said I don't think that interpretation of the celestial stuff is going to work because of this. I mean, it works maybe on a practical level sometimes for some things, but pragmatic fallacy and all that.
Well, it's only a fallacy if it's a deductive argument. If you're making an inductive argument and you say things that work are probably true, and if this thing always works very reliably, then the underlying assumptions are probably correct. Then it's a strong inductive argument.
All right, that's fine. So your position is it's probably a ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we could go the other way, like, because like you'll say that, based on positions of stars, blah 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 blah, Earth has to be a certain shape and it has to be a certain size. Oh, and then when like pointed out, like something like the black swan. Oh well, there's something else going on there, right? So we'll just reverse that and say, well, we observe and measure the Earth to be flat. Stars seem to be doing what they're doing, and if it doesn't comport with anything like that, well, that must be just because of something else.
But the because of something else is not an ad hoc. Like that would be fine if refraction were just pulled out of the ether in 2012 in order to rebut flat Earth positions.
No, it wouldn't even. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
If the suggestion of that there is, like, if refraction tables have been around for ages, such that the idea that things are slightly out of their position the closer they get to the horizon, particularly on warm days, particularly over water, to the point that navigators have been using it from hundreds of years, then it's not quite an ad hoc explanation. It's just like we can trust the position of things when they're at zenith, and the further they get from that and the closer they get to horizontal, we can make adjustments to have a quite good idea of where they're really at.
And it must be because of something else, right?
Must be because of this known thing that we can demonstrate and test and confirm, or at least fail to disconfirm in reality.
Says you.
To disconfirm?
Yeah, that's what I think. I don't think you confirm things. I think you just attempt to disconfirm them and fail. That's how you develop confidence that they're true.
We failed to disconfirm the geometry that you're alleging is demonstrated by the sky.
As in,
when this started,
we look straightforward. We don't see it, and you concede that. So anyway, go ahead, Tito.
Well, it's just like they're saying. Well, when the angle gets this much between the celestial object and the horizon, it doesn't seem to be behaving like it was before. Damn it! Must be because of reasons.
Must be because of a thing we've known about for a long time, but there is pretty robust science describing that.
Not really. If you look at the baller claims that come in here.
Refraction is well understood.
Yeah, no, but like this ad hoc, like 7/6R version of it is not an understanding at all, let alone well understood.
Well,
exactly. Yeah,
that may not be, but it's certainly a thing that is understood by actual scientists. And
it's Yeah, it's understood that that's what must be happening because I think I live on this sphere.
Well, because it fits with all of the other things, sure.
Of, everything you guys do, and you mute people on the regular. Thanks.
Stop whining right away, dude.
Yeah,
Morning.
If you're going to come in with your globe proof.
Oh, that is where I am actually going to start, but just give me a moment to get you into the wonderful mood that you all seem to have, that you have the power to just mute people.
Well, the mood specifically was a discussion that was occurring.
Yeah, we were having a discussion, but you're welcome to bring your mood and tell us about the globe.
Join mad.
You giving us your globe proof, Guardian? Guardian of the globe?
Well, first I want to attack something you guys use on the regular, which is water finds its level. I'm going to show you a video that explains that. Yes, I know. I know it's so obvious, but I want you to go in and watch this. It's a really long video, so that I'm going to give you a timestamp to go to, by the way. Not the entire video. It's like 7 hours long.
Can I?
So I'm going to give you a timestamp.
We're very excited to see it. Can I just confirm for you, your microphone is working. You don't have to project your voice such that, you can reach us even if it weren't. We got you, bro. We can hear you. Show us this video of water. Next idea.
Okay, that's the video. The timestamp is right after it. That's where you need to go.
Okay,
All right, what are you wasting my time with? Let's take a look.
Oh, this
Wow, that really
video.
is an 8-hour long video. Holy shit.
Yeah.
He wasn't joking. I thought that was an exaggeration. That is a long fucking YouTube video.
Yeah.
And I sat through it all.
Well
seen this?
Okay, so why do you want me to listen to this guy talk? Like, weren't you just going to show me a demonstration of non-level water?
Yeah, what is it? Webster's unabridged. Can you describe it to us, or maybe?
Just watch the part, because you guys don't seem to understand that. And most of you are using the verb and not the noun, or not noun, the adjective.
You just wanted me to listen to somebody else's words. Why didn't you just put it in your own?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. If you
want that, I can get it. I can go get the Merriam-Webster's dictionary using the noun.
I think what he's trying to say is, if you understand the argument that was presented to you in this video, certainly you can represent it to us.
Oh yes, and I will. I'll go do that if you really want me to. But I'm getting, like I said, I am tacking one thing at a time, and this is the one thing that bugs me the most about you. So I want to go with it.
Proof though of non-level water, and it's just some dude talking.
Yeah. So why don't you just take a breath, formulate it into a clear, coherent argument with premises and a conclusion, and we can go from there. Tell us about the water and the level and the dictionaries or whatever it is.
Let me go get the dictionary definition so you guys can understand it.
We don't
First, I know you don't. You like your references.
We need you to talk to us, Josephine. We need you to tell us your sweet thoughts about stuff. We'll just defer to the dictionary. Whatever the dictionary says, we're fine with for now. We can go back to it if we disagree with that, but we need to hear the argument because you've kind of interrupted a conversation to fail to make a point 3 times now, and I want to help you.
Oh, fine. I just want to make sure that you understand that when I put up the dictionary definition, I'm trying to make a point because it refers to a curve in your level.
Okay.
So All right, so let me go get that, and so you can see that you can have a curve and have level at the same time, okay?
Right, so you're referring to a specific definition of level that adheres to a curved datum. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So that's is that premise one? So level is defined by some people on the internet as a curved datum.
Yes.
Premise two?
I'm just attacking this because it's like the first thing you guys like say. You can't have a level plane. I'm just like, and I know I came in hot. I'm sorry for that, but I was muted and I stepped away because I really just didn't want to screw up further by basically being banned from your channel.
Okay, you're right. Take a breath. We'll get there. So some definitions of level imply something that is completely flat and straight, and some definitions of level imply something that is curved. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, there's two definitions. One that you guys continue to use, which is the one that refers to making something level, making the linear plane. What level is a distance from the center of the Earth.
How do they calculate that? How do they determine the distance from the center of the Earth?
Because you're at the same distance from the center of the Earth.
Right, okay. So then a level line there wouldn't necessarily be horizontal, would it?
It can't be. It can't be horizontal.
Yeah, because if there's centrifugal forces flinging us all outwards, then it's only going to be perfect at the equator and the poles, correct? Everywhere else there's going to be a, east-west, like a sort of, there's going to be a centrifugal force that is perpendicular to the axis of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a better way to explain it. There is no vertical or horizontal on the globe Earth.
Yes. And okay, so you guys got that one. All right. Now, I'm going to another data point in that video, and yes, like I said, it's a very long one. If you guys actually want to, I'm not suggesting it, but if you want to go watch that, that's great. But if you don't, that's fine too. Okay?
I think I get it, man. I think your idea is that your zero elevation point, right, is on a curved surface.
Yeah.
Okay? But we already understood that.
Well, some people did.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Did you watch the whole video?
Yes, from beginning to end, not
cool.
without interruption. I had an hour that I watched, and then I watched the rest of it at on and off through my shift at work, which I just I
Right. So my second question is, does it need to be that long?
What needs to be that long?
Just
the video.
Oh
yeah, the video goes into like different points, and some very cringe moments that you guys have that I really like. My favorite cringe is the guy handing out pamphlets to 5-year-olds at a elementary school.
Okay, that's cool, but that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever.
Oh no! I'm just saying you guys can be very cringe.
Let me explain some cringe to you, Holmes.
Do you know Epstein?
So we had a group of globers.
They habitually
did
terrible things to
they
kids.
got the
I'm pretty
cringe,
sure he was a glober. That was very cringe.
I know, yeah. But just for this guy's little factotum, we had a ring of globers that infiltrated our server a while back. And I know this because I was a member of their group, unbeknownst to them. They had a bet going of converting a flat earther, and the tactic that they chose to use was to prey on the women emotionally and create a romantic relationship. And after they established a romantic relationship, they were going to use that credential to sway the woman from the flat earth as their convert. Probably have sex with her, meet up with her, and then discard her afterwards.
Oh,
totally upstanding behavior, right?
That's not. I know. I wouldn't defend that on a heartbeat.
But so,
You're right.
hang on.
Right, but guess what? Guess what?
Who was that?
So that's
Oh,
that's
let
good
the
evidence for the
eggshells
flat
finish.
Earth. It's
Oh,
good
go ahead,
evidence for
guys,
the flat
please.
Earth, right?
If you want to have the, I don't mind where the discussion goes. I just want a discussion, and I don't want to be shut down.
That's fair. My point is that the bad people that are globers and the bad people that are flat earthers and the good people that are globers and the good people that are flat earthers are highly irrelevant to the material fact of whether it's flat or not, right?
So, and this is the basic thing he goes into a lot of is the intellectual dishonesty that goes on of moving the goalposts as you would be, and I watch that on both sides, so don't get me wrong.
So you just went straight back to talking about the people.
Oh no, can we? All right, where do you want to move the conversation to? That's fine.
We want this. We want this proof of curved water.
Don't forget, moving the goalpost isn't entirely illegitimate if, with new information, it becomes clear to the parties involved that that's insufficient to prove the point and you need to move it to a different spot. If you're just moving the goalpost arbitrarily for no reason, that might be bad. But there is such a thing as we reach an impasse and we have to take it a step further. So yeah, the goalpost does move, but it's for legitimate reasons. So you have to parse out whether it's legitimate or illegitimate.
Okay. Give me a moment here. There's a point where basically, and I'm just referencing it. I'm not going to give you the timestamp for it, but there's a point in the video where he shows a picture where if you look at it with just without manipulating the picture that was taken, it looks flat. I'll fully admit to that. But when you take and basically smush the picture together, you can see a curve forming on the horizon, and that the thing that is in the foreground that you're looking at that is flat and a level plane is remaining that way, but the background is actually compressing.
What is the
a
thing
curve.
that's in the foreground? Okay, but what is the thing that's in the foreground?
It's basically a table. That's the best way to describe it.
Yes, I know the picture. I know the picture. If I'm not mistaken, you got some red and green in the picture, right?
I believe so. It's basically
so
of the distant horizon on top of I think a raised area, like on a mountain or a hill or something, and they have this thing that is like very flat and level, and you look out at it, and you can, as you look out at it, and in that same conversation, it gets compressed together, and you can clearly see when they compress it together on either side that you can start to see a curve.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a response to that. Right now, I want you to repeat it. Right, I haven't done it, but it'll be interesting to see this repeated, where you cover the horizon line totally with a straight, flat object. Or it doesn't even have to be flat; it could be like a rod, just a straight rod. So you can't see the dividing point between the sea and the sky. Right.
Mm-hmm.
The rod becomes that part, right? And then compress it, and so you should, after that, right, you should see your rod remain straight after compression, and you'll suddenly see the dividing line from the sea and the sky poking out underneath your rod, right?
Yep. And making the curve. Yes, you would see a curve.
Dude, seriously, think about what you're saying, man. Saying that something I couldn't see before in this image will appear after I've compressed the image.
Okay, no. What I'm saying is you have a part of the horizon. You'll see the horizon if you still have where you can see the sky meet the sea, basically the distance, you can actually start to see a curve form. Wouldn't that be proof, though? I'm saying.
But the argument is, look, the horizon is, when I compress it, the horizon's curved, but the table remains straight.
Yeah.
So show me that.
Be proof
so show me that. Show me that with a rod. For the horizon with a straight rod, so you can't see it, and then do that. Do it again. But you won't get that result, man.
Yeah, but either way, we've seen plenty of these.
It'd be blocked by the rod in your
pictures.
explanation or your.
All right, but we've seen plenty of these pictures where the table is curved when you compress it.
Yeah, that's what I was.
We've seen people. Yes, we have, and we've seen plenty of people take pictures of their tables, irrespective of the horizon. Take pictures of straight rulers, etc., compress them with various compressions. Take it with various lenses, and you can curve straight things.
Yeah, I've got
so
one.
it's inconclusive.
I can't say you haven't because your experience is your experience, but
we actually have them posted. We have them posted on our server, going back 5 years, bro.
The Earth is a square.
In fact, there's this famous one, and I'm not saying. Look, I don't know if they did this on purpose, but there is a famous one that we had back in the day. And it was like I want to say a red or green table, but then there was like 2 levels or 2 bars strapped together. Either the table was red and things were green. And what they would do is in the one image that was uncompressed, you could see what it was. Then they would compress it, but they would crop it. They would crop the table out, and it would show a curved line of the color field of the water, right? But when you found the uncropped picture, and the table was in the picture, the table was also curved. Now, unbeknownst to a lot of people, lenses actually have distortion in them, right? Some more extreme than others, right? But one type of distortion that a lot of lenses have is that it goes away from the center, increases the value on the y-axis.
Yeah. Well,
now if you had two color fields next to each other, it would appear like they were curved. Right, so I mean, it's not as cut and dry as I compress an image and I see a curve in the image, therefore the object is curved. It's not as simple as that all the time.
Well,
exactly. That's why I'm saying if you did it where you covered the horizon with a straight rod, right? There's no amount of compressing that image which is going to reveal the horizon.
No, but if you drop it just below and the rod remains straight and the horizon curves, so sorry, but that would be the wonderful curve you keep asking for.
Show it.
While you're at it, while you're at it, show the compression algorithm.
So it sounds like both sides are quite clearly saying, I wouldn't be compelled by an image that's being compressed left or right. Or is there one side that would be compelled by this and another that wouldn't?
Well, if you could show me one where both are curving, I'd be like, okay, well, that's definitely negative evidence in my.
You got one that.
Why would I go about finding negative evidence if I've already seen positive evidence?
Oh,
go look at the one in the chat.
That is a very interesting thing you just said. Say it again. Can you say that in different words, Guardian?
Why would I go about if I have positive evidence?
Yeah.
If I've seen it once, now that doesn't mean the other side can't go out and find negative evidence. Why would I, if I've seen evidence in the positive, go out and find negative evidence that would disprove me? I know I'm being, but Yeah, that's the image I'm talking about, by the way. That is the very table I was talking about.
Hey, hang on one sec. I've got the full image of that with the table underneath it, curving.
Yeah, I think it's in the chat.
Yeah,
You know, the curvature of the table isn't the thing we're interested in here.
Yeah,
well, the table's curving, so it doesn't matter.
Well, if the
Man of Factotum's posted it. So did you just play back what you said, Guardian?
No, what he's done is he's cropped out the compression. Underneath that level is a table that's bending.
Oh, in the compressed left to right one. I see. Yeah, pop that in the chat. But you need
pop
to play
that
back.
in. If I've seen that, that's fine. That's negative evidence. I'll accept that.
You need to listen
But
to what
it's
you
not
just
negative
said, though,
evidence.
Guardian.
I'm saying evidence against what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah. What you're saying is, though, Guardian, is I only find stuff that confirms my worldview. Why would I go looking for something might show that I'm wrong?
Well, I would look for. Okay, are you understanding what I'm saying? Like, if without really doing much research on my own, I went and I saw evidence. Okay, I understand the echo chamber. Okay, let me scroll down and see it.
Why'd you crop out the bottom of the table bending?
Looks sloped. It doesn't look super bent to me.
No, not really, but it's still bent.
Yep.
Oh, whatever that thing is underneath them, I get it.
Underneath the level is the table.
Yeah, I was looking at the green thing. Whatever that less green thing is.
No, that's not the table.
No, that looks bent, but...
Look back to the picture.
Hello? Yo, friend, homie slice. That silver part, the green is the outside rim of the table, and the silver part is the face of the table.
Yeah, there you go.
See what I'm saying? So it is wonky like donkly. You know what I'm trying to say?
This is me squishing this photo myself.
Yeah, it definitely looks bent.
It's curved.
Yeah, so table's curved.
But why do you think the curviness of the table matters, T-Dub?
Because
it indicates the distortion that's being applied to the overall image, obviously.
Well, what distortion?
The one imposing the apparent curvature.
So the top bars are straight, then the horizon curves, then the bottom bar is straight, then the table curves.
So what does that prove?
What's being indicated here?
What's that?
Well, this compression algorithm, this strange, wacky compression algorithm, is somehow making the horizon and the table bendy for some unknown reason.
All right.
But they're not making the bars bend. Why?
Hey, don't go into retard mode. Ask your question. You've got a horizon curving and a table curving, and then something else not curving. So what have you proven?
Well, we've proven that the table and the horizon are curving, and that the bars are not curving.
No, dude. No, you're wrong, dude.
Oh, please explain.
Look at the bars, Holmes.
I'm looking at the bars.
Yeah, look at them. Look harder, bro. And tell me that those are straight lines, bro.
They look pretty straight.
Line up either. They don't line up. They don't line up.
Whatever, dude.
Let me get real close to my screen. Let me zoom in.
Here, let me draw it for you, Holmes.
402% zoom.
Enhance.
Yeah, they look pretty straight.
Yeah, they look pretty straight, dude.
I still want to get back to Guardian's confirmation bias in due course, so don't go anywhere, Guardian.
All right, Guardian. So let's go through it. So now, can you see the curved table?
Yes, and like I said, I had not yet seen that. I'm like, dude, that's why I try not to remain in echo chambers, and I do look for people who actually disagree with me. Okay,
do you think there's a reason why they cropped out the table?
Definitely. Now I definitely believe, there's probably a reason why they cropped out the table, because it was curving too.
Yeah.
No.
Possibly.
Shut up. Mess that is.
It's just so you can see the curved horizon better. You just zoom in on the important bit.
Without
the curviness of the table is irrelevant.
Yeah, look here, not there. Yeah.
I think the strongest one of.
Well, what if like this is like a crazy like assumption maybe, I don't know, but what if that table is curved?
And the level wouldn't sit flat on
and
it.
similar with the horizon.
Oh
You
yeah,
just see the curvature of the table and the horizon better when you squish the
table
image.
was curved, the level wouldn't sit flat.
It's not a level.
Just two straight things.
Yeah.
So the question is, do we think tables are flat to the same precision within the tolerances of the proposed curvature of Earth? No, it's not. No, it's not quite that, is it? Because it's a far shorter distance in the foreground.
But we're trying to basically take an object and compare it against the background, which we see a curve. I mean, if you look at it really close without it even compressed, I'm looking at it now without the compression. You can still, with the bars, you can see that curve. That
Can you see the curve in the table?
if you use the bar to actually figure out, like, oh yeah, you see where this is actually curving.
Can you see the curve in the table? Too?
Yeah.
Yeah, but actually I can see the curve in the table too. So,
you can
but the
see the
bars
curve
are
in the
straight
table.
though. That's the bars are actually straight.
Yeah, the bars.
Take up my challenge.
They are the
When you
thing that's
compress
still.
it, when you compress it, they're not straight, dude.
They look a bit wibbly to me.
AI's picture.
Let me ask this question: what's the difference between Fraunhofer and Fresnel diffraction?
Hey, you gone way over my head. I'm sorry.
Fresnel, isn't it pronounced Fresnel?
Yes, but then nobody can spell it.
Right, I see. What's the first one? I haven't heard of the first one.
Fraunhofer.
And what's that? Is that just like a standard curved
like a
lens
sausage.
rather than the ziggy-zaggy lens?
No,
I've heard of Fraunhofer
they're
something
loosely
before.
described. They're loosely described as near field and far field, if I'm not mistaken. Now, if it is the case that there's such a thing, even by name only, as near field and far field, right? When it comes to optics, then I mean that might be something that could apply here because the table's close and the horizon's far, right?
Don't know enough about it. But I do want to get back to our proto-glober Guardians thing about why would I look for evidence that debunks my position.
I'm not trying. Okay. I'm saying just I've seen this. I'm like, okay, and I come to you guys, and hey, this is actually, like I said, a attempt to say, hey guys, what's going on here? You know.
That's exactly why I want to talk to you about it, because there is a problem with your epistemology if you go, I'm going to believe X by looking for example of X being true, and then expect other people to come and show me evidence for not X. Right? Because
why would I though? Why would I though?
Because it's solid epistemology. That's how you develop views that are less likely to be wrong. And that is, you go, right, I think X. So in order to really test X, the last thing I should do is look for examples of X being true. What I should look for is examples of not X. Look for things that disprove me. And if I look and look and look and try to find them where they should be, then I could start to come to this conclusion that maybe X is correct. But if all you do is look for X being true, you could delude yourself into any position, like the Earth is a globe.
Well said.
But like I said, I have so much resources in life, and like I said, my tertiary research came up with that one example that does look like it's a globe to me, and you guys showed me something that said, hey, this is probably, well, at least they're hiding something here, and I get that.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, right? That's the question. That's the fundamental question Flat Earth is asking. He's going, could all of these globers be so confident in their position that it's a globe because they've only ever looked for evidence that supports their position, and then have been like, flat earthers are crazy?
Well, shouldn't you guys be able to, provide models and evidences in your favor? Or is it just only on you?
Are you a flat earther, eggshells, now?
We take personal responsibility quite seriously when it comes to epistemology. Shouldn't be our responsibility to convince you about the shape of the Earth. We just want to encourage you to test it.
Why are you laughing?
Because I always do when there's proto-globers.
Yeah, don't spoil it.
Well, I try to be a defense in the position, but, I can only come up with so much, and I only have so much resources available to me. And,
Yes, so let's cut to the chase. Where in the 7-hour video did Homie Slice, making the video, present direct measurements of surface curvature?
Oh, goodness. He didn't do actual, curvature testing. He showed that particular image and also a lot of what I mentioned earlier, goalposts moving.
Who cares, dude? If this video is 7 hours long and it's supposed to run the gamut of everything flat earthers are wrong about, then it should have hinted somewhere in that 7 hours on direct surface curvature. I mean, don't you think so?
Well, this is one of the examples he goes. No, it's not just a single proof in this video. I mean, he goes through a lot of them. Like you're misunderstanding a lot. Hang on. Some of you have not all of you, but some in the flat Earth movement have a misunderstanding of the idea of down and our understanding of the word down, which is to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, cool story. Notice how I just said where in the video is direct addressing of the demonstrable surface curvature, and now we're talking about downsy.
Okay.
Yeah, because everyone experiences down the same way. So what are you talking about?
Because people try to take a basketball and say, why is the water not sticking to the basketball? Sort of example.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that makes sense. Cool, but
again, back to what he was saying.
Dude, let me ask you this. Down is simply down, dude. Okay?
Down is towards the center. In the globe model, is to the center of the Earth.
Bro.
No, it isn't.
In the globe model, yes, it is.
No, dude. If I say you're wrong, your response is not to repeat what you just said. Your response is, how am I wrong? And then you get to listen to me tell you.
Okay, then tell me, please.
Okay, it's very simple. So, I'll start with some parsing questions. You don't have to answer them. I'll answer them so that it goes quicker. So, is the Earth a homogeneous mass? Answer, no. Is the Earth a perfect sphere? Answer, no. Is the Earth stationary? Answer, no. Right? According to your view. That means, we have a rotating, non-homogeneous, non-spherical Earth. Now, if that's the case, and according to your view, gravity is determined by the distribution of mass, right? Which is non-homogeneous, it means it can't be equivalent, which means it can't be pointed directly at the center of the Earth, not to mention that it's not a perfect sphere, so it doesn't have a direct center anyway. Now we have a rotating body, which adds centrifugal force, which splays the plumb lines, which is the only way you can determine down, off of being pointed towards the center. The only place they could even be idealistically even thought of to be pointing towards the center would be at the exact north and south pole and perhaps around the equator. However, the equator would then suffer from the centrifugal force thing, which would skew them. So there'd only be about 3 points of the Earth where down would actually be pointing to the center. So you're simply wrong.
Okay. Down is to the center because that's where gravity is drawing the object.
Yeah, notice how all you did, Holmes, was just repeat yourself again.
No, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Literally, because
what I'm trying to tell you, dude, is that in order, just pay attention real quick. In order for gravity to actually be pointing to the center of the Earth, there one must be a. Okay, so now you're changing your story.
The pole, by the way. So yes.
See, notice how moving the post isn't necessarily always bad. You see, you were faced with some information, and you had to change your wording, didn't you?
Yes, to add clarification.
Right. So rest assured, friend.
Goalposts.
You're right.
I just didn't want to be accused of it, and it was very likely I could have been.
Moving the goalpost is when one makes a demand for what would satisfy them as evidence, and then when provided that, they change it.
Yeah, but
arbitrarily, I'd say. I wouldn't say they just. They could change it. They could receive the evidence, scrutinize it, and say, you know what, I made a mistake. Here's why this isn't actually sufficient for these reasons, right?
Yeah.
Well, I agree that it is acceptable, but I still think that would be moving the goalpost. But I think you're right, which is like
but
you need to have a good heuristic, not just like, well, that debunks me. So now
correct. Otherwise, everyone would only get one chance to make like their this is what I'm going to define how I define truth, and after that, whatever I learn, I have to throw away. Otherwise, you're going to be moving the quote unquote goalpost eventually.
Hey. By the way, I also wanted to admit, like, I'm taking time from what I could be using to, game and relax, and just I'm coming to you guys to help me better understand.
What, you want a medal?
No, I'm saying
this going, man.
I'm not wanting a medal, but I've been accused. Well, not accused. What is the exact word? Being, I don't know. Basically, not using. Searching out things that count against me, basically. And like, no.
Yeah, so let's get to the brass tacks then, dude. You're saying that the conception of down. You're saying the conception of down in a globe view is not actually down, but inwards towards the center. Now we can call it the aggregate center, the rough center, whatever, and it's not the center of mass. You're wrong again. Because it's not simply the center of mass. There's other forces at play in your worldview, dude.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking about just on the Earth.
This is actually a super confusing one. Just on the Earth, Overlord is right. Where the center of mass should be straight down from any plumb line, but the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, and if you can show that rotation with a
only at the equator and the poles would a plumb line point directly at the center of mass. At every other point, it will be slightly off, ever so slightly off.
Yes, we'll give you that for sake of argument that it's inwards generally, right? Doesn't have to be perfect to be inwards. So if a globe person says, I'm thinking of down as generally inwards, and so you pouring water over a ball isn't being accurate to my meaning of down. And let's say that that's true. That's fine. So they're saying water would fall off a ball. You're saying water would stick to my ball. Okay, now, you're saying down is inwards. Now, regardless of what he demonstrates on the ball, and regardless of you saying that's not an accurate representation of what I think is going on, you still have to demonstrate that what you think is going on is actually going on. So now what you need to do is prove that when I drop something down, it's actually going inwards. Now, do you have proof of that?
Not the moment, and I was going to ask for a moment to get some water and such, and let you guys talk for a bit between yourselves, and just provide, because I'll still be listening. I'm just trying to get something to clear my throat.
So far, I mean, I've seen a photo that's been compressed. It's not really conclusive. It might sway some people, but more scrutinous people might not be swayed. And then I've heard like you're not accurately representing what I mean by down. But neither of those things seem to me to be proving that the thing itself, down is inwards, that doesn't prove it. Just because someone misunderstands what you mean by it, that doesn't prove the validity of it. And this other thing isn't very conclusive either. So, I haven't really seen anything of merit for this, 7 hours that this guy watched.
Yeah, we've got to look at the way that thing curves as well. Like if that's curving in front of you, then that would continue to curve down as you went further across the Earth. So where do the lines meet up with the lines behind you?
Yeah, exactly. It's in the immortal words of Caddy, which we haven't heard from in a long time. And if he has passed, may he rest in peace. He was an old man. He was a glober, by the way, and his words were, look at the horizon. If you think it's curving to the left or right, turn to the right. Turn more to the right. Turn more to the right. And it meets up back where it started. How could it possibly have curved down?
It must.
Impossible.
It would have to.
I think it's weird.
It would have to.
If it's below eye height, it would have to, because it forms a circle.
So you're saying left to right curvature, like it shows in the photo, right?
Yeah.
If you continue those lines down, you're going to turn around 180 degrees. And where do those lines intersect?
So they would always have to have the high point in the center of your vision. If it forms a circle that is anything below eye level, the only way that something could join up.
You don't believe that.
But listen to the logic of it, and what you'll find is it's irrational to think any other way.
Wait, eggshells. Are you round Earth or flat Earth? Eggshells.
I switch sides depending on who I need to.
You don't even believe what you're saying, mate.
Debate.
You've got a horizon in front of you. You've got a horizon in front of you that dips at the left and dips at the right. Now you turn around 90 degrees and you've got a horizon that dips left and right because it's got to do the same thing. Turn around, dips left and right, turn around again. So you've got 4 humps, dude. That's fucking retarded.
Timbo, circles go 360 degrees, right? Circles aren't.
Timbo, I'm going to post a photo in the chat. Tell me what you think of that.
Right?
Yeah, exactly as Mez has posted. You would always have to have the high point in the center of your vision, regardless of where you look. And if you just think about it, logic. This blew my mind. I said this to me only like 6 months ago, which is like, so if you look at my screen, if that is something that's in front of you, like if it's a hula hoop, imagine it as a hula hoop, right? A circle that meets around behind you. You're standing in the middle.
Then you're implying an edge. You've got an edge of a hula hoop, so you can see the curve.
So?
You can see where that curve starts and finishes.
Is it a circle that does it go around in a circle?
Can somebody explain time zones to me from like a flat Earth perspective, or like that's what I like.
Man, get off it. We're talking about something more important.
So the issue is
that's important, but yeah, sure.
If you imagine
time zones. When the sun is overhead, it's 12 o'clock, and then it moves away. Sun's overhead somewhere else. 12 o'clock. Got it? Time zones. Cool.
Basically, as Mez has posted it, which is, and you could do this with a flat thing or being on a ball or anything, but basically, if something that meets behind you is below your perfect eye level, then it must dip down left to right in your vision. And then if you turn, this is just logic, man. This is just how this is like
logic, man. It should be a straight line, 180 degrees around you.
How could it meet? Like,
sorry, 360 degrees around you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not holding you to that. I get what you mean. If it's at eye level, yes. If it's above you, then it must curve up. If it's below you, it must curve down in order to be able to meet itself. Because think about it. Imagine it's below your eye level.
Because it's equal distance. Horizon is equal distance to you at all times. Yeah.
Right, but imagine this. Imagine
straight ahead, 90 degrees, 180 degrees.
Okay. So imagine a completely flat horizon that's below your eye level. Okay. So let me put some eyes on this picture. Oh, sweet, bro.
Well, that was really funny.
Right, there we go. Some sexy man eyes.
Wait, where are you? Oh, you're in stream.
Yeah, I'm streaming, but I'll just post screenshots because it doesn't really matter. But it's the same thing. Mez has posted it. I don't know why I'm still doing this because Mez is better. But if your eyes are above it,
What, that South Park drawing you put in?
if your eyes, like if you see this straight line, the only way to see something that could meet itself again behind you is if your eyes are at the same elevation as it, right? Which would be the same as holding a hula hoop up to your eye level, and it's just going to be a bar across your vision. And no matter where you turn, it won't go up, won't go down. It will just be a bar. But if your eyes are above or below that, the plane of that hula hoop, it must curve down in order to be able to meet itself behind you.
Yeah, but you're equal distance above every part of that, right?
Well, look, I recommend you test it. It's a testable claim.
I do. I look out, and the horizon doesn't have curvature, so
it would still need to in flat Earth. So I would still check that. Unless the horizon is always perfectly at eye level, you're making a observably disprovable claim that couldn't be true in flat
that's
Earth
not correct.
either.
That's not correct.
Well, you haven't tested it.
Not correct, because you're looking down at the same angle of each horizon, right?
Yep,
You're going,
exactly.
You're going straight, so it's not curving down around you. It's at the same distance all around you.
Okay.
So you're turning around, and you follow your hand around 360 degrees, and it's a straight line.
Okay. So what we're saying is this line.
I don't care what you're saying.
Well, that's apparent, but
yeah, I know.
I'm hoping you will, because then you'll stop being wrong.
Do this, right? Stand on top of a cliff, right? And hold your hand out at the angle to where you see the horizon, and you spin around, and you come back, and you're at the horizon again. What have you done? You've gone around in a straight line, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. And when you say you measured curvature, or you see curvature on this level that's on a bendy table, then it's bullshit.
I'm not even talking about that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Right, and that could be true. Like, this doesn't touch on flat or globe because, like I said, it's basic geometry. This is still true even if the Earth is flat. It has
I disagree.
To be. Right, well, you're wrong.
Oh, you're wrong.
Could be.
Yep.
So,
it's proven
this
by
picture,
spinning around in 360 degrees, isn't it?
Okay, so let me ask it a different way.
Put your hand there, spin around 360 degrees, you come back to the same spot.
Yep.
How is there a curve left to right in front of you? It's impossible.
Sure. Right. Do you understand my position?
Timbo, I just posted a photo that demonstrates this.
Yeah. You can scroll up to Mez's, or you can just look at that disc I've posted and gone, where is the high point of that disc? Is it to the left? Is it to the right? Or is it in the center? And if I rotated that disc around, where would the high point be? If I spun 360 degrees around,
because you're not in the middle of the high point there, though. You've drawn an ellipse on an angle. Yeah.
Right. So now, would this simulate
that
being
high point,
on the middle?
So what you've done is you've drawn a flat circle on an angle.
Sure.
So that's going to work that way.
Sure. That's
if you've got a flat disc,
so now we're getting there. Now we're getting there.
You're going to see a curve, but you're not on an angle. You're on top of a ball. Always
we're almost getting there.
Ball.
Right. So now I'm on the middle of it, right? Where's the high point going to be? Before you agreed, if I was standing looking at it, the high point is going to always be in the middle. Now I'm standing on it. Where's the high point going to be?
Well, if it's all around you at the same level, there isn't going to be a high point.
Right. It's all going to be below my vision, right? But there's going to be an apparent high point, even though it's all at equal elevation. Where's that high point going to be?
There's going to be, you're going to go there, you're going to look at the horizon, and then you're going to spin around 360 degrees and come back to the same point.
Timbo. Yeah, before you go on, I want to tell Timbo something that might make him interested. So, Timbo, you know Ruhif?
Yeah.
So recently, Ruhif's, in light of what Mr. Eggshells is saying, he basically said, if the Earth was a globe, the horizon would be curved. If the Earth is flat, the horizon would be curved.
Yeah.
So the horizon being curved wouldn't actually be proof one way or the other. So this compression image wouldn't be proving the Earth was a globe.
Bingo. The rate might make a difference, but in both models, if it is below eye level, it must be curved. This is just geometry. The center will always be the high point of your vision, just the same as, because what do we say? Horizon rises to eye level. Where does it do that? In the center of your vision.
I'll look into it.
It's like,
I mean, if it was infinite and you could see forever, it wouldn't.
Yes, if it was infinite, you could see forever, sure. But if it's below your vision, then it can't be infinite, because if it was infinite, it would rise up to your vision. Like, here's another one. Like, why does the sun, when it shines across the water, always shine directly into my eyeball?
That doesn't make no sense, homie Slice.
Because you're detecting it at that point.
Right. Exactly.
Dude, an infinite horizontal plane in front of you would not render at your midline in your vision necessarily. That's not true.
Why not? How not?
Because you don't have an infinite amount of reception angles.
But if
that
it
are
was
resolvable.
infinitely large, it could never be smaller than your resolvable limit, right? It must be everything.
Yes, it can.
It would have to be 50% of your vision.
It's about dude. It's about the angle of propagation, dude.
Right, and the angle. What's the angle going to be of something that is of infinite size?
Oh my goodness.
It will always be infinite.
No, dude, no. Take a piece of paper, turn it at 90 degrees to your eye, right? Can you see any part of the surface? No. You could extend that paper out indefinitely and you wouldn't. Now, you might say, well, no, I'll just drop it below my eye line ever so slightly. Right? But the problem is you have an inverse triangle going out from your eye, which is an unresolvable limit. And that consumes an amount of free space at distance. And once it falls below that, no matter how much more you go, you're not going to get any more resolvable information.
Well, it needs to be tested for me to be convinced of that proposition.
Yeah, you go ahead and test an infinite plane. How about that? Test that one for me. Get back to me.
Agreed, actually. Good point.
Exactly.
I think
Hey, Eggs.
Yeah?
I'm just curious, an off-topic thing. I'm assuming you'd actually fall down on my side at least on most occasions. Is that correct?
Yep, I only switch sides to argue with proto-globers.
And I try.
I believe the goddamn world's a cube. Can't tell me any different.
Where are the edges?
Huh?
That would be a flat surface, dumbass.
It is flat. What are you talking about?
I know it's flat, but on a cube you would still concede to a flat surface.
Yes, and
yeah,
an
the
edge.
ground I walk on is flat. What the fuck are you talking about?
But yeah, okay. By the way,
Somebody going to bring an argument for how somebody going to bring an argument for how water curves or something? This is not good so far. Entertainers.
Water doesn't curve; it's straight.
Okay, prove it.
All right, pour a cup of water.
Got a measurement for that?
There
Have
you
you heard
go.
of meniscus?
What about the goddamn meniscus? It looks pretty straight to me.
That's curving, you moron.
This is a family show. We none of that foul language in here.
No talking about chickens.
What the hell's a chicken?
Foul.
By the way, I kind of do like the caricature put in by Bork. It is what I feel like most of the time in this channel.
Bork? What?
Bork. He put in the caricatures like, "Father, forgive me, I have sinned. What is your sin? I pretend to be a flat earther to anger science nerds," and then it's all epic. Like, yeah, that's what I feel like the rest of the people in the channel. But
oh, right. Yep. That's a good one. I'm saving that one.
All right. In one word, tell me why the Earth is flat.
Bodies of water at rest find their level.
All right. Thank you.
He said in one
That was
word.
not one word.
Oh, one word? Flat.
Water.
Yes. Thank you.
Water.
Okay. That works for me. I'm convinced.
Curved.
No, curve's not real.
No, I think
In the
curved
famous
is
words of Jerry, water.
curved.
You already convinced me by saying flat.
But the answer to your question for me is curved.
But how's that possible?
Oh boy, I think we had a whole conversation a moment ago. Did you just enter the channel?
Now, Timbo, my friend. So, if a basketball is at the other side of the room, can you tell it's curved?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about if you can't touch it?
Irrelevant.
Is it?
Yeah, because the boundaries of the basketball, in contrast with the color fields around it, would clearly be demonstrating that it's curved.
So we could be confident about it without being able to go over there and touch it. Okay, great. Now tell me about Jupiter.
I think he was talking to me anyway, wasn't he?
Dude, but it doesn't matter. Look, if you look at something and it represents loosely as a circle, right? Then you could be confident in saying, "Oh man, that looks like a circle, bro."
Right, and if something sort of had shading on the sides and cast shadows and has shadows cast upon it as if it was a sphere, we could be confident it's a sphere.
Maybe. Depends.
Okay.
Yes, it's what?
Because a circle being curved, right? Like it's like axiomatic. The curve of a circle is the curve of a circle, right? The curve of a sphere is different than a circle, so it requires more information. And you did give some cues that could indicate it's a sphere, sure. I would agree. However, it's not as definitive as that frickin' thing's a circle.
Right, I see what you're saying. So you can see a ball is circular, but you can't confirm that it's spherical. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, but there's no doubt. Yeah, but there's no doubt it's circular, right? Unless you're Looney Tunes, you know what I'm saying? There's a range at which you're from a spherical object, which we know is a ball, being a basketball, to where you can clearly tell that it's curved. And as you approach the surface of it, though, eventually you're going to get to a point where the angles of propagation to the angles of reception and the resolvability of the optic can't differentiate any curve anymore, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, even if you showed an image of a quote-unquote curved horizon with someone standing above it, if you reduce that with the amount of resolvable pixel elements, eventually the curve will be lost in a straight line of pixels that are just one solid color, correct?
Yep.
Right, very simple to follow so far, right? So, in order to differentiate any curve information, you have to have an increase in angle or an increase in your resolvable available pixels, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're offered something like what Mez posted with his green circle, red circle viewpoint,
or the cartoon,
right? or the hula hoop.
Yeah.
Okay. The important thing to ask when you're trying to analogize that with what you experience on the Earth is like, what is the scale function here? Like the angles of observation to the points in contention. Like, what is the scale there? For example, what if, and I'm not saying because I haven't actually crunched the numbers, but this is a valid point that you might want to know. What if it's the case that this one guy did a hula hoop video where he lowered it from the center of his camera and you could see an arc of the hula hoop? Fair. But what is the scale differentiation and how is that analogous to the Earth? What if it's the case that the differentiation in curvature requires you to be 700 miles off the surface of the Earth by scale, according to his example? And that wouldn't be a very good example, would it?
No.
Why does the scale matter in demonstrating that what Timbo was saying is obviously wrong?
heck, dude? Didn't I just explain it?
What?
For goodness sakes, man. What was I doing? Just talking out my ass the past minute?
Well, I didn't really hear anything as to why the scale matters, because Timbo seems to think if you follow the line of that curved horizon, you get some strange shape. It doesn't form a circle.
No, I don't think that.
So why does the scale matter?
I don't. No, I didn't.
That's not what he's. Oh my
That's
goodness,
not what I said. You fucking retard. I said if
was it
you
not?
spin around 360 degrees, you come back to the same point. Yeah.
No, but you're saying that like you've got the hump, and then you look in another direction.
If you join the humps
so
together,
you'd have a bumpy
that's
horizon.
what I did say. That's what you would have. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd have a bumpy horizon.
Yeah, so you don't have that in reality.
Which is not a circle. Which is what I said.
Yeah, but you don't have that in reality.
So I was listening. You fucking idiot.
Hey, AI.
So now,
in reality.
why does the scale matter, AI?
With the hula hoop.
I just told you.
You can see the.
I don't know about the hula hoop, but I'm interested in knowing why the scale matters. Because you'd have the same curved horizon, no matter what.
That's not true.
The scale might make it, more or less pronounced, whether you're higher or lower, how big the sphere is or whatever. But you're effectively going to see the same
pronounced,
thing.
I just went through talking that if it's less pronounced, eventually you get to a part where there's no pronouncement at all, right? Even though you're above the surface.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There's always going to be a curve, no matter how small.
Curves aren't real.
Okay. One more time. Since Timbo clearly got it, let's see if you can get it, dude.
Okay.
If you take a curved line, right?
Okay.
And you keep reducing the pixel density of the image, eventually, right? Especially if this line is already only subtly curved across the lateral
hold on.
of
You
the
keep
image.
reducing the pixel density of the image. What are you talking about?
Wow, Timbo, was it hard for you to understand?
Why are we reducing the pixel density of the image?
When we were...
Timbo, was it hard for you to understand?
No, not really.
Well, no. Timbo, you seem to get it. Can you explain that one back to me?
What, were we talking about the hula hoop again, or what? Or the ratio?
You don't even know what we're talking about. So why did you say you understood it when you clearly don't know what we're talking about?
I'm walking around.
So clearly you didn't get it. So AI, you need to explain yourself better.
Are we talking about the ratio or what?
You seem to think that what was shown in that with the curved horizon doesn't make sense because you'd have a bumpy horizon.
What AI was talking about
I showed you that it is possible. AI seems to disagree. AI seems to think the scale matters. I haven't heard an explanation as to why the scale matters, AI. Please explain yourself.
What AI was talking about before was as you lower the hula hoop, then the ratio...
We're not talking about hula hoop. Forget the hula hoop. Focus on my thing.
That's what I was talking about.
No, AI mentioned the thing that I posted. I want to talk about that.
Oh, well, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about what AI
you say out of it
before when he was explaining it to me about the guy.
Well, I was talking about what AI said about the thing that I posted.
Oh, well, we're both
For example, a more concrete example that actually exists in tangible reality is this guy made this meme where he takes a P900 and puts it above a basketball and then zooms in on the basketball, right? You've seen that one probably.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so the only way to make an equivalent of that in reality would be as if you had a continent-sized camera hundreds of miles away from the Earth, right?
Yep.
I mean, if you wanted to recreate that same thing at scale, maybe. But the point of that photo is to demonstrate that how you can, if you're looking at a very small section of a sphere, it looks flat.
Oh, really? Why would it look flat?
Because of scale?
Because
it's not flat.
Well,
it's flat because it's not
because the sphere is very, very big.
Right, and so when a line, right, let's just take an image, a white background, right, with a line going across it, made out of a certain amount of resolvable pixels, right? If you decrease the pixel density, eventually that line will just become a blur across the side. You won't be able to tell it's a curved line anymore. Same as you just explained. At scale, the curvature information is lost.
Okay. But that's not what I was demonstrating with my image.
Hey, so hey AI. So you want to know why I say curved when I answer your question? If you'll go up and look at the link I put for the definition of level, and then go down to adjective, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Me and you didn't talk about that, homie Slice. Let me look at it.
Crit just did it. Oh my god.
Alright, can you guys make notes of just
Which one in this
acknowledge that the Earth is
definition?
flat?
Go down to adjective.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yep.
You're making me scroll this thing?
Yep.
Alright, so the first one, so it says 1 of 3, so noun is the first one there. Hold on.
Yep, it's the first one, but the other ones have.
So, man, there's 10 in that entry. Holy crap.
Yep.
Okay, we got an intransitive verb. Ooh, to aim a gun or other weapon. Ooh.
Yeah, it's the adjective that we're looking at.
Yeah, so here we go. Hold on, let me screenshot it. Since you weren't sufficient to do it for me, I'll do it for everybody else.
Alright, that's fine.
Okay, so let me circle this. Ready for this, Holmes? All right, let me go back to the word chat here. Let me post this here. Oh, all right. Let me read it. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm reading it, dude, because
I
you're,
won't.
premature ejaculator or anything. Okay. All right. Okay. So we got level adjective 1, and 1 has an A part and a B part. So I'm going to read both. Okay. Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Now, part B, parallel with the plane of the horizon, horizontal. So now we have 1AB. The confluence of these two things is, since parallel with the plane of the horizon, horizontal, right? And here it says conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Now, if we just assume there's no curvature, then this entire thing is coherent and non-contradictory. But if we assume it is curved, then we have a problem with parallel with the plane of the horizon. Because horizontal is a particular thing, right, which is not curved. So it can't be both horizontal and curved simultaneously. So whoever wrote this definition, dude, was playing games. Now, you thought I was just going to read this definition out and just read part A.
I knew you were going to read part B. I did. And I have a defense for this, okay? So just
Okay, here's
bear
my
with me.
defense. Here's my defense. Hold on a second. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That's cool. So where's the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface to conform to? Because let me tell you, if it's conforming to curvature and there's zero curvature, then technically it's conforming to curvature, right? So that would be true. So then the question would still remain, is the water curved or not?
Yes.
See, the funny thing about definitions is definitions don't actually change the material world. You can write anything you want in a book.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. Okay, so remember a little, well, I don't know if you were here for it, but we had a little conversation about the direction of down, right? Well, that conversation,
No, we
I
had
know
no, dude. We had a conversation about different understandings of the meaning of down.
Yes, and on a globe model, if you're looking at for the word down, that would be towards the center of mass of Earth, correct? Is that something we can agree on on a globe model.
We already disagreed on that point, dude.
On a globe model, can we agree that the center of mass would be down on the
No.
Why not?
Because you live on rotating potato Earth in your view, dude.
Yes, I understand that we are on.
So down is only relevant to the local aggregate forces, dude. In your view, okay.
Listen, I'm trying to break it down for you so we can get this, and we can be on the same page, okay? So since
I'm on the page.
Because if you go back to that
I'm
first
already down the page,
definition,
dude.
having no parts higher than another is the key thing I want you to note there. Having no parts higher than another. In other words, being the same distance from center of mass on the globe.
That doesn't exist.
What I'm saying though
Let me ask you this question. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong, dude. Where's the center of mass of the Earth?
Somewhere at the center of the Earth. It may not be the exact middle of the Earth because we're not talking about I forget the word you used earlier, but a non-homogeneous, if I remember correctly. Because yes, if it's non-homogeneous, the center of mass will not necessarily be the exact middle, but it will be somewhere in the middle. If we're talking about
That's a cool claim, dude. That's a cool claim.
At any rate, I was just answering why I said curve when you say level. That's why I answer with it's curved. Thank you.
Yeah, but this doesn't do anything, dude.
By the way, on a sphere, if you're having an object or any type of person sitting on that sphere, then when they are looking out from that sphere, if the sphere is big enough, that's the key word here, because we have scale problems with you guys, I understand. But if it's big enough, you will, like said earlier, you'll have the appearance of a flat plane.
Dude, I don't care. Let's stop you right there, dude. Let's stop you right there. And let me tell you why I'm stopping you. You just said, if it's big enough, it will look like a flat plane. Okay, you now have a conditional if. We already agree it looks like a flat plane. In fact, you presented quote-unquote evidence of a curved horizon, but then the other guy demonstrated how if the Earth was flat or the Earth was curved, it would still be a curved horizon. So you've presented no evidence of the conditional if. In the entire time I've been listening to you, you have not presented one piece of tangible, real-world evidence other than explanations and excuses for why the thing itself is not presenting itself. So now, sir, where is the proof of the if statement, if the Earth is a globe? Where's the globe proof, please?
I don't have it today, and I'm sorry, but I did show you something earlier that does tend to show a curve.
What'd you show? Where?
Well,
what?
That way early, way back to where we were looking at the table and such, and there was a bit of obfuscation in it.
Dude, stop right there, dude. Did you not just hear me not 20 seconds ago explain to you that when we addressed that image, we went on to evolve, even guys from your side told you that from your own point of view, if the Earth was flat, it would look curved. If the Earth was curved, it would look curved. So even showing a curved image isn't proving that the Earth is flat or curved. Because the horizon being in a certain manner around you would render as curved. So it's irrelevant.
Well, I think there's a bit of an asterisk to add to that, because I think we said if it was an infinite plane, which you guys are kind of hesitant to say one way or the other on, it wouldn't appear curved.
No, that's not the case. That's not the case.
So there is some edge that we have yet to explore. Am I wrong about that one?
No. Okay, point blank, no. Okay, pay attention.
Oh no, I'm just asking, dude. I'm seriously.
Stop talking. When I say pay attention, that means you pay attention.
Okay.
Okay. The standard Rayleigh atmosphere coefficient for occlusion is 300 miles, approximately. That means at ground level, you can't see past 300 miles. So even if the Earth was an infinite plane, if it had atmosphere of the same density, you wouldn't be able to see all of it rendered in your vision because it would be occluded by the atmosphere. That alone debunks that whole concept. So you do have a limit to your vision, which is going to be an equidistant angle and range, 360 degrees around you. Now, according to your homeboys earlier, they explained that if you had an equidistant range and an equidistant angle that was below your eye line, which we all agree the ground is something below you, then according to them, you would end up with a curved image.
Okay, so I'm just seeking understanding here.
Just real quick, that means that your image that you showed of the curved quote-unquote water is meaningless. So you have yet to provide one single thing in your favor other than explanations and conjectures and a bunch of if statements.
Okay.
So where's the globe proof, please?
I'm just asking for one thing here. Is it diameter or radius?
Where's the globe proof, please? Thank you.
I'm asking, is it diameter or radius at 300 miles? Because it could be 600 or it could be 300. That's why I'm asking.
It's irrelevant, dude.
No, it's not irrelevant, because if I'm going to go do research and find out, I need to go use that information, and I need to know if it's 600 or 300.
Dude, it's linear occlusion, dude, for goodness sakes, bro. It's irrelevant to the point, because the point is that even if it was 600, you'd still have a finite vision, dude. For goodness sakes. Way to be not on point, dude. So, get that point out your mind, and just give us the globe.
Please discard the evidence or the thing that I claimed. Please discard it.
Listen,
put it aside.
friend. Here's how this goes. Simply Google the standard atmospheric occlusion. It shouldn't take you long to get the answer, okay? Now, disregarding that fact, where's your globe proof?
I'm not coming with proof right now. I will come back again with probably proof, or try to at least what I believe is proof. So, sorry, can't do it other than what I've already presented today. Sorry.
Well, okay, so what you presented today, we've already determined isn't proof of anything.
Yep, that's fine. We can always come back with more evidence and more proof. It's just that I wanted to make sure that I understood you correctly. And you're saying it's, what's the term you used again for the distance?
Dude, it's called the standard Rayleigh atmosphere coefficient for occlusion. I'll look it up for you. Okay, how about that? So I seem to be doing all the heavy lifting at the moment. I might as well do it all.
Not beating on you, your hot micing, by the way, did.
Address. I can see the screen.
Oh, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Oh, you guys like Jordan Peterson?
I like JP.
Who's G?
I like him too. He's actually smart enough to realize that if the Earth was an infinite plane, there wouldn't be enough available propagation angles to reception angles that are greater than your resolvable limit and defeating the coefficient of the occlusion rate of the atmosphere. So yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, like I think he like said autism's like probably not good for you.
Dude, autism's good for you, bro. In case you didn't know, autism's a spectrum, and there's certain parts of the spectrum that are highly advantageous to have.
Oh, is that true? Like how high on the spectrum would you say you are?
Dude, I'm so high on the spectrum that they define my
No
place
way,
on
really?
it. They define my place on it in sounds rather than words or numbers.
Oh wow, that was like an autistic joke, huh? I really like his book on like maps of meaning. You guys ever read Maps of Meaning?
Nope.
When he talks about like different archetypes.
Which guy are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jordan Peterson.
Which book?
Yeah, Maps of Meaning.
You like it?
Pretty dense, but do you guys agree with like his thesis there? Like he was saying like a lot of like stories like Star Wars and like Lord of the Rings and Dune and Harry Potter. It's like all these archetypes are literally just fan fiction of the story of Jesus. Like we play it over and over and over again. Like we just want to watch it over and over and over again because Jesus is true, and we're trying to reenact that constantly, like a bunch of dumb monkeys. Is that true?
Whenever you have the concept good and evil, it usually relates to that.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's been lots of examples of allegory and different mediums relation to Jesus.
like good over like coming evil. Like we just want to like watch that like over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, like Narnia, which is a great little story. And it does reflect.
If any of those stories from the Bible are true, then the Bible also describes a flat and stationary enclosed plane.
Oh boy, here we go again with the people who want to continuously use the Bible for scientific evidence. Thank you. Nope, I'm not accepting it.
The Bible's the foundation.
The hierarchy of autism is crazy here. Jesus did happen. Like that's a historical.
No, I'm not denying Jesus was a real historical being, but he wasn't like Genesis is not a scientific documentary on how the Earth was created. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what they claim for Apollo 8.
I guess my point is like you can claim
there is no science of how the Earth was created, Holmes. Doesn't exist.
It just happened.
No, I'm just saying that the creation of the Earth isn't accessible to the scientific method, dude.
I mean,
science is human speculation. The Bible is revelation from God who was there in the beginning.
Yeah, a human who wrote that book down.
Wow, so true.
He described it as flat and stationary and enclosed. So,
wait, low IQ take. Who wrote the Bible?
What?
And the purpose they might have had in writing it, or presenting the the things that they told to those little humans on the earth.
Yeah, then we just like make like every like piece of art just is like literally just mirroring Jesus Christ and saving the human race, like
Yeah,
Star
like
Wars and
like the
Lord of the
apostles and the disciples got a lot out of being tortured to death.
Oh, like again, I've said, I accept that Christ died and resurrected. I don't buy the flat Earth.
Oh, okay. He doesn't buy the flat Earth. Wow. Okay.
Why would you not buy the flat Earth?
Because you found space Jesus. Astronaut went to space and found space Jesus.
I think of most things when referring to God as being dimensional, and we are on a lower plane from God and cannot understand where He is and what He knows.
Wow.
Being in the higher plane that He is. So that's, my perspective of life.
Isn't it funny? Like, if you actually believe in God and believe in like Jesus, like saving your soul, and you're gonna go to like a metaphysical heaven, it's like the whether or not the Earth's flat, like that's like irrelevant. Like, why would that even matter?
But this physical plane does matter, and we do like to understand what it looks like.
So are you like some kind of atheist that believes in a flat Earth? That's kind of
No,
wild.
I'm not an atheist. I'm a Christian.
I meant the other guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So when you die though, like if you lived your life and you like worked on a farm, you had a bunch of kids and grandchildren, like what does it matter if the Earth's flat or not? Like you're gonna go to heaven, right? Or go to hell? Like, you're gonna like.
Oh yeah, like I said, it is not a go to heaven or hell type of thing, but it's something that we should, try to understand. Our world and what's around us.
No, it's irrelevant. No, it's irrelevant because if you believe you're going to go to heaven, like that's that escapes this reality. So like it doesn't matter if the world's like round or flat. Like that's irrelevant. Like you're going to go to heaven. You're going to go to a metaphysical plane. You're going to escape this matrix. So who cares? Like what this looks like? What the globe looks like?
What do you mean by matrix, though?
If you're gonna go to like heaven and your soul's gonna like go off this realm, who cares whether it's like round or flat? Like what does that matter?
Well, I mean, we should always try to be most accurate.
All right.
No. If you believe that, If you believe in God and you believe in you're gonna go to heaven.
Thanks.
What does
Pause
it matter
it.
if it's round or flat?
Yep.
It's relevant.
Yep. Cool story. I didn't say pause it to hear myself talk. All right. So I just got to follow up on this post here. So I'm going to post it here for this homie. Now, there was a paper, but I couldn't download it because the internet sucks here. But here's a quick, Google Wikipedia there. Maximum air visibility. Shablam. There you go. You can research that at your heart's content.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
And yeah, it does look like that's diameter, not. Never mind. I was reading two different parts and misunderstanding.
I mean, it's like, dude, it's a range, dude. So, for example, if your weapon system has a 100-mile range, any direction you point it, it's only going to go 100 miles, bro.
Hmm?
Now, that monkey kid, I don't know why he left, man. I was just muting him so I could tell you that, and then I was going to unmute him, man.
They were deliberately just trying to run interference and start a weird conversation about Jordan Peterson and Jesus.
Good old Jordan.
Like I said, I like JP, but
NW, I noticed you kept on using the word plane a lot, referring to heaven and the earth. You're like on this plane, and then but in that plane, it's like that's interesting choice of word.
The definition of plane in that case, or at least what I was trying to use it as, is this reality in which we live. There's a higher plane than when we live on, that God can look down from a fifth dimensional basic understanding from my, and possibly even higher than fifth dimensional, but the point is he can look down and see everything that will happen and has happened, and
down.
Higher. God isn't.
How
Yeah,
does he
fair,
look
but God
down?
isn't actually higher.
No,
If you
not
think about
down, but
God, bro,
oh god,
he's
not
not
starting that
higher.
conversation. But do you understand? Like, if you talk, you have a book, okay? It has pages, right? And let's say you
Dude,
draw a
we
picture of a
all
horse.
listen. We all understand the flatland analogy, homie. Okay, we don't need
Okay,
this
all
beaten
right.
to
So,
death, bro. He was just
oh,
harping on the fact you used the word plane. That's all.
No,
okay.
but I think actually like looking inward would be more analogous, especially since you have the worldview of like looking down would be looking inward, right? And he does look inward. He looks into the hearts and souls of people, right? That's
Yes.
interesting.
That's almost like seventh dimensional.
Like I said, it could be higher.
God exists above all dimensions. He is the grounding of dimensionality itself.
Yeah,
God isn't higher. God isn't higher than anything. All things that are not God are lower than Him. That is the proper perspective. If you're thinking about God,
you got a good point about that.
I get pretty high.
Not that kind.
God is described as not being capable of love, but being love itself.
Yes, he is
So
all the maximal
God
things.
is literally. So if you think of love as the greatest thing to experience, then he's higher than anything all the time. He's higher than a kite. He's higher than somebody smoking reefer. He's literally coked up on the purest essence of love in its innate form.
But he is also the holiest thing, the most pure thing.
What does holy mean?
He's also
Untainted.
He's also a thing that is quite indistinguishable from something that doesn't exist.
What? How so?
A God that doesn't exist is difficult to distinguish from one that does.
Really?
Sure. Like, treat me like I'm a flat earther when it comes to God. Got any measurements?
Why would you expect to measure something that's non-physical?
Okay. Got any proof?
See, at least that's something.
I'm not sure God is non-physical. It seems that God has manifested physically and has interacted with the physical world repeatedly, if I'm to believe the Bible.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he stepped into, this plane from time to time in the form of Jesus.
So when Jesus walked on water, right? Keep in mind, Jesus was a body inhabited by a spirit. A human is a spirit in a dirt body. That's the origin, right? So the spirit in the body was God's spirit in the human body, right? So you have that body, and it's walking on the water, right? And it's making its way over to the boat where Peter is. And Peter's like, Lord, if it be you, tell me whether this water is curved or not.
No, I don't think that's what happened, but it's cool.
I mean, that's pretty funny, but yeah.
By the way, I saw that coming from a mile away when you started.
That's because there's no curve in between me and you.
Probably say there's no drop in elevational differences between us.
Let's just say there was neither. But there could have been a depression between us, which would be an inverse curve from our point of view. Right?
Yeah, that could be the ocean. If you're on another continent.
What? The ocean is an inverse curve?
Yeah.
So you're going concave Earth now?
Well, no, I'm saying that there are little concave little bits that are deeper than are above or at ocean level.
Oh, so like the ocean has like different floors you could live on. Like some fish live on the penthouse suite.
Dude.
What does that make the deep sea fish mean?
Man, them dudes be ugly, bro.
Maybe ugly for no reason too.
Yeah. Who are they trying to scare, bro? That's what I'm thinking.
How hard is it
You ever
to fish
seen?
for?
You ever seen, dude? Have you ever seen the fish thing? Or I don't know if it's a fish, but it's a sea dude, and it's the one that they modeled the alien from the Aliens franchise after. You ever seen that thing?
Oh yeah. Gosh, what's the name of that fish?
Looking up right now, dude. Holy crap, dude! This thing is freaky, man. It is called phronema.
Interesting.
Dude, this thing is pimp, bro.
Well, it's late here. I've been about here an hour and a half. You guys be well and take care of yourselves, and we shall talk later.
You heading on off?
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That thing even grows in a little pod. Holy crap. Dude, that's crazy, man. It like has a little shell pod around it that it comes out of. It looks just like a little. Oh man, dude, this is like freaky. It's like a see-through shell.
Interesting.
Hey, Eli, how are you? Does anyone know if Nathan turned up in politics last night? I wasn't around. Did he end up showing, or is it
Some douches around that trying to bring up stuff from his past and slander him and be a bunch of douchebaggers. So who knows? There
So
might
that
have been a
was
little
yesterday?
contention about that.
Was that
But
yesterday?
I don't
Was it
know.
when he turned up?
I don't know. I only heard about it after the fact, so I didn't really know all the details.
Yeah, I think it's Matt Nuclear. He's done a YouTube video, but I wasn't sure whether that was last night or whether that, like, if he even showed up last night because I wasn't around
Yeah, dude.
yesterday morning. I wasn't around.
I actually gave him the phone number for the authorities in the local precinct where Oakley lives, and he called the precinct, and the precinct told him, "You're a dumbass," and they hung up on him.
That's crazy. Would you go that far as to call the police? That's insane.
No, dude. You're wrong. You're wrong. Stop for a moment. I wanted you
He
to
called the
say
police
that.
over this.
No. Just chill for a second. Let me explain.
Okay.
I wanted you to say that for this reason. If you believe someone else is actually a danger to somebody else, the appropriate thing to do is to call someone who can actually act upon it, correct?
Correct.
That should be the first thing you do if you actually
Yes.
care about the situation, rather than use the situation as social credit, right?
Correct. Yes.
Right. So it's very clear what's going on, and I don't think we need to say much more than that.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to find out whether he came in yesterday because I wasn't sure whether he was going Thursday or Friday this week, and I couldn't get in yesterday. So if he was here, I missed it. But I just wasn't sure whether he'd come or whether he was coming tonight. Haven't heard.
I know, was I supposed to gone to bed already, and I'm still awake.
Oh, I'm setting up snowboards, getting ready to go and do some shredding.
So where I'm at, up in New England, they're gonna open up Jay Peak on the 22nd for one more day of snowboarding. But I'm probably not gonna go. My son can't come with me, so it's I'm not gonna go without him.
Yeah. It's our first, we just had our first dump of snow. We haven't had a lot, but there's enough on the ground to go and have a bit of a play.
Oh crap, dude. It's summer here and there's snow there. Earth must be a globe.
Oh, I was sort of thinking the same thing. Yeah, must be. Seasons, of course, only work on a globe.
Oh, dude, it's seasoning only works on a globe.
Yeah.
What happened? Is my thing? I've just got AI flickering and nobody's talking.
I got my
Can you hear me?
sensitivity up super high.
Can hear you, yes.
We were just talking about 5 seconds ago.
Oh, good. Dipped out to listen to what was happening in Earth Awakenings and came back. Just hoping in one of these channels I'd hear some evidence of the flat Earth. One day we'll see it, some positive evidence for the claim rather than evidence against the alternate.
You don't like the Lake Itzel laser test?
Which laser test?
Lake Itzel one.
Lake
The
Itzel?
25-mile one. Yeah.
And was that debunking a radius of 3959 or proving a flat Earth?
Well, that's a good point, depending on how you look at it.
Hmm.
So I guess the way that they phrased it was they disqualified the WGS 84 model.
So that would only be negative evidence for a globe.
And let's say it's true that they debunked it in the manner in which they did.
Sure.
Right?
So if we say if I prove something is not a giraffe, have I proven that it is a walrus?
Well, I mean, it's irrelevant.
Right. So disproving one thing doesn't prove another proposition true. If I say prove not A, then all I know is not A.
Yeah. So what's the tolerance, right, that they got from that test?
I don't know. Something that could detect rotation, not detecting rotation, that would show that something's stationary to me. Something showing an edge, that would show that there is an edge. That would be positive proof of a flat Earth. A dome, that would be some sort of measurement or detection of a container would be evidence.
Why would an edge be positive proof the Earth is flat?
Oh, because it can't be infinite. Your two choices are finite or infinite, and finite
Oh,
implies
no, that wasn't my
an edge.
question. I said, no, my question was, why would an edge be positive proof the Earth is flat?
It would be positive proof that there's an edge.
Okay, so describe the edge to me.
Hmm?
Describe an edge to me that would be positive proof the Earth is flat.
Describe it to you? Or could look like a lot of things, but one is just a giant ice wall that's the start of a dome. Something
What if it's only a
You guys ever think that the world is actually
column?
flat?
What's that?
Do we ever think the world is what?
He said the world is cat and then bailed.
Yeah, it was a bit weird.
The reason why I asked about the edge in particular is because let's say the Earth was a giant spheroid, but imagine it as an eggshell with the top cracked. So in other words, you
I have to
arrive
turn you
at
up.
the
You're
top.
coming in real low for me. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Go again.
So imagine the Earth was sphericaloid, right? But imagine it like an egg. And there are plenty of eggs that are actually spherical. Right? They're not really egg shaped. They're more round, like it might be robin's eggs, but whatever. So so for example, some people do a soft-boiled egg where they crack the top of the shell off.
Yeah.
So you have a majority of the shell intact with just a hole at the top, right? So if you made that hole of a sufficient size, you could actually go to it, arrive at it, and it would appear to you entirely as an edge. And if it was greater than 400 miles across, right, you wouldn't be able to see the other side. And so to you, it would look like the end of the Earth. And you could then take a picture, take a video, do a happy dance, and say, look, I've proven the Earth was flat. But would you really have?
Well, you'd have proven what we're talking about as the Earth, which is all of the known land is flat. Yeah, you've done a lot. You'd have some positive proof for the proposition that you hold to be true, rather than
Did you even pay attention?
It sounds like it was still cutting out for me. I've turned you up, but it sounds like what you were saying was like an egg, like somebody's cracked the top off a soft egg because they're going to eat it for breakfast. Like there's a flat top, and you could go to the edge of that flat top and find the shell, and then go, because I've found the shell, I've proven the Earth is flat. Is that right? Or where did
Right,
I
but
go
that
wrong?
wouldn't be in that example. It wouldn't be proving the Earth was flat, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right, you could still come to an incorrect conclusion about it because you could be missing what's underneath. Is that the point you're making?
Here, let me draw you a picture.
I think it sounds a little bit like the sort of what's it called, bubble wrap Earth, the multiple bubbles kind of thing.
First, let me turn my sensitivity up. That path there. There, that is. Oh, that's turned way down. Is this a lot more louder now?
A bit, yeah. Not a lot, no, but a bit enough.
Oh.
If you talk at that volume, it's fine. It's just it seems sometimes when you were like into your thoughts, the volume of your voice was dropping.
That's because my thoughts actually are heavy, and they create a density which makes my jawline reverberations not as easy to detect, or
Good.
something like
I
that.
like it. I'll turn you up on
I think,
another bit as well.
yeah, if I think too hard, I could actually create a black hole because, information and all that. All right, let me draw a picture here. Screenshot, dude. And the upper left, I'm drawing a ball. Obviously, it's a circle. Over here, I'm drawing this. Oop, that's horrible. You see my cool picture?
Yes. Yeah, so you've like cracked open the top of the egg and you found that that's flat.
Not flat.
But you're on something that's still spherical. Is that what you're getting at?
No.
Okay, tell me.
Okay, on the left is a surface that's unbroken. So you theoretically could travel 360 degrees at any vector, right? On the surface, continuously.
Yep.
Now the one on the right, it's missing a portion of the surface. So you reach a boundary where you can no longer travel. Now, the distance between this is greater than your visibility, right? And you have to circumnavigate the crack in order to get all the way around to the other side. So every quote unquote southern point, you'd reach an edge, right? Makes sense? And so the bottom portion below the straight purple line is like your photo that you took of the edge. And you come back and you tell everyone, look, I've taken a photo of the edge. Therefore what?
You've taken a photo of the edge. You haven't, yeah. It's still the same point. I was just mistaken on which side you were discussing. But the point remains the same. You could be flawed in your assessment of what you're saying, but evidence for something is still evidence for something, even if it's being misinterpreted and should have been evidence for something else. But
I got another picture. Let me draw another picture.
You get what I mean by the difference between evidence for B rather than not A. The falsification is independent replacement thing.
Yeah, sure. So what's the... Yeah, but what does it matter? If you falsify the globe, it's falsified either way. Yeah.
Well, there's debate about whether you falsified it, but...
True. But if it is falsified, it's falsified, correct?
If it's falsified, it's falsified, yeah. But, like, surely it's possible to show the way the world is, right? There's nothing stopping you doing that. Or maybe there are things stopping you. I guess there's, like, Illuminati or whoever trying to hide the nature of reality. Like, what do you on a slight change, like on the same topic but a slight change of tack? Do you think there is a physical container, like a barrier holding in the air?
There doesn't. I mean, there doesn't need to be a physical container. There just has to be no available free space.
You've gone very
if it's the
quiet for me
case.
again.
Oh man, screw this thing.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Maybe it's just my bass. The thing doesn't like picking up my bassy voice. Likes the trebly voice better. An object can be what it is, regardless of whether it's in a container or not. Right?
Yeah.
And gravity is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
Not sure about that,
Yeah,
but
it is. But what I mean by that is not gravity in the sense of the globe conception of inwards. Obviously, if you have radial inwards to a ball, then it would be a ball. But if you have a mechanism that causes radial inwards to aggregate mass, you could still have a flat Earth.
Sure.
So it's irrelevant.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
I'm with you now. Yes,
for those listening, for those listening who doubt that, I mean, there's university professors that have done papers on it who aren't flat earthers. They just did it as an exercise. I mean, it's not even a big deal. It's okay. It's not, no one got hurt in the making of this exercise.
Yes.
All right, gotta draw different colors here. Ooh, red. Let's see. Let's go blue.
But do you think there is one? Like, well, actually, it doesn't matter for this. Like, would you say that the container would require more evidence than a definition? A definition that implies the existence of a container.
Oh, well, I mean, definitions are tricky because definitions don't necessarily create realities. You know what I mean? It's not as simple as a definition exists, therefore the thing defined in this definition exists.
Yeah, right. Because otherwise, ball.
Oh, I mean,
because there's
yeah,
more
for example,
definitions
the Earth.
in the dictionary.
You could look up Earth, and it would say it might say the Earth is the ball we live on. Oh, there, it's proven.
Exactly. So to argue by definition is a form of an argument from authority. I think it's a subcategory of it. So the idea that there is a giant, impermeable, undetectable dome that keeps in all the air, that's airtight, needs more evidence than, hey, look, I found one definition that implies it. Like if we flipped it around, if we said flat Earth had some other mechanism for keeping gas pressure, and the globe, the ball, had this giant extra, glass ball around it, a la Spaceballs, I think you guys would be like, where's the evidence of it? What's it made out of? What's holding it up? That's beyond the largest, I've the biggest close to airtight thing I've seen is probably a jumping castle, and none of those are airtight. Like, I can't think of the biggest airtight thing I've ever seen. It's not much bigger than a beach ball. Even beach balls deflate over time.
Yeah, but who cares?
Well, somebody
If
who believes
a
in a giant
permeable surface leaks air, then who gives a crap if a non-permeable surface doesn't?
Well, somebody who claims that the gas pressure is provided by a barrier would need to care about those things.
Why? You just did it yourself. You just need an impermeable barrier. Duh.
But so do you think it is probable that one exists?
Sure. It's not improbable.
You don't find it improbable that a giant undetectable, near impermeable dome exists? Like a container, physical barrier? Because I find that very improbable. Partly, like, one of my first bits of evidence would be one of my least favourite kinds of evidence, and that would be an argument from absence. We would have detected it by now.
Your 14 billion light year wide universe, you might have detected it.
One that's keeping in gas pressure, yeah, because otherwise it's getting to the background close to zero that it's no longer containing anything. Right? Certainly, if it's claiming to give me my 14.7 at sea level, that's getting confusing, right? Where's the barrier between 14.7 and 5 and 3 and 0.2, 0.01? To me, it's staggering. The container arguments have a staggering number of logical flaws, to my taste.
Yeah, but an infinite permutation of structure or object can fit in an infinite permutation of container, or vice versa, or neither.
Doesn't make them any more probable, though, right? I can conceive of many permutations and things.
No, what it does is it makes it non sequitur to the shape of the Earth. That's what it does.
Right, but it is a part of many. Wouldn't you agree that it is a part of many flat earthers' conception of reality? Many flat earthers think it is an undeniable thing that provides us with our gas pressure. And to reason towards that being a conclusion, I would need a lot of evidence. It seems to me, if all a barrier is doing is providing a force, and forces don't require barriers, then I would need a lot of evidence that force was coming from a barrier. Because you're right. It's like it's orthogonal or like secondary to the point about the shape of the Earth, but it ends up becoming relevant to the shape of the Earth in that if flat earthers reason towards this position using, and it is a position with poor reasoning, like a bunk way to reason, then it is suggesting that their reasoning skills need to be questioned. So it then goes from like completely irrelevant to the shape of the Earth to absolutely crucial to it.
No, it doesn't at all, dude. Any particular flat earther's reasoning ability is irrespective to any material fact about the shape of the Earth.
Right, but if you're still trying to just define, right, what's the shape of the Earth, and you go one category of these people have demonstrated a, like, for example, is he still here? That GM, that guy that was here before, that you were absolutely beating up, destroying, right? If I was on his side, which I am, and then when I started looking around, I was like, God, there's a lot of people that reason like that, right? That after you've said, hey, the horizon would appear curved even if the Earth were flat. And he's like, but here's still evidence of a globe Earth because the horizon's curved. It's like, well, you've got some really bad reasoning. So it would, for me, if I started going, hang on, these flat earthers are reasoning well and these globers aren't, that would, for me, be a really good indicator that I need to check my reasoning because I'm agreeing with people who reason poorly.
So we got a new photo here. Look at that photo. Tell me what you think.
Say again?
It's much
Coming in
better.
low again.
Man, you little stinker. You know what the problem is your ears don't work. That's my solution.
Is it just me? Can somebody else speak up? Because it could be. I'm seriously not like intentionally trolling you or something.
It probably is me, but I don't know. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it. So maybe it's just connection.
It sounds slightly like a microphone distance issue and slightly like you're just sort of sometimes getting like thoughtful.
Well, I can't be. That's probably it because I can't get a different distance from my microphone. It's fixed to my head. So
just jack you up to 150.
all right, so I got a new picture in there.
Oh yeah, tangential speeds. This one does my head in a bit. You'll probably beat me on this topic. Go for it. I'll still attempt to do a.
Well, I'm half asleep, and I only just heard
defense.
somebody argue this the other day. So, if a plane takes off in the top zone 500 miles per hour.
Yep.
Right. It's got its, let's just assume it has a base of 500, and it's going to leave, and it's going to add 500 of its own, right, to transpose itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to actually be able to move. But if it goes down to the red zone,
going to pick up speed.
How?
Doesn't fully make a whole lot of sense to me, but I would say first question to me is like speed compared to what?
Before we go on, we would agree that in order for it to gain ground in the red zone, it would have to pick up speed, right?
Yes. Yeah, it can't.
In order to gain the same ground, it would have to pick up an additional 500 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Right. So where's it getting that 500 miles per hour from?
From the atmosphere.
Some of this I don't fully get, but yeah, my first and main answer is if the atmosphere is going at that speed, because the greatest wind we name the differential between the atmosphere and the ground, we call that wind, and we generally only see winds going up to like, I don't know, maybe up at plane speeds they're going pretty fast, but let's say like a fifth of that difference.
Yeah, so
100 miles.
So airplanes use two different speeds. They use ground speed and air speed. We're talking about ground speed. But what actually happens in relativity in regards to speed, it's the air speed. So as that plane moves from the north to the south, it's picking up the medium of the atmosphere, which is also moving at the 1,000 miles per hour. So in relative terms, it hasn't accelerated.
Okay, so you're saying the air is pushing it.
It's exactly what happens with a jet engine, dude. They shove exhaust out the back and it pushes off the air. It's exactly what happens.
Okay. So then you're saying the air is pushing it, right?
Well, the air's pushing it at the top. Doesn't matter where it is. It's exactly where it is. Well, the plane's pushing off the air, yeah.
Okay, so then you're
It's
saying the plane is pushing off air in which the air is already accelerated because the air is in this concentric ring that is increased diameter.
That's it.
All right, that's pretty fair.
But the ground speed doesn't go up. The airspeed doesn't go up because it's all relative to each other.
So let me draw my picture to edit it to make it better.
Make sense?
I mean, that's internally coherent, sure.
On that same topic, what do you think of the claim that masses weigh differently at different latitudes? Do you think it does or doesn't happen? Because it would comport with the same idea of a centrifugal force.
Okay, where's the data to look at? That would be cool.
There's a few different ones. There's Wolfie did it flying.
Wolfie did it, huh?
Yeah, Wolfie did it. There's some company with that sells precision scales. That
Yeah, the gnome experiment where that didn't match the globe.
Yeah, some of theirs were a little bit iffy. So do you think it doesn't happen? Is that the idea?
Errors.
Say again?
Look, so what's the concept? The concept is things weigh different when they're in different locations, right?
Specifically based upon latitude, yeah.
Yeah, they have different. Well, they have the same forces acting upon them, but these forces change on your latitude.
I mean, that's cool. So present some data, right? That shows that unique relationship, right? That would be a start, right?
Well, you do realize they understand. You know these standards that we use, like to work out what a pound is, a kilo is, and the like. Yeah. So they get a silicon ball and they accurately measure the atoms in the silicon ball, so it's 1 kilogram. And what they do with these standards is they are weighed and measured in a certain latitude, certain conditions, certain temperatures.
Paris, wasn't it?
I think they're in Italy, dude. Now I think they're in Italy.
Oh,
maybe
now they do it with some weird cesium atom or something strange like that.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
before they were doing up until like 10 years ago, I think they were doing in Paris. They maybe not, but that's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the last time I looked at it, they're using silicon atoms, and the standards are held in Rome somewhere. I think. I don't know. Anyway, but that's the point, though. What I'm trying to explain this. If you're interested in this, you can look at that. So that's what the standard is to compare 1 kilogram of, say, wheat, weed, cocaine, whatever. If you wanted to get the exact 1 kilogram to the standard, you'd have to weigh it against the standard in its location. Because if you move it to the equator, you'd have to add more atoms to it.
What? Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, it's why they use balance beams for very precise things, because a gram's not a gram.
Yeah, they literally calculate how many atoms is 1 kilogram. And they create these spheres of silica. And if you move that perfectly calculated sphere through its latitude, you put it on scales, it will weigh less or more. So it'll wreck the standard. So that in the standard, to compare this 1 kilogram to, like I said, like a 1 kilogram, bar of solid or whatever, you'd have to do it in its location where the atoms were counted and calculated under the preconceived conditions, i.e., temperature, air pressure, everything.
So what you're trying to say is they make an object called a kilogram that has 1,000 atoms in it, right?
Yeah. For
That's
ease of
the
argument.
standard of a kilogram, right?
Yeah, for ease of
So that
argument. Sure.
right. So if you move that object elsewhere and you weigh something against it, then the differential in forces are going to be equivalent to the object at that location and the standard at that location. So if you measure it out on a scale to where it weighs the same at that location as the 1,000 atoms, then the other thing would be a kilogram.
Yeah, exactly. But if you move the standard, say, from the North Pole to the equator, then obviously the thing you're measuring will come out a different weight.
That's true. Painful.
Have a look. There's a few documentaries on this, on standards, because for time immemorial, like we would standards were all over the show. It's only recently we've actually created like a standard because now we can count atoms.
Bro, who's adding atoms and taking away atoms when they move a standard around, dude?
They polish it. It's a sphere, a perfect sphere. I know it's like it goes against your thing, but it's a silica sphere, and they polish it to like a fine precision.
Are they all the same?
Well, no, they have like a standard for a gram, a standard for a kilo, a standard for they've not done a ton, obviously.
How many of them are there?
Standards?
One.
No, yeah, how many of these spheres are there, dude?
I think there's one that they set it off, and then they, like, at intervals will give people access to it to make their own, or something like that. Isn't it?
So when they make their own, so if the original is 1,000 atoms, when they come to make theirs off of it, do they make one with 1,001 atoms, or do they just make one with 1,000?
They just weigh it against it, and then say to them, look, listen, this is the measurement at this latitude in these conditions. So there is, a window of error. If you used to take that to the equator in Singapore,
take what to the equator?
Okay, so the standards say it's in Italy. I don't know where it is, and you are a grain manufacturer, and you want to make sure when you sell your grain, you're actually selling a correct tonnage. So you take like a lump of lead to Italy and you put it on the scales against the standard, and you go, all right, okay, I've got 1 kilogram of lead now because it's perfectly balanced with the standard. But even within that, when you move your lump of lead to Singapore, there's another calculation you have to put on it to ensure that you have a kilogram when you're measuring your grain. It takes into consideration.
Why, dude? You already have the You already have the standard, dude. For goodness sakes.
I think you said that last bit wrong. They don't add something to it. They now use that in Singapore as the standard. And
dude. So your story's falling apart, brother.
Use balance beams against it.
Well,
you're trying to make sure a kilo.
I knew his story was falling apart from the beginning, but
he's right up until there.
Dude, the balance beam is the calculation. Like how far out? That's the calculation. How long has the balance beam got to be? That's what I meant. But it doesn't matter.
What are you, dude? That's nothing to do with anything, dude. You're just balancing the standard that you copied against something at the local level, dude. There's no latitude-specific calculation done on site, dude.
No, what you're doing with a balance beam is you're trying to go.
No. What you're doing, dude, is smoking crack, bro. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, what you're doing with the balance beam is trying to go, are these two masses the same? Because the mass doesn't change, but the weight does change because the weight is the force exerted by, or there's that word again, the downiness. But yeah, there are calculations you can do for it, but generally speaking, you're not trying to do that. You're trying to get it to the correct mass.
What do we
you started out that you started out your story pretty confident that you knew what you were talking about. And you ended up in a train wreck.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. What are we talking about?
Talking about weights
We're
based
just watching. We're just watching a train wreck on fire, smoldering. That's all we're doing, bro.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right. Let's use an example of then you've got a 1 kilogram standard, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But you're trying to work out like a milligrams.
Yeah, sure.
So obviously from the 1 kilogram standard, you have to do a calculation to work out these milligrams, you know?
It's thousandth. Yep.
Yeah. So dependent where that is in the world, you have to take that into consideration. That's all I meant.
I mean, a little bit, I suppose. If you're at the poles, it's going to be, I think, 0.5% different. So
Yeah, I don't know what the calculation is off the top of my head, but I'm just trying to open the minds to the idea.
It's of an average person. Yeah, I think it's about, what is it, about 1%? I forget. It's like 10 grams for a human is what I remembered.
yeah, it's inconsequential.
Well, if depends what you're doing, right? Most of us, it's inconsequential.
It's not
Buying and
inconsequential.
selling gold.
I suppose. What application would you?
Buying and selling gold.
Like drug doses. There's loads of applications.
Yeah.
Loads.
So you bring your standard to your local area, you weigh it, and then you divide it by 10, and that gives you 1/10 of a kilogram. I mean, how hard is that? Good grief!
It's not even that big of a difference, though. Like it's.
You're right. It's so not big of a difference that you definitely aren't going to be calculating latitudes for it. I'll tell you that much.
Like you don't even need to.
No, duh. I'm glad you agreed.
Especially on the milligram scale. Like what? Like maybe a dose of some medication will be better at 405 milligrams and better at 395 at the poles. Like it's not consequential.
What I'm trying to tell you is, like, I can't think of any at the top of my head. Maybe in the creation of like creating silicon chips or something. I don't know. Just imagine there's a scenario where you have to have exact precision. You know, I don't know. Just take that as a granted. Yeah.
Well,
you do have to take that into consideration.
Well, so when it comes to the creation of silicon chips, that's the reason that we create silicon platters, and we take the best of that creation and make it into the best bin chips. And the shitty parts of that chip, we make into the, mid-grade chips that people buy. So
Yeah, like for iPhones. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of a good example.
I don't necessarily, but I know that like when they make a platter of a CPU, they do actually bin every part of the CPU. They test it for efficiency, and the best binned ones, the ones that can really handle the most stress and the most like pressure under load, those become the most expensive processors, like the K-rated Intel processors, the X3Ds from AMD, etc. So
yeah, it's probably not a good example, but that's why I'm saying I can't think of a good example of why you would need such precision in regards to measuring weights. But it
the
must
main
exist.
one it's used for is gold.
Well, they did do this though. Like they actually did find this in history, that over time, even though they tried to standardize the kilogram, that the kilogram weight would get damaged, or it would just vary based upon latitude. And so they created a new thing. Pretty recently, though. I don't think this is like ancient history, where they could have a perfectly molded
So
cube.
what phenomenon? Right, cool story. So what phenomenon is changing the kilogram standard in the local area, but not affecting the rest of the matter in the local area?
It is what's saying it's not affecting.
No.
The
What
rest of the
I'm
matter
saying
area?
is mass loss in the standard measurement of the kilogram showed significant flaws in the ability to accurately measure weight, right? So, like, more recently, we've come up with ways to perfectly lattice elements into a...
Okay, so you're talking about the ability to copy the thing accurately, dude.
Yes.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with latitude, bro. Okay, look, no offense, bro, but you keep trying to shove latitude up the ass of an unwilling participant,
No,
and
that's
that's
not
the
what
kilogram.
That's not what I mean. A kilogram is a kilogram, whether it's at the poles or at the equator.
Thanks, dude. So, for goodness sakes, can you get your story straight?
Yep, that's what I just did.
No, not even close.
You didn't understand that one, dude.
No, I understood it perfectly. I understood it wasn't addressing the contention on the table, dude.
So, Overlord, what do you think about the claim, though? Do you think that if I got a mass, like if you and I got a 100-gram mass and flew to different latitudes, it would change weight? And like 40 north and 40 south, it would weigh the same, and at 0, it'd weigh the least? Do you think the claim has truth to it?
That thing's way different at different places. It's not unreasonable.
Yeah, no, it's
So you
absolutely true.
You don't think it's predictable?
It is predictable.
I'm trying to find out, though, what...
They already did it with that gnome. That gnome they flew around. Remember that?
Yeah, but that didn't match. Yeah, that didn't match. So what they have is they have something else better than the gnome to show us. Go ahead.
Like the gnome got mostly pretty good results, but there were some bung results in there.
Yeah, whatever. So why don't you give me the accurate results? How about that?
But I'm trying to ask. I'm not saying I've got the results. I'm just trying to say.
Dude, I don't care. I don't care about your hypothetical, bro. I want to see the results.
Do you want me to find something about the standard? If I find something about those standards in regards to the latitude, would you read it?
Yes, dude. You just literally said a kilogram is a kilogram wherever it is, dude.
Yeah, that is a true statement, but I don't think you get it though, bro.
No, but that's mass, not weight.
So if you take and you copy the kilogram at its base location, and then you take that same base copy to other places, it's going to be affected by whatever you think is going on in the local area that's affecting all the mass, quote unquote.
Gravity. Yep.
Right. So then there'd be no reason to do any accounting whatsoever.
Correct.
Right. So one of you is telling me you need to account for latitude, and the other one's telling me you don't.
No, I don't think anybody's saying you don't.
To the standard.
Dude, the guy just said it 10 seconds ago, dude.
No, to the standard. Like I said, you're accepting the kilogram standard held in Rome or wherever it is. Yeah. You go there, you copy it with a lump of lead. Okay. Now you move this lump of lead to Australia. Now you're measuring gold and yeah.
Yep.
And when you sell this gold, you say to them, this has been measured to the standard.
Right. And how do you do that?
So you have your exact replica of the standard, but within that you make a calculation on its latitude to ensure that the gold that you're selling is to the standard, not to your lead weight.
Yeah, it's actually like when it really comes down to it, it's not that. It's really not that simple. Like I posted an article.
Oh, wow. So you don't. So basically, what you're telling me is you don't even need the stupid standard thing at all, dude.
I mean, you. Okay. I mean, you do. We didn't understand the slight fluctuations in gravity based upon your place on the Earth.
It's irrelevant, dude. The fluctuations are affecting the standard.
I mean, it was very irrelevant in ancient history because the latitude difference in most people was like 10 degrees at best. So, Yeah.
Yeah, the fluctuation differences, dude, are going to affect the standard and the object that you're putting against the standard, dude. They're not going to be severable.
In an almost like literally like inconsequential way, though. Like if you take a piece of lead that weighs 1 kilogram from London and you take it to Egypt, for instance, the weight will be so inconsequentially different. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so then why do you need the standard then if that doesn't matter, bro?
You need a standard so that you can weigh a standard against other things.
Right, so then why do you need the latitude measurement calculation?
If you want to be super accurate.
Dude, the thing is, you have the thing in your hand.
Something that we had until like the
You
post
have the
1800s.
thing. You have the thing in your. You already said it's inconsequential. You have the literal standard in your hands. Just weigh the thing against the standard and be done with it. What does it matter?
It's not inconsequential when the thing you're measuring is valuable.
Hey, listen, Holmes. This homeboy just said it was inconsequential 3 times, bro.
Yeah.
Yes, in the
London to Egypt.
pre-1800s, it was inconsequential. Yes, because there was no way for them to understand that a kilogram gets ever so slightly heavier closer to the equator.
I have a feeling
Who cares, dude? I could care less. I could care less.
I have a feeling they predicted
You know what?
it long before
Seems like
they.
you care a lot.
I could care less. No, I could care less. You want me to tell you why? Okay, if there's a change.
To say.
Yeah, whatever. Everybody knows what we mean when we say that, bro.
I know. It's
All
just
right,
one particular one I don't like.
All right, I know, but whatever. So if I bring the standard with me, right, and I arrive somewhere, is the standard affected differently by the local gravity than the local masses that exist there?
Nope.
In any way, shape, or form?
Not
No,
significantly
correct?
enough to matter.
Okay, so then there's the answer. So then I don't need to do any calculations, dude. For goodness sakes.
You still have to produce an accurate enough kilogram.
Wow, dude. And where do I do that, homie?
Anywhere. It literally posted the article that tells you exactly how to do it.
Wow. So once you make your little kilogram, dude, you take it with you to other places, right?
Yeah.
Is it then going to be affected by the local forces, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not going to be differentially affected from the local matter, right?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like there's mountains nearby or something? Like
No, like whatever aggregate forces are occurring in the area are affecting all the local matter. When you bring your kilogram in, it's now foreign matter to that local area, but it's now entering into. What the hell did you just say? Did you just say no?
The Earth is massive enough that moving from like Europe to Central Africa, the change in gravity
Goodness, dude.
is not that much, dude.
Okay, so then you're only proving my point, dude.
What point?
The point is, you make your standard, you make a standard, dude. 1,000 silica atoms, right?
Placed in a perfect lattice? Sure.
Yep. You then bring that thing anywhere you go. All the matter that you weighed against in the local area is going to be an equal weight to it.
Correct.
If you balance it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then you don't need to do any calculations for anything.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're missing the point, dude.
It's kind of a useless point, but
in comparing to the standard, remember the standard has been weighed at a certain latitude and longitude and preconditions.
Sure, cool story. Then what?
That's what I mean. So okay. So now, if you move the standard, say to Australia, it's now under different condition. It's now under different conditions.
Correct. You're correct. We already all agreed on that.
Okay. So now it's in Australia. Okay.
I get his point. Yeah, but even if it's in Australia, the amount of gold you weigh it against in Australia could be the same if your standard of measurement is accurate, right?
I accept his point. That's
I
fine.
think that's what he means.
Yeah, no, I accept your point. Okay, so the standard is, say, now in Rome, and that's the standard. Yeah, so it has it under its conditions. You now move the standard to Australia. Okay, cool. So now it's in a different environment, different conditions. So
still
now
has 1,000. Still has. Hold on, before you go on. It still has 1,000 silica atoms, right?
Yes, exactly. So now it's in Australia. Yeah.
Yep.
So now when you're in North America, and you compare the standard, the equation's still the same, dude. You're completely correct. The equation's still the same. You're just comparing to the source.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're
we're
arguing an empty point. I actually don't think he's arguing against that at all.
I just want to understand from.
No, what I'm arguing against is if you take your 1,000 silica standard, right, copy, which is 1,000, right?
Sure.
And you go somewhere else.
Yep.
And you put a balance, right? And you, let's say, idealistically perfectly balance it against gold. You're going to have an equivalent amount of gold that would have the same balancing effect on that standard, regardless of where you take it.
Yes.
Yes.
It's going to balance every single place you go. And if that's the case, then accounting for your latitude after you've already created the standard is irrelevant.
Yep. That's why creating a standard is important. You're right.
Okay. So previously, some doofus said that as you go to different latitudes, you have to calculate for the different latitudes. And lo and behold, we arrive at no, you don't.
No. Sorry, that was me. And what I should have clarified is when you're forming the original, perfect 1,000 milligram cube, you need to know what the actual forces are acting upon you there. But it is still equivalent everywhere.
You don't. No, you don't.
I'll put
why not?
The equation. The equations in the chat.
Because let me tell you why. Let me tell you why you don't. It's very simple. Now they may have because they had previous set conventions. However, if you instantiate a convention, and that convention is this 1,000 lattice created in 27 Jump Street, Rome, and affixed to the palace that exists in this location, right? This is the 1,000 dudes, right? That's the convention from then on, and then you just copy it and take it everywhere. You don't need to calculate nothing.
Okay, so do you believe in gravity? Would be my first question.
Oh my goodness, dude, irrelevant.
Overlord, I think there's two conversations going on there. Yes, you are talking to the practicality.
There's a dumb conversation, and then there's a real conversation. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, okay. If you want to do that, that's fine. But what I'm trying to explain to you, into practical terms, you're completely correct.
Yeah, I know I am.
Yeah, I didn't say you. No one said you're not correct. Okay.
What
I've been trying to speak to is to open your mind on the changes that happen in gravity and different forces acting upon it. And look, and I put the equation in the chat.
I guess what I would have to say is if you create a perfect 1,000 milligram silicon lattice on certain latitudes of the Earth, it will have a different force against gravity, but it is universal, so you're not wrong. Yes, that lattice, if it's created perfectly, is 1 kilogram everywhere, but 1 kilogram pulls against gravity differently, depending on the force of gravity.
If you took a 1 kilogram reference weight and used a balanced scale anywhere in the world, you'll get an equivalent mass of gold. If, however, you took a kilogram weight and you calibrated a spring balance around the world, the difference could in the world could be significant.
Yeah, significant enough to be measured. It's really not that significant. Like the change in force of gravity around the world is really not that much, but it can be measured.
North Pole spring balance of a kilogram of gold. North equator spring balance weight of a kilogram of gold is let me finish what I'm saying. Is $287 difference at current value.
Snap.
Kilogram of gold at the moment costs $58,000, roughly speaking. Sorry, £58,000 sterling. Sorry, it's $74,000. And when you measure, according to the equation they give you, that if you use a spring balance, not a spring scale, not a balance scale, the difference could be 200 odd quid, 250 odd quid. That's significant.
Right, but if you measure that perfect cube or whatever you want to call it, which I as far as I understand they actually have created, if you measure it against a amount of gold in the South Pole, and then you take them both to the equator, they will weigh the same.
Oh, what's it called?
So that's why standards of measures are important.
So somebody asked in the chat, why do they use a particular atom? The answer is because that is a particular atom that they're able to count the number of atoms, so they say. And because if they can count the atoms and make it an equal number, and assuming that atoms are of equal mass, then you would have a roughly synonymous mass.
Pretty much.
And even being off by 3 atoms would probably be acceptable.
Yeah, I would argue that being off by 3 atoms would be fine.
Have a look at the numbers. Have a look at the numbers, dude, in the equation. Look, 0.000065, and then 0.000001. These are like minute, like you say, like in practical terms.
No. Yeah, it's almost it is a thing that is real, but like it's very small.
It's a formula that's real. I agree with you there. You definitely got a formula here.
Yeah, and the formula is W equals W0 times 1 minus, I think that's 65,000th of a cosine. Times 2 times the
what is this?
Plus
what is this? Yeah, what's this? What's this formula based on? What's this formula based on?
Horizon? Or
what's the formula based on?
Well, it says it. Weight is a given latitude and altitude. W0 is sea level at the equator. Latitude is given latitude in degrees. Height is the altitude above the sea level in meters. So.
Everywhere I look, it says the weight difference between the poles and the equator is 0.4%.
Yeah. So, I mean, that might be significant given gold, which is why the standards of measure.
Yeah, that's cool because a lot of people are going to the poles to buy and sell their gold.
Well,
are they?
Obviously, they're not. Obviously, they're not. But the difference between the equator and the pole is not a step; it's a transition. So, if you're at a certain latitude, north or south of the equator, there is potential for a change.
Yeah, fuck that.
Okay. So, like, if you're at McMurdo Station and you want to go to St. Quinto Base to sell your gold, you might have to whip out your calculators. What you're trying to say, otherwise, homeboy might get 4 cents out of you.
Is that the stations at the north and south pole?
No, they're both at the south.
I actually just realized. Nope, I'm dumb. I have it the opposite. The force at the equator is actually less than that at the poles. So if you really wanted to fool somebody, you would measure it at the equator, sell it at the poles.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, brother.
Nobody's doing that, though. Nobody's going to the center of Antarctica to sell gold.
Well, yeah,
Maybe,
because the
maybe,
differential isn't significant enough.
maybe
It
this
wouldn't
is an
even, yeah,
easier
it
way.
wouldn't even make sense. Like the cost of your flight and the travel time, if you could even pull it off, would be way more than your profit margin. So
Maybe this is an easier way to explain it. Okay, so you have the kilogram standard in Rome. It has perfectly, just say 1,000 silicon atoms in it. I know it's not that, but just say it's 1,000 for easier. Okay, so now you want to copy that standard. Okay, so you go, okay, customer, whereabouts is this standard going to be? Okay, it's going to be in Australia. All right, cool. Okay, we'll create you a kilogram standard, but we're going to have to add some atoms.
No.
And they'll use this calculate. They will.
No.
Okay.
I actually don't think that they would.
That's the stupidest thing dude. In light of the conversation we just had, that sounds absolutely retarded.
Yeah, it
Remember,
doesn't.
hang on, listen. Remember, you're measuring the thing, the gold, to the standard.
Right.
The original standard.
Yeah, but the original standard exerts the same amount of force, no matter where it is on Earth, regardless, right?
1,000 silica atoms is a particular mass. Okay.
If it's actually perfect. Yes.
If you then increase it, you no longer have the same mass. And if you then take that increased mass to another location, you've now increased the equivalent weight necessary to adequate the mass, dude. You've actually increased the standard, for goodness sake.
No, I agree. I agree with them.
Hang on. Just open your ears for 2 seconds, okay?
Yeah. Open my ears and watch my gold pour out the other side when you rip me off.
The standard
what?
Hang on. The standard that's in Rome, say for instance, is 1,000 kilograms, but that's not all that is compiled within that standard. Also, what's compiled in that standard is its location.
Yeah, but if I compare that standard measure to the amount of gold being traded, right, it should be exactly equivalent when it arrives at its destination, no matter what.
Yeah, bro, it's very simple. No, dude, it's very simple. Let me do some math for you. No.
Maybe I missed. Okay, so you got.
All right, yeah, no problem. Check it out. It's very simple. If 1,000 silicas equal 1,500 golds in Rome, so 1,500 gold atoms to 1,000 silica atoms, that's a kilogram, right? If you make your standard 1,050, it's then going to take more gold atoms, right? And so you're now going to have more gold per your standard, but you're going to call it 1 kilogram. You've now changed the amount of gold 1 kilogram is worth, dude.
Well, let me try. Let me try one more time. Let me try one more time on this. Okay, so you've got the prime standard, standard A, in Rome, yeah.
Yep.
And when you're in Australia, and you want to measure the gold to the standard,
using a balance.
A, standard A, yeah. But you've made a copy of standard A, and you've got standard B. Okay, so then so standard B has to change. So you move that to Australia.
It does not.
Okay, you're not getting.
I don't think that you're understanding. Standard A is the perfect kilogram, correct?
Yes, this is the standard.
That perfect kilogram may weigh differently on different parts of the planet, but the comparison between that perfect standard and the gold will remain the same, no matter where they are.
On a balance scale.
Yes. So you would say, I'm going to give you 100 kilograms of gold, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send my perfect 100 kilogram standard to you and weigh it against the gold in your country. And when it weighs the same, you will accept the trade.
The only thing that needs regionally calibrating are spring scales.
No. Yeah, well, yes. If you're measuring one item, yes, you would actually need to readjust. However, comparison doesn't need that. If you actually made a perfect kilogram versus your gold, and you're not lying to the person that you're selling it to, like let's just assume they're being honest. Yes, they should measure the same no matter where the fuck you are on the globe.
Oh, by that I mean if you took a spring scale,
Yep.
and you took the perfect calibration weight, and you put it on there, and you mark the kilogram mark. If you relocate that spring scale,
yeah, but you're
else,
measuring one item. Once again, you're measuring one item. When you measure one thing against another, they will measure the same everywhere on the globe unless the scale is incomprehensibly large. Like,
no, listen, I'll say it one more time, okay? And this perhaps I can get to the end of it this time. I don't know, it might be useful. If you manufacture a spring scale, say at the equator, and you get hold of the reference weight, and you mark the kilogram mark on it. This is a simplified example, okay? If you hit that balance to somewhere else in the world, and they put a weight on there, and it comes to that mark, it won't be a kilogram. It will be different. So you have to recalibrate the scale at the location you are at against the reference kilogram again.
Oh, so I put an equation.
What?
I put an
It sounds like
equation.
you're reforming the argument.
No, he's not. He's not. He's legit. What he's saying is, you don't have this. You're not taking the standard with you. You're just taking the spring scale with you. So when you arrive locally, you have to recalibrate your spring to a local standard because you personally, for some reason, aren't privileged to have the standard. You follow?
That's basically
okay. I mean, that's an interesting argument, but why?
Well, it's not an argument. It's not an argument. It's a truism.
No, it isn't. It's an argument.
Oh, yeah, it is, dude.
It's absolutely an argument saying,
okay,
I can't bring the standard of measure with me.
No, he can't, dude. He can't because for whatever reason, he's not privy to one. Like, let's say his company doesn't give him one. They just give him the spring scale and they give him the instructions. Take your scale to the local area, weigh it against the standard. Then while you remain in that vicinity, use your spring scale to weigh
that sounds
everything.
pretty incompetent, but go ahead.
That's fine. Yeah, it's irrelevant whether it's incompetent or not. It's factually true.
Let's suppose I measured
How
a
is it
super accurate
factually
scale.
true?
If I was making a super accurate spring scale, and I was shipping them around the world, I would insist that they are calibrated locally before use. Does that make it easy for you?
I understand, dude. You don't need to make it easy for me. I understand what you're saying, but if you're selling like precious goods, this is not how it's ever been done.
Who cares, dude, whether it's been done or not? That's not the argument, dude.
I mean, I appreciate the argument, I suppose, but it's a stupid argument.
No, it's not. It's not stupid at all, dude.
Yes, it is. It's dumb as fuck,
no,
dog.
How is it? No, dude. The argument itself is not dumb. The practice that you think. Okay, dude. Listen, I'm
People wouldn't
explaining
trade
why.
in precious golds like this.
No,
nobody's saying that they do.
What's the
Goodness
matter with
sakes.
Why are we talking about it?
I said the proposition I'm putting on the table, and here's all you've got to evaluate. Nothing else. Don't go flying off into measuring cream cakes or gold. The proposition is, if I was making a super accurate spring scale on the equator, and I calibrated it against the reference weight on the equator, and I was supplying it to you, I would assert that you need to calibrate it in your local area against the reference weight again.
I don't know, bro.
Do you honestly think people did that?
He never said people did, dude.
That's exactly what. Anyway, when you get a super accurate spring balance anywhere in the world, you have to calibrate it on location anyway.
I mean, so I guess the argument mostly stems from the idea that gold should be worth $80,000 per kilogram. When gold and these precious metals were being traded in ancient times, they were not worth these significant amounts that a lost dollar or two would matter. So, like,
all traders in the ancient times used balance scales anyway. This is a moot point.
Yeah, and what were they balancing them based off of? their own idea of the kilogram?
A reference weight, yes, that's how balance scales work, don't they?
Yeah. So they had their best idea, and they probably argued over it, and there was probably some fucking bloodshed over it. But
yeah. So speaking of the bloodshed,
irrelevant at the end
I
of the
put
day.
in the chat. I put in the chat an equation in logic form. So check it out and tell me if my math is right there. I'm hoping this will solve Echo's struggle.
It's not a struggle, dude. Like, I'm trying to speak to the idea of it. I do realize if you
Well,
move that goal,
I know, but I'm speaking to the reality of it, and I'm trying to see if this equation is right. So I'll read it out, but you can look at it yourself. So if a standard of 1,000 silica atoms equals 5,000 gold atoms, and then I make a different standard, which is 1,100 silica atoms, that means I can get 5,500 gold atoms, right?
yeah, dude. I do realize you're measuring this all in Australia. Then if you move that goal to Rome, it would weigh more. That's not lost on me. I was more expressing the idea of the standards and this calculation.
What's more lost on me is the idea of you literally weighing 1,000 silica atoms against 1,100 silica atoms.
Yeah,
Do you know how difficult
it is?
Do you know how difficult it is to put those things into a lattice perfectly?
Yeah, but think about it this way. I could go to where he set up his standard, and I could buy a kilogram of gold and get 5,500, bring it back to the other place, right? And then I'd have an extra 500 per kilogram that I could sell.
You could not.
Yeah, I could, dude. Yes, I could.
Those multiple places could figure out how much 1,000 silica atoms weigh in their local region and know if they're getting ripped off or not.
Yeah, of course. That's the whole point, dude.
That's why nobody. Do you think it's that significant, though?
Well, let's say we got here 5,500, right? So that's an increase of 10%. So $80,000.
He's trying to simplify it. He's trying to simplify
an increase of 10%. I know, but an increase of 10% would be $8,000, right?
No, like in this hypothetical scenario, yes, you're right. But like the actual difference.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. If there was one country,
0.35%. So
yeah, fair enough. But if there was a country that did it his way, and nobody else told them, right? They could just be ripping them off left and right, right?
Yeah, maybe. Name one country in the poles of the world.
Dude, irrelevant.
No, it isn't, because the only way this would be profitable is if there was some hyper advanced species in the poles that was constantly ripping off people at the equator. That's the only way this would be fucking workable.
Okay, so then if it's not even possible to make money off this or lose money off this,
it is not.
Right? Then the idea that you're accounting for these gold atoms, depending on which latitude you're in, is stupid, right?
No. I don't think anybody in the ancient world even accounted for that in the slightest.
It's the comparison with gold that's like muddying the water. Let's just simplify. Okay?
Like take out the gold. Like as far as people traded minerals, etc., they had their own standards of measurement, and if you didn't meet them, they were going to trade with you. Like that's just how it went. There's nobody in Antarctica. There's nobody in the North Pole. Like the difference was so inconsequential. It's fucking not even worth looking into.
Let me try this one. Okay, so the standard 1 kilogram.
Even now,
hang on. Is it,
sorry,
just the silicon.
No, you're good.
The silicon 1 kg in room. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what you want to do in Australia is have the same. You want to replicate that silicon ball. So when you move it to Australia, it has the same force pushing down You're not comparing it to gold, nothing like that. You just want it to have the same amount of force pushing down. Yeah. So you're not on a scale. Yeah, it's pushing down, not comparing it to anything. You just want to understand its gravitational force and everything applying it pushing down.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. To do that, you're going to have to add some atoms or remove some atoms.
No, you don't.
God, Jesus
I don't think
Christ.
that you understand gravity, dog.
I don't think you do. That you're missing the point completely.
Okay,
No, you definitely don't.
no.
Look up the
Hold on,
gravitational
bro.
force at the poles compared to the equator, you stupid motherfucker.
All of the forces acting upon it.
Echo, brother. I see your confusion now, and you're actually on point, sort of, with what the other homeboy who left was talking about with the springs. Is that the amount of force that an object of 1,000 atoms exerts upon a spring is going to be different in its differential locations. So if you wanted the spring to be compressed the same by a standard in different locations, you'd have to vary the standard. But that would also vary the equivalent mass, which would change the actual amount of gold that you have.
Yeah, that's why I'm removing the comparison of gold atoms and a
Right,
standard.
yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, which you would have to do, because before your point made absolutely no sense, but once you remove that, then it started to make sense.
Indeed.
In other words, if you had a kilogram of gold and it caused the spring to squish a certain amount, when you took that same spring and that same gold to different locations, you would say that the spring would be squished a different amount. And in order to get the spring to be squished evenly, you would have to add or take away gold, depending on where you were at.
Yeah, so the current standard is actually platinum and iridium, and it's in Paris. I thought they was working on a silica sphere. I'm sure they were.
Oh man.